Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Naruto was heir to Queendom of Ninjas? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A tall middle-aged woman with long green hair is standing on an outside stage in front of a crowd of women in an open-air arena. The white button shirt she wore strained to keep her massive burst from popping free. The block miniskirt she wore barely kept her underwear from being seen. There are a dozen women on the stage with her are all wearing the same uniform as she's wearing and who are also straining the tops of their shirts, as the shirts are all tight around the chest area. And before them are hundreds of young women who are all dressed which all short mini dresses like the skirts the women in white are wearing. We the Delmo Kunoichis of the Delmo clan stand before here today for this important announcement, the green-haired woman shouted for all to hear. Finally, after 18 long years of searching, we have finally located the lost heir of the Delmo clan. A mighty cheer rang out from the crowd of women before her as they have been searching for the wandering daughter of the Delmo clan, ever since she ran off all those years ago. For hundreds of years, the Delmo clan in the land of metal, a country rich in metals beyond the land of earth, has ruled over the country. The land is ruled by one powerful family whose power is fueled by the money, the great mines throughout the country that they solely owned. It had began as a hidden village like the ones in the eastern countries, but that had changed when the daughter of the leader of the Delmo clan, who was also the leader of the ninja village, and the Sun royal family had fallen in love with each other. Since then, the castle of the royal family and the village hidden in metal had combined to form the only ninja village that's in plain sight, as the city around the castle has become their home. The inner walls of the castle are staffed and protected by the descendants of the ninja village, which are all shapely women. The reason of this is because the ninjas of the village hidden in metal had always been kunoichis, as a powerful blood limit has been passed down to all of the ninja clans. The blood limit lets them harness churka from their surroundings, giving them unlimited source of energy. But the blood limit also had a price, as all those who carried the blood limit can only have female children, who are known for their beauty and ample figures thanks to the blood limit, which matures their bodies in a big way. Because of that, the Delmo Kunoichis, as they came to be known, have to marry outside the clan to have children, but because they didn't want to have their blood limit fall into another village, all newborn females have a seal placed on them at birth that makes it impossible for them to ever become Progeny without having the seal unsealed by one of the elders of the clan. That only happens when they found a husband. And to make sure that the girls didn't just go and marry to any guy, the man would have to beat the kunoichi in a fight in front of her family members to make sure that there's no cheating involved by the man. But it isn't uncommon for the kunoichi to lose the match if she really likes the man who's fighting her, as long as the mother of the kunoichi or grandmother can see the man is truly in love with their daughter-granddaughter. And the fact of having grandchildren running underfoot helps in deciding if they should tell the wife-to-be to lose the fight. The young women of the Delmo clan have been forced to look further and further from the central city to find a husband, as after years of the city's young men marrying young kunoichis, there are very few women who don't have the blood limit flowing in them, causing very few male births in the city. The clan is ranked differently to other ninjas as they work under the royal family, who by this time are all women but for the husbands who married into the family, as the country has been ever since the union of the leader's daughter and the prince, has been a queendom. The kunoichis all wear color-coded uniforms to tell what area or rank they are at. The age of the kunoichis are also higher, as the youngest that a kunoichi can be when they can go on to be to S-ranked missions is 16. The elders reasoning that older, stronger girls were more suitable to handle the missions, which are more than just picking weeds from a garden or looking after a store when the owner is sick, or any mission that are outside the city's walls. And that there are so many women in the city who are from the Delmo clan, the elders had to raise the age level so there wouldn't be too many ninjas running around. The Black Delmos, the lowest ranking of the kunoichis, in charge of carrying out simple missions, mass attacking using hand-to-hand combat, and the administration of the castle and surrounding city, the lowest jobs. The Purple Delmos, they are trained in using churka to increase their speed, making them invisible to the naked eye. They serve as massagers between the towns of the country. The Yellow Delmos, they serve as the city guards protecting the people. They are trained with body weights, making them very powerful in combat. The Pink Delmos, They are responsible for maintaining the equipments for missions. And they're the healers. The green Delmos. They specialize in using long-range throwing weapons and sneaking onto targets. The blue Delmos. The middle-ranking kunoichis. They carry weapons and perform security duties such as defending the city and castle against intruders. The orange Delmos. Trained to be weapon experts who can hold all of their weapons on them using the hidden weapons jutsu, which uses a lot of churka to be used. The red Delmos. They're the castle guard who are trained like the yellows in making their bodies strong. But they wear body armor, making them the only ninjas who wear armor. The silver Delomos. The hunter ninjas to recapture any runaway ninjas. And information gatherers. The gold Delmos. The elites who specialize in S-ranked missions and black ops. The white Delmos, the commanders and royal family personal bodyguards. They are responsible for the smooth operations of the kunoichi's forces and missions. Here is the queen tell us personally of what she has learned about her lost daughter, the green-haired woman shouted as she steps back to like an old silver-hair woman wearing a kimono to step up to speak. As you know, my adventure's daughter Kiko ran away 18 years ago to live out her dream of becoming a wandering ninja known for her skill and power. I learned yesterday that she made it as far as the land of fire in the Far East. There she met a powerful ninja who was the Hokage of the village hidden in the leaf. She got into a fight with him, losing and ending up marrying him. There she stayed until her death when the nine-tailed fox attacked the village 12 years ago. My daughter has been dead for years now. The queen told her loyal ninjas to their horror, as this would mean the end of the Delmo royal family, which would mean a civil war over the throne. But before she died, she gave birth to my grandchild. The first male to ever be born in our ninja clan. This caused a wave of shock to all those present, as never in their history has a male been born by a woman carrying the blood limit in her body. My son-in-law gave his life in sealing the nine-tailed fox into my grandson to save his village, wanting them to look at his son as a hero. But instead they only saw him as the demon fox, making his life a living hell. The old queen said, which all the ninjas could feel a burning fury in her voice, I want every free gold Delmo here to head for the Hidden Leaf Village. You all will receive a picture of what he looks like at the mission briefing. Find him and bring my grandson unharmed back here. My queen, may I ask, what is his name? A redhead with short hair in a gold Delmo uniform asked. The queen let out a deep sigh as she's still recovering from learning her daughter's death and the mistreatment of her only grandson. His name is Naruto, and he is the royal heir of the Delmo family. Should I continue this, or what? Heir found. It was in the mid-afternoon. The sun was high over the sky, shining down upon the village of the Hidden Leaf. The sounds of joyful laughter could be heard floating through the air. At the Ninja Academy, the next year's class of graduates were situated in the outside yard. The children's parents celebrating the newly appointed ninjas' accomplishments. It was a joyous occasion all around, mostly anyways. Sitting on a small wooden swing off to the side of the courtyard sat a short blonde boy. His body drifting back and forth as he looked longingly at the display going on before him. A mother kissing her daughter on the cheek, a father ruffling his son's hair as he smiled brightly at the boy. Another father tossing his son proudly into the air and catching him. They all looked so happy and proud of their children. The young boy in the swing, Naruto, could barely keep his eyes open. Watching all of them together, so happy of being with their family. It made that longing feeling feel so much deeper. When he opened his eyes again, Naruto took notice of a strange-looking woman wandering around the courtyard. She was wearing a plain gold-color kimono and her hair was tied back in a braided ponytail which flowed down her backside, her hair in the front draped down in front of her eyes. She had high cheekbones, big brown eyes, and a rather aquiline nose. She looked to be around in her 30s. Though that wasn't strange in itself, it was the pale green hair and dark skin that made her noticeable in a crowd. And also the fact that her figure was fabulous, slim waist, rounded hips, full bosom, her bearthis very large, round, somewhat pendulous shape. Even with the kimono, it was easy to see how shapely she is, causing many of the wives to smack their husbands from staring at her. She appeared to be looking through the crowd of children and parents. Most likely looking for her own somewhere. With a sigh, Naruto turned his gaze to his feet, barely able to touch the ground from his spot on the swing due to his short stature. Excuse me, blinking as no one usually talks to him, Naruto looked up to see who was addressing him. To his surprise, it was the green-haired woman. She was bent down at the waist, with her hands on her knees looking at him at eye level. Her head crooking to the side as she appeared to be examining him as if making sure he was the real one. Why yeah? Naruto asked wearily. Any and all experience with adults had taught him to be careful. They were always yelling at him or throwing stuff at him or chasing him away with brooms. The woman just continued to stare at him, her green eyes squinting shut in a caddish look. After another moment, the woman smiled, gave a sharp nod, and stood up straight again. Can I ask you a question? The woman asked, walking around so that she was beside the blonde boy, looking out at the group of people in front of the school. Yeah, what? Naruto looked puzzled as he stared up at the strange woman. Her gaze was directed at the crowd. Did she want him to find her child in the crowd or something? Why aren't you celebrating with the other children over there? She asked. Naruto could feel his throat tightening as he turned to look at his feet again. I didn't pass. He mumbled. The redhead looked surprised as she looked at him. You didn't pass? She indeed did look quite surprised. Why? Naruto really didn't want to get into this, especially with a complete stranger. But despite that, the fact that someone was actually paying attention to him completely overrode his embarrassment. I couldn't perform the final exam jutsu. The boy admitted. I failed. Blinking, the woman stared at him, wanting him to go on. I couldn't do a simple bushin. Naruto explained. Oh, I see, she replied. A moment of silence. What was she going to do? Laugh at him like all the other villagers? There was a short rustling behind him, and then a surprised Naruto found himself sailing forward in the swing. When he came back, he looked up to see the woman holding onto the ropes. This is a very nice swing. She commented. I bet it's a lot of fun. Well, yeah. Naruto replied, a smile creeping onto his face. It's my favorite. I bet it's a lot of fun having someone to push you, she added, giving the swing another push, sending Naruto forward again. Yeah. The boy's smile was growing wider now. Back and forth he went as she continued to push him, Naruto's earlier mood seemingly forgotten. So what are you going to do now? She asked suddenly. Bring the young boy out of his brief happy trance. What do you mean? Naruto asked, turning his head to look up at the redhead. Now that you failed, are you going to try again? She asked, her tone sounding merely thoughtful. Well, of course. Naruto replied, a familiar fire returning to the blonde. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Do you think I'm going to let this stop me? The woman smiled. I'm glad to hear it, she replied, happy to see the same spirit in his heart as the woman she had grew up with. Why you are? This was a surprise. In all of his life, Naruto had never met anybody who had ever said anything encouraging like that to him. Except maybe for his academy teacher Irika, but Irika was also always yelling at him too. Of course, who wouldn't want such a nice boy to succeed? The woman smiled brightly. As she leaned forward, a number of her greed locks fell in front of her and into Naruto's face. Brushing the green strands of hair out his face, Naruto stared up in awe at the strange woman. Who are you anyways? He finally asked. The woman looked somewhat taken aback and released her hold on the swing. My name is Setsuna Umido, she replied, giving him a warm smile. Your name is Setsuna? Naruto asked, jumping out of the swing to look at her. Well, thanks, Setsuna. I'm definitely going to pass. One way or another. Just wait and see. That's very good. Setsuna smiles at the young boy. Well, I have to go. Make sure to look for me, Setsuna. Next time you see me, I'm going to be a full-fledged ninja of the leaf. Naruto proclaimed, before dashing off, waving the whole time until he was out of sight. Setsuna wore a bitter smile as she watched him go. It was, as she realized, much harder to tell him who he is than she had realized. But why? Wouldn't it have been good if she had told him who his mother was and father? That he's the only heir of a powerful ninja clan and the prince of the land of metal in the far west, that he didn't have to put himself through all of this hard work to become a leaf ninja. Wouldn't he have been happy? Wouldn't he? But when she had stared into his eyes, she could see the spark shining in them which were in his mother's eyes when she was around his age. She and Kiko were growing up together. Both she and Kiko had gone through the ninja school together. Her duty was to become the personal bodyguard of Kiko, as she was brought up to be exactly like the princess and train in using the body image jutsu that takes the body image of the person the user targets. She was to be Kiko's body double when she became queen. But the princess had other ideas. She had the dream of being a wandering ninja going from one place to another without a care for the world. The life as a princess wasn't to her liking, as she wanted adventure before she became queen. That was what she had written in her letter to her mother before she ran away. Setsuna hopes that her friend found what she was looking for in the arms of the fourth Hokage of the Leaf. Unlike the rest of the clan, those born in the royal family don't have the anti-child seal place on them. While Setsuna was deep within her own thoughts, she hadn't noticed two women from the main crowd of people walk over to her. Blinking in surprise, the green-hair woman turned to look at the two. "You must be new here," the first woman stated. Yes, I am," Setsuna replied carefully. She hadn't realized she stood out that much. But her clothes are the norm in the land of metal, but here she guessed was very unusually. "It's understandable. We saw you talking to it, and thought you should be careful," the second woman explained. "Excuse me?" Setsuna looked puzzled. "We're really not supposed to talk about it," the first continued, looking around carefully to make sure no one was listening. "But be careful. That thing is a monster. If you're not careful, you might get killed." The sheer intensity of the glare that the two women received was so powerful that they both jumped back in surprise. And to their horror, their clothes fell apart as if they were cut with a blade, leaving them but naked in the middle of the street. Everyone stared at her, as none of them saw her move from the spot she was standing at. Setsuna left without another word. In one of the inns of the village, Setsuna returned to the room she and her party had rented under the ruse of being travelers. It was already nightfall when she made it back to the inn. She had chosen 5 gold delmos for this mission, as she didn't want to draw unwanted attention to themselves. The rest of the gold delmos are waiting orders from them outside of the village, keeping out of sight. Which was easy, as they are all A to S rank kunoichis, and because of their bloodline they can maintain jutsus which hides them in plain sight. Rushuna Tendo, age 16 years old, the youngest of the group. Tall, with a slim, athletic figure. Her breasts are large, at least for her age, but not as large as those of any of the other girls of the gold delmos. Her face was pretty, with a sweet, innocent look to it, with blue eyes and a heart-shaped mouth. Her hair was long, blonde and wavy. She uses a jutsu that allows her to control fire, making it hotter and take shapes. She is armed with gloves with flint-covered fingertips. Once she snaps her fingers, she can make the small spark into a roaring inferno. She is also skilled in using pressure points, locking her opponent bodies with the slightest touch. Mikan Kurinai, tall, thin, her skin very dark, but clear, her floor-length hair wavy, dark with a slight reddish cast. Her large, well-formed biryi and plump projecting buttocks seem to have been bolted on to her thin frame. She possesses a skill passed down through her family which took 300 years to perfect, the Eisen-style armor cloth skill. It allows the user to transform any cloth into a living weapon or armor. She personally uses adamantium cloth. She also has explosive gauntlets, which the blasts are focused in the front of the gauntlets when she forms her hands into a fist, leaving her hands unharmed. Then there's her sister Tuka Kurinai, her wavy, auburn hair reaching to the middle of her back. Like Carrie, her eyes were green, flashing with passion. Her fine skin was dusted with freckles, across her nose and cheekbones and the top of her bosom. Her figure seemed more voluptuous than her sister, with extremely large BRSS and a slim waist curving out to full, firm buttocks. Her weapon is sound waves produced from her gauntlets and from an odd accordion piano object which operates by blowing air through the nose into it. Her vibrations can affect equilibrium as well as breaking down the cells of objects. Maya Yujina, a redhead who keeps her hair short, she is sleek, muscled, powerful and stood over 8 feet. Her legs were of special interest. They were the firm and taut legs of a fitness model or female track star. And like she likes to rub it in, she has the biggest burst line, as she wears a custom-made bra to hold her H-cup-sized chest. She uses a fighting move that's been pasted down in her family for generations ever since one of her great-grandmothers had married the monk who learned to use it. Normally when a person punches an object, resistance is made caused by the object. To make sure that this leftover power isn't wasted, the person will hit with the knuckles, then a second hit with the rest of the fist is made within 1/64th of a second, causing the object to shatter. And then there is the last member of the party, Tsuraya Anata. She was a beautiful doll, less than 5 feet tall, with large breasts, a slim waist, gorgeous hips, all in proportion to her tiny size. Her almond-shaped eyes were big, and so dark as to be almost black. Her doll-like face was framed by straight hair, black, but with a reddish cast, parted in the middle, reaching to the middle of her round buttocks. She uses her small and light frame to her advantage, using a long cape that can take the form of large wings. She uses a wind jutsu to lift her into the air. With this she can glide through the air effortlessly and attack from high above. What? Have you found the prince? Maya asks as she flips through the channels on the TV in their room. Yes, I have, Setsuna replied as she sat down on one of the chairs in the room. When will we make our move? Rushuna asks as she wants to get out of here before they're discovered. It's not that simple, Sasuna said. He has his heart set on becoming a leaf ninja. He won't willing go with us. You heard the queen, she wants him to be brought back with us, Mikan said. She wants him taken away from here, willingly or otherwise. I agree with my sister for once, Tuka said, backing up her sister, which she rarely ever does. She order us to do this by any means. As long as he is unharmed, that is, Tsuraya reminded them. Rushuna can use a sleeping pressure point on him and we can carry him out of here before the ninjas here can stop us. And what makes you think that he won't run away like his mother when he sees a chance too? Setsuna said to the younger kunoichis in the room. I see the same look in his eyes as his mother. If we force him, he will not accept being held against his will. He has to freely come with us, or the same thing that happened 18 years ago with his mother will happen again. And we won't have another chance of doing this again. I have already confirmed that the adults of the villages only see the prince as a demon. We have to convince him to accept the fact that he will never be accepted by this village, but for that to happen we will have to do things slowly to gain his trust. I have already taken the first step when I met him in front of the school, after he failed the final. Then all we have to do is make sure that we be there for him when he falls to catch him, Mikan said to all present, who all nodded in response. This is the most important mission they have ever been given, one that they cannot fail. I'm going to keep an eye on him. Tsuraya, come with me in case I need the rest of you, Setsuna said as she got up and headed for the door. All right, Tsuraya said as she followed the leader of the group out the door. Later that night, Setsuna was having flashbacks as she raced through the woods. She still couldn't believe that Naruto is acting just like his mother, as she had stolen a forbidden scroll containing powerful jutsus when she was told she couldn't learn them. Setsuna had to find him before one of those enraged leaf ninjas found and killed him. That's why she was out here in this forest, searching desperately with no clue as to the young prince's whereabouts. When the Hokage had first gathered the search teams, she and Tsuraya had remained in the shadows to watch, using a powerful jutsu to hide them from the ninjas in the room. When they had saw the CC jutsu Naruto used to knock the Hokage out, they had almost blown their cover as they had to hold in their laughter when they saw the face the old man made. She had felt so enraged and helpless as she saw the reactions of the group of ninjas. Rage for the hated words they dared to speak about her friend's son, the only prince of her land, and helplessness because there was nothing she could do about it. If she attacks them, they would learn the truth about Naruto's mother and he would become a powerful political tool to them. His grandmother would pay a heavy price to have her grandson brought back to her. But one of those ninjas had caught her attentions. Irika, wasn't it? He was Naruto's teacher, if she had read the report on Naruto's life here correctly. The look in his eyes. He must have known where Naruto was. And so she had followed him out into the darkness of the forest. She had already sent Tsuraya to bring the others to the forest, as she would leave a trail for them to follow her. Unfortunately, Setsuna had to make sure she didn't run too fast, as she would be detected by the leaf ninja. She had lost sight of Irika a couple of times as she needed to keep back from using any of her real speed and wait for other leaf ninjas to pass by as they look for Naruto. She just hopes that no one else would detect the scent trail she's leaving for the others to follow. So now she was running through the great forest of Konoha without any idea as to where to go. Only on the brief chance that she would find the prince before any of the other ninjas find them. But it turns out for once, fate was on her side. As the Delmo Kunoichi ran through the forest, a sudden crashing sound caught her attention. Skidding to a halt, Setsuna craned her head upward just in time to see Naruto with what must be the forbidden scroll in his arms slam full force into his teacher, Iruka. Naruto! Setsuna gasped in shock. What was he doing? Naruto! Iruka muttered, getting back to his feet. How did you know wasn't Iruka? With a poof of smoke, Iruka was gone, replaced with an unfamiliar white-haired ninja. There is a sinister look in his eyes. Simple. Naruto smirked, leaning heavily against a tree. Because I am. With a second poof of smoke, Naruto was revealed to be the real Iruka. In all of her worry, Setsuna found a moment to curse herself. Was she really off the ball with her worrying about Naruto that she couldn't even see through a simple jutsu illusion? Being careful not to alert the two to her presence, Setsuna carefully crept her way to hide behind one of the nearby trees. She kept her eyes fixed upon the two ninjas, making sure that neither one would spot her. She only looked away when she bumped into something as she crept behind a tree. Startled, she looked down to see none other than Naruto. A startled and utterly puzzled look on his face as he looked at her. In his tightly gripped hands was the forbidden scroll. Setsuna dash, Naruto was about to speak when Setsuna put a hand to her lips in a quieting motion. She then looked back around the tree at Iruka and the other ninja. So noble. Mizuki sneered at the wounded ninja. To save your parents' murderer. And for what? What happens if we let him live? Then maybe the scroll is safe from a scumbag like you. Iruka replied. Ugh, he had so many wounds from the earlier shuriken assault, his body felt like it could barely move. But Naruto was okay, that's all that mattered. Naruto and I are two of a kind, you know. Mizuki said, stepping closer. With that scroll, I can attain the same kind of limitless power. What? Iruka asked. Mizuki couldn't be talking about. The demon within hungers for that kind of power. Mizuki exclaimed. You were right to fear him. Naruto couldn't believe it. So it was true then. His teacher really held him in contempt. The tears were starting to come to his eyes now. The scroll in his hands gripped bone-crushingly tight to his body. So it was true then. What Mizuki had said earlier. You are the nine-tailed demon fox who attacked Konoha 12 years ago. Haven't you always wondered why everyone always hated you? It all seemed to make such painful sense. All those years, all the glares, the scornful words. The feeling of complete loneliness. Get lost, you little brat. Don't go near that boy. He's nothing but trouble. He'll never amount to anything. It hurts so much, all of it. Just give up, you loser. You can't do it, can you? Now he understood. Now that you failed. Are you going to try again? He blinked. Those hadn't been words of scorn. This is a nice swing. I bet it's nice to have someone to push you. That woman. Looking up, Naruto saw Setsuna staring down at him. Her eyes, they weren't filled with hatred. She was looking at him with sadness? Her hands were on his shoulders, holding onto him softly. Of course. Who wouldn't want such a nice boy to succeed? No, she didn't hate him, unlike everyone else. You're right. Naruto could hear Iruka's voice. I do hate the fox. Setsuna's grip tightened on his shoulders. Iruka was about to say something else when a fireball flew out from the tree line hitting Mizuki. He screamed as he was set on fire, rolling on the ground to put out the flames before falling on the ground still. Iruka turned to where the fireball came from, thinking that one of the leaf ninjas had saved him, but instead of seeing a leaf ninja, he saw 5 women. All of them are wearing gold-colored mini-dresses which just barely kept their underwear out of view. The top of their dresses have a hole cut right in the center of it, their bosoms are stretching the fabric of the dresses to the ripping point, and all of them are staring angrily at him. One of them is really tall, over 8 feet and heavily muscled. Another is really short, under 5 feet, with a black cloak wrapped around her body. Two of the women look like sisters, one armed with a long cloth and the other an accordion. The one in front has gloves on and has flames coming out of her hands. Who are you? Irika asked the newcomers. He couldn't help but notice that all of them have figures that put to shame all of the women in the village. You're not going to live long enough to find out, the woman with the accordion said as she squeezed her instrument, causing a sound wave to hit him. Irika screamed as his eardrums burst from the sound before he blacked out. But just before he blanked out, he saw Naruto coming out from behind a tree in the corner of his eyes with a woman with the same busted built behind him. And he's still holding the scroll in his arms. Fataken? It was past midnight as an armor-plated carriage raced through the streets of Konoha. The carriage is being pulled by a team of 6 horses with Mikan in the driver's seat with Suraya sitting next to her. The horses pulling the carriage were not only fast but they had tremendous stamina, galloping tirelessly through the deserted streets. The queen had spared no expenses in equipping the gold Delmos in retrieving her grandson from the hidden leaf village. Rashuna and Tuka are kneeling on top of the carriage to fight off any attackers. Setsuna and Maya are riding inside with their precise cargo. Once we're in sight of the gate, Maya, you'll have to make a hole for us, Mikan shouted to her teammate inside the moving carriage. You got it, the powerhouse of the team shouted from inside. All right girls, it looks like we got some company coming up from both sides. Rashuna shouted as she spots leaf ninjas jumping on the rooftops of houses as they try catching up the fast-moving carriage. Well then let's hit the music. Tuka shouted as she started playing with her accordion, sending blast of sound at the ninjas following them. The sound wave caused the ninjas following them to fall off the rooftops as they lost their balance or their ears started bleeding. And this should keep them busy, Rashuna said as she snaps her fingers, making sparks that expanded and taking form into birds made out of fire. Knowing that she has to keep the ninjas from following, sent her firebirds flying into houses, setting them on fire. The ninjas following them quickly stopped chasing. They quickly started to work on putting out the fires and helping the people out of the houses that are in flames. Look out! Suraya shouted, pointing in front of them, using her sharp eyes to see around them. Her family has eyes that are like the Hyuga family but doesn't change the way their eyes look, and had the ability to detect trace amounts of energy trails or auras by ninjas who are using jutsus. Standing on a roof at an intersection is a large group of ninjas taking aim at them. Got this one, Mikan said as she uses her family jutsu to make the long cloth wrapped around her arms and neck to make a shield over the horses and carriage as the ninjas started throwing shurikens at them. The shurikens bounced harmlessly off of the cloth shield as the carriage raced through the intersection, going down the main street of the village, heading straight for the main gate. We got runners right behind us, Rashuna shouted as several ninjas are racing after the speeding carriage. She and Tuka opened fire on the ninjas, picking them off as they race after them. With the sound and fire attacks being thrown at them, the ninjas couldn't throw shurikens at the carriage as the sound waves made them unable to aim straight. With the burning fury of youth, I will stop you, a man in green and big eyebrows shouted as he leaped onto the side of the moving carriage. He tried opening the door of the carriage. Before he could, it was flung open as a huge muscular woman popped out. Sorry, no hitchhikers, she shouted as she slams her fist into his face, sending him flying backwards, causing 2 of the ninjas' runners to trip on his rolling body as the rest continued to follow chase after them. These guys are starting to bother me, Maya said as she leans down and punched the ground, causing the ground behind the carriage to shoot upward, causing the ninjas to lose their balances. That handles them. Here comes another wave of them, Tuka said as she sees some more leaf ninjas on the roofs of the houses around them. I'll handle this one, Suraya said as she jumps into the air, spreading out her cape wings, using the speed of the carriage to give her the updraft needed to take flight. The leaf ninjas were taken by surprise as one of the women on the speeding carriage began flying like a bird. She rose up into the air far above the range of any of their attacks, giving her a bird's eye view. Suraya began using lightning jutsus, sending down bolts of lightning raining down on the ninjas racing after the carriage. They couldn't do anything as she's too high up to attack, and those who did clones jutsus found that she could tell which one was the real one as she aims her lightning bolts on the ones who tried. The leaf ninjas couldn't believe the amount of power these women have as they easily kept them from overtaking the carriage. They seemed to not be running out of churka anytime soon as they kept throwing one powerful jutsu after another. One of the ninjas running after the carriage, a big fat guy, suddenly grew bigger than most of the buildings of the village, swinging a huge staff. But before he could stop the carriage, Rashuna created a giant dragon made out of fire as big as the giant leaf ninja. The living dragon made of living fire slams into the giant-sized ninja, causing him to burst into flames as his clothes caught on fire. He fell backwards as he returned back to his original size. Ninjas were already rushing over to him to put out the fire that's burning his flesh. "We're in the clear now," Tuka shouted as they came up on the huge gate of the walled ninja village. "Look out!" Mikan shouted as she saw several ninjas jump onto the speeding carriage from the roof of one of the buildings. 3 of them grab onto her and knocking the horse reins away from her. Using her cloth, she grabs the ninjas with her cloth, throwing them off of her. Tuka and Rashuna handled the 2 on top of the carriage, while Maya punched the 2 trying to get into the carriage off with punches to the jaws. "That was easy," Rashuna said before she felt the carriage under her start to jerk a bit. "Hey, watch your driving." "That's what I'm trying to do," Mikan shouted back to her as she tries to grab the reins which had been knocked away from her grasp. She couldn't grab the reins as they fell out of her reach, leaving the carriage was now out of her control. Suraya, who was watching all of this from way up in the night sky, shot upwards, disappearing in the clouds. In front of the main gate. "Here they come," a silver-hair ninja said, wearing a mask and has his headband covering his left eye. He's talking to a woman with black hair and red eyes. "I hope that Anko set the trap right," the red-eye woman said. "You know her and making a blast." "She knows what she's doing," the man said as he watches the carriage approaching them very fast. "We still need to get Naruto out of there." "Yes, in the state he is now, it will be easy for those women, whoever they are, to turn him against us," the woman said. The third had told them about what he had seen in the forest earlier with Mizuki and Irika. He has put every ninja in the village to work in finding the women who have somehow hidden themselves from the seeing orb. With Naruto and the forbidden scroll written by the 4th, those women couldn't be allowed to leave the village alive. "We can't let Naruto be taken from this village, not after what his father did to save it," the silver-haired man said. "Don't worry, they won't," the red-eyed woman said as she gave the sign for Anko to set off the bomb planted on the road, who's standing on top of a building. "Let's show them they can't beat us leaf ninjas in our home field," Anko ginned as she flipped the switch on the bomb as the carriage passed over it. The blast from the bomb threw the carriage up before falling back down, breaking one of its wheels and freeing the team of horse pulling it. The carriage fell onto its side and slid along the ground as the momentum of the speed it was going at kept it going. The horses run down a side street as the carriage slid to the right of them. The 2 ninjas who were standing in the middle of the street jump onto the sliding carriage as the ninjas who were riding on it were either thrown off when the wheel broke or are holding on for dear life. The silver hair and red-eye ninjas took advantage of this as they flung open the door of the carriage, but looking inside the compartment they found only the redhead woman in the carriage and a large red wooden barrel with a burning fuse on it. High above the village, Allison Turner leant back in the padded pilot chair of the blimp airship, the scarlet rapier, rubbing her tired eyes and then running her fingers through her shoulder-length red hair. The beautiful pilot and first mate of the rapier was working the graveyard shift at the helm, so she was completely alone on the silent bridge of the ship. Allison crossed her long legs and leant back even further in the chair, completely at ease. She was dressed in a pair of black leather pants that were slung quite low on her shapely hips, the sides of her pink G-string visible, and a skimpy white halter top that had a plunging neckline showing plenty of the upper slopes of her big, plump assets. Red, as Allison was known to her friends, took a quick glance at the navigation panel of the ship off to her left, ensuring that the Scarlet Rapier was still on course and that the autopilot had not drifted them off. The Scarlet is a transport airship for the most important of cargo in the country of metal. They have been circling around the village of the Leaf using the mist jutsus, giving them cover to hide their movements from the ninjas down below. She'd got the nickname for the obvious reason of her flaming scarlet hair. In fact, her name had originally been Big Red, in honor of her ample D-cup assets, but over the last few years it had been shortened to just Red. The lovely red-haired pilot gave a loud yawn, lifting one hand to cover her gaping mouth. The village below suddenly lit up in flames as Rashuna started using her fire jutsu, setting some of the buildings of the village on fire. Then a giant appeared only to be knocked down by a dragon made out of flames. Red wondered what was happening down there as lightning bolts flash every now and then. Finally, there was a huge explosion near the front gate of the village that lit the sky up as a fireball rose into the air. What in the world is happening down there? Red said to herself as the door of the control room opens, letting in the gold Delmo, Soraya inside, followed by the captain. Kim, possible captain of the Scarlet Rapier, was a big girl, about 5'9". She was dressed in a form-fitting white bodysuit that clung to every curve of her body. The white suit had a zipper running up the front that was currently pulled about halfway up, leaving the suit jutting wide open at her cleavage. Her impressive E-cup bras moving out of the open material, pushed up by a lacy white brassiere. Her ample endowments are so large she made the fabric stretch its confines. She has a slim waist and a great butt and legs. She is of a mixed race, with a lot more races mixed in her thanks to the fact that her family wanders around lot before finding a husband and returning back to the village. Her hair is long, wavy, sun-streaked brown. She had a pretty face, with a nice mouth, high cheekbones, big, dark eyes, and a somewhat aquiline nose, evidence of her mixed heritage. "Get the ship over to the top of the cliff with the faces on it on the double," Kim barked out. "We have a prince to pick up." "Right away, Ma," Red said as she shouted in the speaker tubes running throughout the ship for all crew to prepare for a pickup. Another woman burst into the room as the ship began to drive down towards the mountain with the faces craved onto it. She was a tall and very elegant-looking brunette with long silky hair that reached all the way to her waist. She wore a pair of skin-tight pink trousers that clung to every curve of her long legs and impressive backside, and a tight white woolen jumper that zipped up the front where it stretched taut across her full BRS but came right the way up to a high turtleneck. Conservative and yet CC, it suited Elizabeth perfectly. The top of her jumper was pulled taut across an impressively perky pair of full C-cups, not as buxom as Red but still a nice rack. Elizabeth Holmes is the navigations officer of the Scarlet Rapier and also the backup pilot. "How are we going to pick them up?" Elizabeth asked as she took her seat in the control room. "The top of the mountain is flat, all we need to do is fly low enough for them to jump on board," Soraya answers, making all of the women in the room blink. "That's crazy," Red shouted as bringing a ship that low while at full speed was just crazy. "This old bird can do it," Kim said as the ship has pulled off some daredevil stunts over the years and this would be a walk in the park. "We can't land and let any of the Leaf Ninjas get on aboard the ship." Kelly Clayton reported in by the speaker tubes. She is a very pretty blonde with cute dimples in both cheeks and blonde hair, cut short to avoid getting caught up in machinery as she worked. The blonde mechanic was dressed in a pair of form-fitting pale blue overalls. The zipper front was only zipped halfway and a pair of huge melons swelling up from the open front, revealing a deep cleavage and the round tops of her mind-boggling F-cup jugs. "What's going on up there?" the voluptuous mechanic asked. "We need to get the prince out of there as well as my teammates before the Leaf Ninjas find them," Soraya answers her question. "What? Are you lost your mind?" Kelly shouted as she began shouting into the speaker tube connecting to the engines of the ship. "All right people, let's get this ship at full speed. I want all the boilers at full power, we can't let the prince be captured by the Leaf Ninjas." "Roger Emin," the mechanic crew of the ship shouted to their chief. The ship's steam-powered engine roared with power as the ship descended to the earth below. Back on the ground. "Tell me what happened here?" the third Hokage asked as he scanned the scene before him. The area around the front gate was in ruins as the blast of the bomb had much of the surrounding area. Leaf Ninjas were crawling around the site putting out the fires the bomb have started and helping the wounded out of the area. "They were using shadow clones," Kakashi said as he and Kurenai walked over to him. They still couldn't believe that they had lived through a blast that powerful. The hole it created is several feet deep and wide, damaging the building close to the blast zone. "Luckily the buildings around here are stores that are empty. I couldn't see that they weren't real. They were using too much churka to be normal shadow clones. They must be still in the village somewhere," Kurenai said as she would need a couple of days to recover from her wounds. "They couldn't have gotten out without." She was a lost of words as she saw something big coming through the clouds. The third looked up to see something he had only seen in the major transport ports and cities. An airship is flying downward towards the Hokage mountain shrine. At once he realized what had just happened. We've been tricked. Let's just shot it down. Enko said, appearing onto the scene as she prepare for a fireball jutsu. Know that ship is full of hydrogen gas, and if you throw a fireball at it, the ship will burst into flames and crash right on top of the village. The third shouted to her as he started running for the cliff. We got to reach them before they get away with Naruto. What are you guys waiting? Go after him. Kakashi shouted to the ninjas around him. He and Kurenai are too wounded to follow. The ninjas were shook off their hesitation and ran after the Hokage. We can't let the 4th's child be taken, Kakashi, as he wouldn't let his late teacher's child be taken without a fight. On top of the mountain, here comes our ride, girls. Setsuna said to her teammates. She is holding Naruto close to her chest as he clutched the scroll he had stolen earlier. He hasn't spoken a word after what he found out about the secret that was kept from him his entire life. But she couldn't blame him, as to just suddenly find out the reason why he was hated in the village, and that his teacher, who he thought had like him, hated him. Hold it right there. The gold Delmos turned to find the third Hokage and a large group of ninjas behind him had reached them. Setsuna placed Naruto on the ground gently and ready herself for battle. They came too far to let the leaf win. Naruto, get away from them. Sarutobi shouted to Erasure, but instead of coming towards him, Naruto stepped back, hiding behind the women who had taken him. As he stared into his late friend's son's eyes, he could see that he was more scared of him and his fellow ninjas than the women who are kidnapping him. As you can see, he wants to come with us, Setsuna said as she and the others formed a barrier between the leaf ninjas and their prince. We're not about to give you him just to be killed by a village that hates him. That isn't true, Sarutobi shouted. Then why does the village hates the son of the fourth Hokage who saved this village from the demon fox by sealing it into his only son? Setsuna asked, buying time as the airship drew near. He's my father? Naruto asked, his eyes wide, as something else that's been kept from him all of his life was discovered. He wonders what else this village has been hiding from him. Yes, and the scroll you're holding was written by him. It's your birthright to have it, Setsuna said to him. Who are you? Sarutobi shouted at the 5 women who are breaking Naruto apart from the inside. He doesn't know what he'll be able to do even if they manage to get Naruto back, as he will never trust him or anyone else in the village ever again. You find out soon, Rashuna said as she snaps her fingers, creating a firewall between them and the leaf ninjas. Sarutobi and the others were forced back by the intense heat of the flames. They couldn't pass as the flames of the fire rose, high in the sky, burning with intense rage. As quickly as it came, it was gone. The 5 strange women and Naruto were gone as the airship flew high in the air after it had flown low enough for Setsuna and the others to jump on board. Naruto! Sarutobi shouted as he could make out his student's son on the ship's deck being carried inside by those women. He knows they wouldn't be able to follow as the leaf doesn't have any airships, and following on the ground was out of the question. Erasure, I'm sorry I fail you. Inside the Scarlet Rapier. How is he? Setsuna asked the ship's doctor as she waited outside the medic room of the ship. She and the rest of her team have been waiting around for the doctor to finish examining him. I gave him a sedative and he's resting right now, Carmen Taylor replied, taking a seat. The attractive medical officer of the Scarlet Rapier was dressed in a pair of tight gray trousers that clung to her slim figure and a red top that was quite tight and low-cut and pushed up a swelling cleavage between her firm, ample BR. Once he wakes up, have him place in my room, Kim said, as her room is the best in the ship. I'll watch over him, Setsuna said as she feels she needs to be there for him as she's the one who broke the news about his father to him. Maya, Rashuna watched the door. Kim have the crew look around the ship in groups. There's still a chance that one of the leaf ninjas might have gotten on board. I'll have it done, Kim said as she headed for the control room to give out the orders. Everyone on board knew that if they lose their queen's grandson now, then they won't ever be able to come back home without him. I'll fly down and tell the other teams to head back now, Suraya said as she heads for the deck outside. Good, Setsuna said as she went inside the medic room with Maya and Rashuna guarding the door. Inside, she sees Naruto resting in one of the beds. His clothes had been removed and sent down to the washers as they needed a good cleaning. Looking down at his sleeping form, she couldn't help but to shed tears for him. of what kind of life he has forced to live by a village who saw his father as a hero and him as a monster. How could he be still, have the will to live on after everything done to him? By now he should have been killing villagers left to right for how they had treated him. But instead wore that smiling mask he had shown when they had met in front of the school he went to. Kiko would have been proud of what kind of person you have become, Setsuna said softly as she strokes his forehead. She jars back as he suddenly grabs a hold of her hand, holding it firmly. He looks into her eyes, his eyes empty of everything but sorrow. She was lost in his eyes as they were so deep and sad. You knew my mother? He finally spoke. She gave him a nod as he lets go of her hand. Can you tell me about her? Setsuna gave him a sad smile as she pulls up a chair next to his bed and began telling him everything about his mother that she knew of her and the family Naruto didn't even knew he had. And the legacy she left behind for him to fill as the sole heir to the Queendom of Metal, who is also the leader of the Hokage 3, known better as the Delmos. Homecoming. Neko Turley straightened her slim shoulders back, adjusted her green ponytail over her shoulder and then adjusted her pink skirt and tunic one more time before leaving her new quarters to assemble with the rest of the new weapon assemblers. The young girl merged with the long line of young females quietly rushing to the gathering chamber ahead. Neko brushed a stray lock of green hair out of her lovely face, and then moved into place in the third row of the assembly. The group of girls stood silently at attention, their pink clothing spotless and orderly. A tall woman entered the chamber, and then walked proudly to the podium placed on a raised dais in front of the assembled girls. The woman was dressed in a neat pink business jacket, white blouse, and knee-length skirt. Silky black hose covered her long legs, while her feet were encased in polished black stiletto heels. The older woman slid her right hand over her slicked-back raven hair that ended in a tightly coiled ponytail. Good morning, ladies. My name is Eva and I will be your supervisor as you begin your first day on the assembly line. Our manager, Mr. Claw, has placed a great deal of faith in every one of you. I expect you to live up to Mr. Claw's expectations and perform your duties efficiently and quickly. The mid-quarter is almost upon us. We have to meet our production deadlines. Now go to your individual team leaders and make the best tools for our fellow Hokage that you can, said the older woman. Crisply, the gathered girls broke from their orderly lines to proceed to their work assignments. Neko left the chamber, traveled down several long hallways, and then descended one level to the electronics assembly area. The petite girl approached her team leader, a stern old woman named Sharon. Who are you? Snapped Sharon when she saw Neko approaching. My name is Neko. I'm a grade 6 assembler, replied the green-maned girl quickly. At age 14, Neko had just finished with her classes to become a pink Delmo, in the field of making and repairing the equipments that the upper-rank Delmos uses in the field. She wasn't that good in healing people while she was taking the medical classes. Grade 6? The beginner? Go over to section 13 to screw on case lids, ordered Sharon with an abrupt raising of her right arm. Neko nodded her acceptance, and then hastily went to the indicated post. She picked up a motorized screwdriver from the small work table in front of her, and then fastened screws into the case holes of the camera casing that rolled in front of her and stopped. Neko barely got all the screws in place before the camera rolled away to her left to be replaced by another unsealed unit. The beautiful young girl screwed the second case into place, slowly learning a style that allowed her to move smoothly from one unit to the next. Dozens, then hundreds of cameras passed beneath Neko, the repetitive procedure making her mind fuzzy and unfocused as she screwed the same holes again and again with her motorized screwdriver. Neko, a voice behind her spoke, suddenly making her jump from the surprise. The woman standing before her has a fair complexion and knee-length dark brown hair that she tied in a fishtail style with a red tie. The young pink Delmo knew who she was very well, having been her tutor during their time the ninja school. At age 20, Tifa Lockhart was very beautiful. She was 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighed 115 pounds, and had unbelievable measurements. Her 38-inch BRSTS with a slender, well-developed build that accented her bust. Her waist was 22 inches and her cute she wore a gray color suit that did well to hide her lust figure underneath the confines of the leather vest she wore underneath her jacket and her long legs with the loose slacks she wore. She is skilled in martial arts and uses her fists and legs as her weapons. Tifa, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be making out with Cloud? Neeko asked. Last that I heard both of you had joined with the Turks. The name Turks is the unofficial nickname of the Investigation Division of the General Affairs Department of the Delmo Army. They perform covert operations on behalf of the royal family, including espionage, kidnappings, and assassinations. They also scout for potential candidates for Delmo's elite gold and silver units. They also serve as bodyguards for the Queen. Becoming a member of the Turks is something the very few people have the ability to become, as they are hand-picked by the leader of the Turks, who's been the husband of the current queen. Their numbers are always 13, with the members of the Turks always being couples, so that there's never any lone member who could betray them, as the wives would always be watchful of their husbands. The kunoichis who gain membership must first be married, as the royal family wants the members to have strong bonds and for the husbands to feel the need to defend their new homes. And the fact that all husbands within the top-ranking army and government who have active roles all have special jutsu seals placed on them, so that their wives can feel what they're feeling and know where they are at all times. Also meaning that the husbands can't hide anything from their wives, meaning that the husband can't go and cheat on her without her finding out. The chief asked me and the others to gather some of the young new Delmos from each rank for an important assignment. Tifa answers her old trainee. I couldn't think of anyone else. Also, Aerith had him for the afternoon, which means he should have made it to headquarters by now if she went easy on him, that is. And yes, both me and Cloud are now members of Turks. Good for you too, Neeko said to her friend, but my shift isn't over yet. Don't worry, Tifa said as she took the drill from her hands. After this you won't be working here anymore. I got you a new position where someone as friendly as you are will be of great help. Before Neeko could say anything else, she was picked up by Tifa, who ran out of the building with Neeko screaming for her to slow down. In the office of the Turks in the castle, an old man with short gray hair wearing a gray suit sat behind a large desk with papers stacked on top of it. He is Hunrock Delmo, the husband of Carline Delmo, the queen of the Land of Metal, father of Kiko and the grandfather of Naruto. In his 60s, the same as his wife. He's in good condition as he kept his body in good shape over the years, the same with his wife. Before him are the members of the Turks, which he's been in charge of ever since he first came to this land after meeting Carline when she was being escorted through the Land of Stone where he had lived. He was a laid-back guy even back then when he was still young, which caused Carline to lose her temper when they had gotten into an argument over a card game, which he had won, and using smart comebacks on her didn't help matters either. She and her escort left the following morning after she had ordered her guards to teach him a lesson, which ended with most of the inn destroyed in the following fight. And he had somehow managed to grab Carline's family crest that she kept around her neck. In short, he traveled to the Land of Metal where he had given back her family crest, and somehow during his time in the castle he had gotten himself married to her, after he found out he had broken into the castle to give back the princess crest, which he had only thought was a staff member of the castle up till then. Alright people, once Tifa gets back we can start, Hunrock said to the current members of the Turks, all dressed in uniformed gray color suits, who have all but one had gotten here with their missions completed. Sang Rakus is the stern but polite and calm, second in command of the Turks. He has long, black hair and what appears to be a taluk in the middle of his forehead. Though he is still young, he has been an active member of the Turks for more than 5 years now. His combat skills are in using razor-sharp steel wires, able to cut into flesh and bones like a hot knife through butter. Before he got married, he was in charge of managing the castle guards. He had came here looking for a position in the army when his combat skills caught the eye of the queen's husband, who placed him into managing the defensives of the castle. When he finally got married, he was soon placed into the Turks. His wife is Elena Rakus, is in her late 20s with short, blonde hair and brown eyes. Before she joined the group, she was a high school student whose father was a teacher in the military academy and whose older sister and husband were members of the Turks, before stepping down from their positions when she and her husband wanted to start a family. Though she resented and wanted no contact with her sister and the other Turks for outperforming her in their status, an encounter with them convinced her to join the group. Elena is naive, impetuous and somewhat overeager, with a loose tongue that sometimes causes her to inadvertently reveal secret information. She takes her job much more seriously than the rest of the team do, and also becomes quite frustrated with their casual, laid-back attitudes. As in her words, "How in the world you people, a bunch of slackers and misfits, ever became Turks, I'll never know." But with Hunrock in command of the Turks, he likes how the members act, as they would be too hardcore otherwise. Cloud Lockhart, who had taken his wife's clan name, his appearance is marked by spiky blonde hair, vivid blue eyes. He doesn't look it, but he's really strong as he wields a buster blade in battle. Judging from its relative size compared to the 5 feet 7 inches Cloud, it must be over a foot in width and at least 5 feet in length. And he swings it around like it's a normal size sword. He is also married to 2 wives, as sometimes 2 of the Delmo women would fall for the same guy, and instead of fighting over him they just share him. That way the wives, whenever their husband try to do something they don't like, they can gang up on him, making the punishment ever worse since there's more than one angry wife breathing down the guy's neck. And from the way he's breathing and the sweat still covering his forehead, he must have just came back from one of his workout sessions with his other wife Aerith, who's part of the Pink Delmos, since she always did like wearing pink. Cypher Almasy has short blonde hair, green eyes, and a scar across his forehead. He has, like Cloud, recently joined the Delmo clan. Although Cypher is a gifted warrior, he has a stubborn, arrogant, reckless, and unpredictable nature. He uses a one-handed sword in battle. He uses fire-type jutsus and combines them with his sword, making the blade red-hot as it cuts into the flesh of his opponents. The red-hot metal burning shut the blood vessels before the blood could start pouring out, making him ideal for covert operations, since when he kills with his sword he doesn't leave any blood behind. His wife is Fujin Almasy, is a young woman with pale skin, short silver hair, and an eye patch. She is incredibly dedicated to her duty in protecting her homeland and to the Turks. Fujin speaks in single-word sentences, which she normally yells. These pronouncements typically summarize her emotional state or declare pejorative statements. For example, rage and lies are all she says. In battle, Fujin wields a chakram, which she throws at her opponents, and using a return jutsu has it fly back to her after it hits something. Raijin Tilmit is a strong-looking member of the Turks. He and his wife usually team up with Cypher and Fujin. He is a very laid-back and rather slow-witted person. Whenever he and his wife Selfie appears together, Selfie is clearly the one in charge and the one who does all the talking. He always ends his sentences with "ya know," and sometimes opts out of explaining difficult things. In battle, Raijin uses a long staff with 2 large battering weights on either end. His wife, who he had taken her family name, Selfie Tilmit, is spunky, hyper, and somewhat childish. Selfie seems misplaced as part of an elite military academy, but she is actually a valuable asset to the party. She is highly talented with machinery. She wields oversized nunchaku in battle and lets her husband tear into the enemy first before she steps in. Despite her girlish demeanor, she also shows flashes of a subtle bloodthirsty streak and an unexpectedly black sense of humor. Reno Treep is a prominent member of the Turks with a lanky physique, unkempt red hair terminating in a long ponytail, and 2 symmetrical red marks on his cheekbones, apparently tattoos, though popularly believed to be scars. He is always seen wearing goggles on his forehead, an unzipped suit jacket, and an untucked dress shirt. He is cocky, cynical, and somewhat lazy, but is highly skilled and takes great pride in his work. His fighting skills are obviously far above the level of a normal ninja's, as he can hold his own against a group of gold Delmos. In battle, he wields a retractable metallic rod which can deal electric shocks. His wife is Quistis Treep, while serving as a Turk, is also an instructor at the Ninja Academy when she isn't on a mission. She wears glasses and is in her early 20s but acts more mature than her husband. She is widely admired by the students of the academy she works at while she isn't on missions, and even has a fan club known as the Trey Pies. She's one of the top jutsus users in the Land of Metal, making her having to stay back as her husband protects her while doing jutsus. She also uses a whip both in battle and making her slacker husband move his lazy butt into gear. The last 2 members are Rude Go, a tall, naturally bald, dark-skinned man with a slight goatee. He always wears sunglasses and carries spare pairs with him. Rude is rarely seen without his longtime partner, Reno, who they had worked together before meeting their wives, and is rather taciturn, tending to relegate the talking to Reno. Rude is a superb physical combatant and prefers to use his fists in battle. He's slow, but he has the strength to smash his way through walls with ease and can take more damage to his body than most others can. His wife is Pain Go, a swordwoman. She has silver hair and red eyes thanks to her clan's bloodline, which allows her see in anything, even in pitch-black darkness. She doesn't speak much, only saying what she needs to get her point across. Her skill with the blade is so great that she can deflect anything that is thrown at her with one swing of her sword. Her sword is a long double edge that's colored black to make it harder to be seen at night, giving her the nickname Black Blade. And standing in front of his desk are 6 young girls, all near his grandson's age. They're what he had sent the Turks out to do when he and his wife received a message of the gold Delmos that were sent to bring their grandson to them, were coming back with him. He would have sent the Turks out with them, but all of them were on other missions, and the ones that weren't on mission weren't allowed to go. His wife had told him that the gold Delmos she had sent would be able to complete the mission, as she had sent their late daughter's personal bodyguard Setsuna, who had taken their daughters running away as hard as they were close as sisters. He knew with her she wouldn't come back without her friend's son with her. The girls in front of him are all from different Delmo ranks. He had looked over the files of each of them when the Turks had reported in their findings. The first is Erica Fontaine of the Green Delmos, a 13-year-old teenager who works as a priestess when she isn't doing work as a Delmo. When she was young, her parents died in a fire accident, and she survives when she accidentally uses her bloodline power of making an energy shield around her. She went off to live in a temple to live as a priestess to learn how to control her bloodline better, as well as starting her schooling in the ninja academy. Years had passed by, and she made a lot of mistakes in the temple due to her misunderstanding and clumsiness. Some of which is that she once cleans the sanctuary, and in the end, one of the statues was shined into pieces. When she was in charge in plucking out of the grass near the church, she plucks out the flower bed too, and when she was in charge of the cooking, the misfortunes became more miserable after tasting her cooking. Due to the reason, she was actually asked to leave the convent, but due to her misunderstanding and impression of the head priest saying, she stayed there for 6 more months, before she signed up to become a Kangakyonin. She is quite skilled in using bows and crossbows, rarely missing a target. Glycine Blue Mare of the Orange Delmos, a rich noble daughter from the Blue Mare family. At age 16 she is already showing the signs of what kind of beauty she will be when she gets older. The Blue Mare family have always been supporters of the Delmo royal family, both in fighting and business affairs. She inherited her father's massive strength, which she uses, as she's the only one in her class who uses a halberd which she gotten from her father as a gift in battle. Lobelia Carlini, who before she joined the Purple Delmos was a thief. She's actually a former prisoner who was sentenced to 1,000 years and later stated her death statement due to her crimes like stealing jewels and arts and destroying public property. Because of 80% of the incidents was her doing, she earns the title for the greatest thief in the land of metal. All before she was 16, and the reason why she was offered to become a Purple Delmo because of her great speed. Her trademark weapons are the chains she keeps in her coat she always wears over her Delmo uniform. Kitaji Hanabi of the Blue Delmos, a very quiet and shy 15-year-old girl. Because that her father, Kitaji Mazamichi, made many dealings with the House of Blue Mare, Glycine was taking care of her while they were both in school together. They have been friends since then. She's also quite skilled in using a long bow and rarely misses her target. She and Glycine always work as a team, with Glycine attacking head-on and Kitaji giving support fire. Gemini Sunrise of the Yellow Delmos, an outgoing 12-year-old girl. She grew up on the farm her family runs in the grasslands around the city. She learned how to ride a horse before she learned how to walk. She uses a lance in battle, as she always goes out with her horse Butterscotch, making her a very powerful mounted fighter. She and her horse portals the streets of the city, making it easy for her to get through crowded streets sitting on her horse. They move as one, and even Gold Delmos found the skills they show impressive. Then there's Kokliko Nakura, the youngest at the age of 10 and of the Black Delmos. She used to work and lives with an amusement park. She was always seen collecting leftovers in the town market and treating the amusement park animals as her friends. She takes care of the animals in the pens of the Delmo campus, while taking care of the jobs she's hired for, as the Black Delmos are basically the city's workforce. Since there are way more women in the city than men, all of the young girls in the city all go through school learning the basic skills of a ninja, like a gym class, gaining the ranks of Black Delmos when they finish school, so that all of the women of the city know how to fight, and those who want it can either become normal citizens or become full ninjas. Hi guys, sorry I'm late. Tifa shouted as she enters the room, making the Turks chuckle as her husband Cloud lowers his head, mumbling to himself, "Got the last member right here." She pulls Neiko into the room by her arm, placing her in front of their king. "All of you must be wondering why you all have been brought here today?" Hunrock asked them. "Yeah, tell us." Coquelicot shouted as she lifts herself on the desk as she could barely see past the top, making the older women in the room saying how cute she is. "As you must have all heard about, my grandson Naruto is going to be brought back to his homeland, right?" he asked them. All of the girls in front of him nodded, but for Coquelicot was still trying to get a good view of her king. "No, I didn't." "Well, he is," Hunrock said, looking at Coquelicot, who's resting her chin on his desk. "The reason you all have been brought here is that all of you have been hand-picked by the Turks, who pick you out of all the young candidates. You all will become my grandson's servants when he arrives, as well as his bodyguards. The reason why older girls weren't picked is because me and my wife want you all to become his friends, which older girls would find it difficult to do since he's still 12 and needs to have kids around his own age." "That sounds fun," Coquelicot shouted out. The other girls all muttered to themselves as what this would mean to them and their families. As Naruto is the first male to be born in this village who carries the same bloodline as all of them do, making him the first prince of the Land of Metal, the first time since the ninja clan and royal family had joined together hundreds of years ago. "What will our jobs be?" Glycine asks as she wonders what her family will think when they find out about this. Her mother will think it's disgraceful for a member of the Blue Mare to serve someone, but knowing her grandmother, the head of the family, she'll go for it, as this is the first time that there's a chance that the Blue Mare family are able to marry into the royal family, as up till now there hasn't been any males born in either family. Which means with her as his servant, she'll have a position where she can become engaged to the new prince, allowing the two powerful families to join together. "And how much does it pay?" Lobelia asked, wondering what kind of job would need someone of her talents for. "You'll have the same wages as the Gold Delmos, and all of you have talents that the Turk have seen in either defending Naruto from harm or how well you get along with others. Also to become his friends, as from the reports he has none in the Leaf Village," Hunrock explains. "I will serve your grandson with all my heart," Neiko said, as this would mean a lot to her family. "And don't worry, I'm sure we will become friends." Gemini shouted out, wondering if the prince knows how to ride a horse. "I'll do my best," Erica said as she slams her hands on the desk and knocking a paper weight off, making it fly through the air, hitting a cabinet, sending the books in it falling out right on top of Reno and Ruto, who were quickly buried underneath a pile of books. Everyone in the room looked at Erica, who simply replied with an, "Oops. Does that also mean we have to sleep with him?" Kataji asked nervously. She knows that some of the older girls talk freely about sleeping with guys in the surrounding villages and towns, since they don't have to worry about becoming PRGN and T until the seals on their stomachs are removed. "No, nothing like that," Hunrock said, waving her off. "You're all way too young for that kind of thing." "Hey, now that's something I wouldn't mind," Reno said as his wife was helping him out from under the pile of books. Pain had already pulled Ruto free from the pile of books. "Oh really now?" Quistis asks as she looks coldly at him. She tips the cabinet down, making it fall right on top of him, causing him to cry out in pain as it began crushing him. And making sure he wasn't going anywhere, she sat down on it, trapping her husband under it. "I'm not good enough for you?" Causing the most of the people in the room to laugh, as this is something that happens between them all the time. Some have gotten the idea that the only reason Quistis had married Reno was that she likes hitting him when he does something stupid that always happens at least once a week. "Selfie, take these girls over to the storage room and show them their new uniforms," Hunrock asked her. "All right, follow me, girls," Selfie said to the young girls, leading them out of the room. "Hunrock, what's the real reason you called us here for?" Sang asks, as he knows that this isn't just about finding the right girls to help ease the changes that Naruto will face once he becomes the crown prince. "Yes, you're right, this is more than just finding some playmates for my grandson," Hunrock said. "I want all of you to head out to the Land of Fire and recover any documents the Leaf Village has on my daughter and her family. I want nothing left for them to trace back to us or have any information they can use against us. We will have it done, Sang said as all the members smacked their right hand on their chest, except for Reno, who's still pleading with his wife to let him go. By the way, I have been wondering, Raijin spoke up, if all the past commanders of the Turks have been the husbands of the queen who will be in command when Naruto becomes king, Everyone in the room blinked as Raijin has asked a good question for once. Hunrock nodded as he and his wife had talked about this. The next leader of the Turks is whoever becomes his wife. I hope whoever she is, she doesn't act like the women I know. Reno chuckles, making all the women in the room to glare at him. Hold it! Quistis shouted as she saw the female members about to pounce on her husband. If anyone is going to smack him around, it's going to be me. She adjusted her glasses as she took out her whip as her husband Reno sweated as she smiles wickedly down upon him. High above in the sky. There it is, the Queendom where your mother was born at, Setsuna said as she's on the deck of the ship as they came within sight of the central city of metal, Ironmount. The city is a walled city, but the city had soon outgrown the walls and had spread out beyond the confines of the wall that separated the old part of the city from the newer city. The city sat on 4 major trade routes of the western lands, making it very rich in trade and political power. There are many waterways and fountains in the city, making it easy to transport objects through the city and gave the city a clean drinking supply. The entire city is made from stonework, making fires rare in the city, and all the streets of the city are cobblestone roads, making it a beautiful city to visit. That's nice, Naruto said softly as he sat in the chair place on the deck for him, doing nothing more than staring at the horizon. Naruto, Setsuna whispered as she doesn't like how Naruto is becoming as all he does ever since she and her team had taken him from the Leaf Village is sat around doing nothing. She blames herself for what's happening to him as she was the one who told him everything about his life that was hidden from him all at once, making his already unstable mind at the time more unstable. She only hopes that there's a way to help him break free from the deep depression he's in now. All of the ship's crew are always watching him as he might try to end his life as he's that far now. We'll be landing shortly. All crew must be inside the ship as we land, Kim's voice said over the loudspeakers. Come on, let's go inside and get you ready to meet your grandparents, Setsuna said as she helps him to his feet. All right, Naruto said as he walks into the ship with Setsuna holding his hand. In his mind he wonders what he's going to be expected to do once he becomes the crown prince of this strange new land. Something about this place makes him feel like he's someplace that makes him feel safe and warm, a place to call home. And if this place is just like the Leaf, well, there's only one choice left for him then. Homecoming. Neko Turley straightened her slim shoulders back, adjusted her green ponytail over her shoulder, and then adjusted her pink skirt and tunic one more time before leaving her new quarters to assemble with the rest of the new weapon assemblers. The young girl merged with the long line of young females quietly rushing to the gathering chamber ahead. Neko brushed a stray lock of green hair out of her lovely face, and then moved into place in the third row of the assembly. The group of girls stood silently at attention, their pink clothing spotless and orderly. A tall woman entered the chamber, and then walked proudly to the podium placed on a raised dais in front of the assembled girls. The woman was dressed in a neat pink business jacket, white blouse, and knee-length skirt. Silky black hose covered her long legs, while her feet were encased in polished black stiletto heels. The older woman slid her right hand over her slicked-back raven hair that ended in a tightly coiled ponytail. Good morning, ladies. My name is Eva and I will be your supervisor as you begin your first day on the assembly line. Our manager, Mr. Claw, has placed a great deal of faith in every one of you. I expect you to live up to Mr. Claw's expectations and perform your duties efficiently and quickly. The mid-quarter is almost upon us. We have to meet our production deadlines. Now go to your individual team leaders and make the best tools for our fellow Kangakure Nin that you can, said the older woman crisply. The gathered girls broke from their orderly lines to proceed to their work assignments. Neko left the chamber, traveled down several long hallways, and then descended one level to the electronics assembly area. The petite girl approached her team leader, a stern old woman named Sharon. Who are you? Snapped Sharon when she saw Neko approaching. My name is Neko. I'm a grade 6 assembler, replied the green-maned girl quickly. At age 14, Neko had just finished with her classes to become a pink Delmo, in the field of making and repairing the equipments that the upper-rank Delmos uses in the field. She wasn't that good in healing people while she was taking the medical classes. Grade 6? The beginner? Go over to section 13 to screw on case lids, ordered Sharon with an abrupt raising of her right arm. Neko nodded her acceptance, and then hastily went to the indicated post. She picked up a motorized screwdriver from the small work table in front of her, and then fastened screws into the case holes of the camera casing that rolled in front of her and stopped. Neko barely got all the screws in place before the camera rolled away to her left to be replaced by another unsealed unit. The beautiful young girl screwed the second case into place, slowly learning a style that allowed her to move smoothly from one unit to the next. Dozens, then hundreds of cameras passed beneath Neko, the repetitive procedure making her mind fuzzy and unfocused as she screwed the same holes again and again with her motorized screwdriver. Neko, a voice behind her spoke, suddenly making her jump from the surprise. The woman standing before her has a fair complexion and knee-length dark brown hair that she tied in a fishtail style with a red tie. The young pink Delmo knew who she was very well, having been her tutor during their time the ninja school. At age 20, Tifa Lockhart was very beautiful. She was 5 feet 6 inches tall, weighed 115 pounds, and had unbelievable measurements. Her 38-inch BRSTS with a slender, well-developed build that accented her bust. Her waist was 22 inches and her cute but she wore a gray color suit that did well to hide her lust figure underneath the confines of the leather vest she wore underneath her jacket and her long legs with the loose slacks she wore. She is skilled in martial arts and uses her fists and legs as her weapons. Tifa, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be making out with Cloud? Neko asked. Last that I heard, both of you had joined with the Turks. The name Turks is the unofficial nickname of the Investigation Division of the General Affairs Department of the Delmo Army. They perform covert operations on behalf of the royal family, including espionage, kidnappings, and assassinations. They also scout for potential candidates for Delmo's elite gold and silver units. They also serve as bodyguards for the Queen. Becoming a member of the Turks is something the very few people have the ability to become, as they are hand-picked by the leader of the Turks, who's been the husband of the current queen. Their numbers are always 13, with the members of the Turks always being couples, so that there's never any lone member who could betray them, as the wives would always be watchful of their husbands. The kunoichis who gain membership must first be married, as the royal family wants the members to have strong bonds and for the husbands to feel the need to defend their new homes. And the fact that all husbands within the top-ranking army and government who have active roles all have special jutsu seals placed on them, so that their wives can feel what they're feeling and know where they are at all times. Also meaning that the husbands can't hide anything from their wives, meaning that the husband can't go and cheat on her without her finding out. The chief asked me and the others to gather some of the young new Delmos from each rank for an important assignment. Tifa answers her old trainee. I couldn't think of anyone else. Also, Aerith had him for the afternoon, which means he should have made it to headquarters by now if she went easy on him, that is. And yes, both me and Cloud are now members of Turks. Good for you too, Neko said to her friend, but my shift isn't over yet. Don't worry, Tifa said as she took the drill from her hands. After this you won't be working here anymore. I got you a new position where someone as friendly as you are will be of great help. Before Neko could say anything else, she was picked up by Tifa, who ran out of the building with Neko screaming for her to slow down. In the office of the Turks in the castle, an old man with short gray hair wearing a gray suit sat behind a large desk with papers stacked on top of it. He is Hunrock Delmo, the husband of Carline Delmo, the queen of the land of metal, father of Kiko and the grandfather of Naruto. In his 60s, the same as his wife, he's in good condition as he kept his body in good shape over the years, the same with his wife. Before him are the members of the Turks, which he's been in charge of ever since he first came to this land after meeting Carline when she was being escorted through the land of stone where he had lived. He was a laid-back guy even back then when he was still young, which caused Carline to lose her temper when they had gotten into an argument over a card game, which he had won, and using smart comebacks on her didn't help matters either. She and her escort left the following morning after she had ordered her guards to teach him a lesson, which ended with most of the inn destroyed in the following fight. And he had somehow managed to grab Carline's family crest that she kept around her neck. In short, he traveled to the land of metal where he had given back her family crest, and somehow during his time in the castle he had gotten himself married to her, after he found out he had broken into the castle to give back the princess crest which he had only thought was a staff member of the castle up till then. "Alright people, once Tifa gets back we can start," Hunrock said to the current members of the Turks, all dressed in uniformed gray color suits who have all but one had gotten here with their missions completed. Sang Rakis is the stern but polite and calm, second in command of the Turks. He has long, black hair and what appears to be a taluk in the middle of his forehead. Though he is still young, he has been an active member of the Turks for more than 5 years now. His combat skills are in using razor-sharp steel wires, able to cut into flesh and bones like a hot knife through butter. Before he got married, he was in charge of managing the castle guards. He had came here looking for a position in the army when his combat skills caught the eye of the queen's husband, who placed him into managing the defensives of the castle. When he finally got married, he was soon placed into the Turks. His wife is Elena Rakis, is in her late 20s with short, blonde hair and brown eyes. Before she joined the group, she was a high school student whose father was a teacher in the military academy and whose older sister and husband were members of the Turks, before stepping down from their positions when she and her husband wanted to start a family. Though she resented and wanted no contact with her sister and the other Turks for outperforming her in their status, an encounter with them convinced her to join the group. Elena is naive, impetuous and somewhat overeager, with a loose tongue that sometimes causes her to inadvertently reveal secret information. She takes her job much more seriously than the rest of the team do, and also becomes quite frustrated with their casual, laid-back attitudes. As in her words, "How in the world you people, a bunch of slackers and misfits, ever became Turks, I'll never know." But with Hunrock in command of the Turks, he likes how the members act, as they would be too hardcore otherwise. Cloud Lockhart, who had taken his wife's clan name, his appearance is marked by spiky blonde hair, vivid blue eyes. He doesn't look it, but he's really strong as he wields a buster blade in battle. Judging from its relative size compared to the 5 feet 7 inches Cloud, it must be over a foot in width and at least 5 feet in length. And he swings it around like it's a normal size sword. He is also married to 2 wives, as sometimes 2 of the Delmo women would fall for the same guy, and instead of fighting over him they just share him. That way the wives, whenever their husband try to do something they don't like, they can gang up on him, making the punishment ever worse since there's more than one angry wife breathing down the guy's neck. And from the way he's breathing and the sweat still covering his forehead, he must have just came back from one of his workout sessions with his other wife Aerith, who's part of the Pink Delmos, since she always did like wearing pink. Cypher Almasy has short blonde hair, green eyes, and a scar across his forehead. He has, like Cloud, recently joined the Delmo clan. Although Cypher is a gifted warrior, he has a stubborn, arrogant, reckless, and unpredictable nature. He uses a one-handed sword in battle. He uses fire-type jutsus and combines them with his sword, making the blade red-hot as it cuts into the flesh of his opponents. The red-hot metal burning shut the blood vessels before the blood could start pouring out, making him ideal for covert operations, since when he kills with his sword he doesn't leave any blood behind. His wife is Fujin Almasy, is a young woman with pale skin, short silver hair, and an eye patch. She is incredibly dedicated to her duty in protecting her homeland and to the Turks. Fujin speaks in single-word sentences, which she normally yells. These pronouncements typically summarize her emotional state or declare pejorative statements. For example, rage and lies are all she says. In battle, Fujin wields a chakram, which she throws at her opponents, and using a return jutsu has it fly back to her after it hits something. Raijin Tilmit is a strong-looking member of the Turks. He and his wife usually team up with Cypher and Fujin. He is a very laid-back and rather slow-witted person. Whenever he and his wife Selfie appears together, Selfie is clearly the one in charge and the one who does all the talking. He always ends his sentences with "ya know," and sometimes opts out of explaining difficult things. In battle, Raijin uses a long staff with 2 large battering weights on either end. His wife, who he had taken her family name, Selfie Tilmit, is spunky, hyper, and somewhat childish. Selfie seems misplaced as part of an elite military academy, but she is actually a valuable asset to the party. She is highly talented with machinery. She wields oversized nunchaku in battle and lets her husband tear into the enemy first before she steps in. Despite her girlish demeanor, she also shows flashes of a subtle bloodthirsty streak and an unexpectedly black sense of humor. Reno Treep is a prominent member of the Turks with a lanky physique, unkempt red hair terminating in a long ponytail and 2 symmetrical red marks on his cheekbones, apparently tattoos, though popularly believed to be scars. He is always seen wearing goggles on his forehead, an unzipped suit jacket and an untucked dress shirt. He is cocky, cynical, and somewhat lazy, but is highly skilled and takes great pride in his work. His fighting skills are obviously far above the level of a normal ninja's, as he can hold his own against a group of gold Delmos. In battle, he wields a retractable metallic rod which can deal electric shocks. His wife is Quistis Treep, while serving as a Turk, is also an instructor at the Ninja Academy when she isn't on a mission. She wears glasses and is in her early 20s but acts more mature than her husband. She is widely admired by the students of the academy she works at while she isn't on missions, and even has a fan club known as the Trey Pies. She's one of the top jutsus users in the Land of Metal, making her having to stay back as her husband protects her while doing jutsus. She also uses a whip both in battle and making her slacker husband move his lazy butt into gear. The last 2 members are Rude Go, a tall, naturally bald, dark-skinned man with a slight goatee. He always wears sunglasses and carries spare pairs with him. Rude is rarely seen without his longtime partner, Reno, who they had worked together before meeting their wives, and is rather taciturn, tending to relegate the talking to Reno. Rude is a superb physical combatant and prefers to use his fists in battle. He's slow, but he has the strength to smash his way through walls with ease and can take more damage to his body than most others can. His wife is Pain Go, a swordwoman. She has silver hair and red eyes thanks to her clan's bloodline, which allows her see in anything, even in pitch-black darkness. She doesn't speak much, only saying what she needs to get her point across. Her skill with the blade is so great that she can deflect anything that is thrown at her with one swing of her sword. Her sword is a long double edge that's colored black to make it harder to be seen at night, giving her the nickname Black Blade. And standing in front of his desk are 6 young girls, all near his grandson's age. They're what he had sent the Turks out to do when he and his wife received a message of the gold Delmos that were sent to bring their grandson to them, were coming back with him. He would have sent the Turks out with them, but all of them were on other missions and the ones that weren't on mission weren't allowed to go. His wife had told him that the gold Delmos she had sent would be able to complete the mission, as she had sent their late daughter's personal bodyguard Setsuna, who had taken their daughters running away as hard as they were close as sisters. He knew with her she wouldn't come back without her friend's son with her. The girls in front of him are all from different Delmo ranks. He had looked over the files of each of them when the Turks had reported in their findings. The first is Erica Fontaine of the Green Delmos, a 13-year-old teenager who works as a priestess when she isn't doing work as a Delmo. When she was young, her parents died in a fire accident, and she survives when she accidentally uses her bloodline power of making an energy shield around her. She went off to live in a temple to live as a priestess to learn how to control her bloodline better, as well as starting her schooling in the Ninja Academy. Years had passed by and she made a lot of mistakes in the temple due to her misunderstanding and clumsiness. Some of which is that she once cleans the sanctuary, and in the end, one of the statues was shined into pieces. When she was in charge in plucking out of the grass near the church, she plucks out the flower bed too, and when she was in charge of the cooking, the misfortunes became more miserable after tasting her cooking. Due to the reason, she was actually asked to leave the convent, but due to her misunderstanding and impression of the head priest saying, she stayed there for 6 more months, before she signed up to become a Kangak. She is quite skilled in using bows and crossbows, rarely missing a target. Glycine Blue Mare of the Orange Delmos, a rich noble daughter from the Blue Mare family. At age 16 she is already showing the signs of what kind of beauty she will be when she gets older. The Blue Mare family have always been supporters of the Delmo royal family both in fighting and business affairs. She inherited her father's massive strength, which she uses, as she's the only one in her class who uses a halberd which she gotten from her father as a gift in battle. Lobelia Carlini, who before she joined the Purple Delmos was a thief. She's actually a former prisoner who was sentenced to 1,000 years and later stated her death statement due to her crimes like stealing jewels and arts and destroying public property. Because of 80% of the incidents was her doing, she earns the title for the greatest thief in the land of metal. All before she was 16, and the reason why she was offered to become a purple Delmo because of her great speed. Her trademark weapons are the chains she keeps in her coat she always wears over her Delmo uniform. Kitaji Hanabi of the Blue Delmos, a very quiet and shy 15-year-old girl. Because that her father, Kitaji Mazamichi, made many dealings with the House of Blue Mare, Glycin was taking care of her while they were both in school together. They have been friends since then. She's also quite skilled in using a long bow and rarely misses her target. She and Glycin always work as a team, with Glycin attacking head-on and Kitaji giving support fire. Gemini Sunrise of the Yellow Delmos, an outgoing 12-year-old girl. She grew up on the farm her family runs in the grasslands around the city. She learned how to ride a horse before she learned how to walk. She uses a lance in battle, as she always goes out with her horse Butterscotch, making her a very powerful mounted fighter. She and her horse portals the streets of the city, making it easy for her to get through crowded streets sitting on her horse. They move as one, and even Gold Delmos found the skills they show impressive. Then there's Coquelicot Nakura, the youngest at the age of 10 and of the Black Delmos. She used to work and lives with an amusement park. She was always seen collecting leftovers in the town market and treating the amusement park animals as her friends. She takes care of the animals in the pens of the Delmo campus, while taking care of the jobs she's hired for, as the Black Delmos are basically the city's workforce. Since there are way more women in the city than men, all of the young girls in the city all go through school learning the basic skills of a ninja, like a gym class, gaining the ranks of Black Delmos when they finish school, so that all of the women of the city know how to fight, and those who want it can either become normal citizens or become full ninjas. "Hi guys, sorry I'm late," Tifa shouted as she enters the room, making the Turks chuckle as her husband Cloud lowers his head, mumbling to himself, "Got the last member right. Here." She pulls Neko into the room by her arm, placing her in front of their king. "All of you must be wondering why you all have been brought here today?" Hunrock asked them. "Yeah, tell us." Coquelicot shouted as she lifts herself on the desk, as she could barely see past the top, making the older women in the room saying how cute she is. "As you must have all heard about, my grandson Naruto is going to be brought back to his homeland, right?" he asked them. All of the girls in front of him nodded, but for Coquelicot was still trying to get a good view of her king. "No, I didn't." "Well, he is," Hunrock said, looking at Coquelicot, who's resting her chin on his desk. "The reason you all have been brought here is that all of you have been hand-picked by the Turks, who pick you out of all the young candidates. You all will become my grandson's servants when he arrives, as well as his bodyguards. The reason why older girls weren't picked is because me and my wife want you all to become his friends, which older girls would find it difficult to do since he's still 12 and needs to have kids around his own age." "That sounds fun," Coquelicot shouted out. The other girls all muttered to themselves as what this would mean to them and their families. As Naruto is the first male to be born in this village who carries the same bloodline as all of them do, making him the first prince of the land of metal, the first time since the ninja clan and royal family had joined together hundreds of years ago. "What will our jobs be?" Glycin asks, as she wonders what her family will think when they find out about this. Her mother will think it's disgraceful for a member of the Blue Mare to serve someone, but knowing her grandmother, the head of the family, she'll go for it, as this is the first time that there's a chance that the Blue Mare family are able to marry into the royal family, as up till now there hasn't been any males born in either family. Which means with her as his servant, she'll have a position where she can become engaged to the new prince, allowing the two powerful families to join together. "And how much does it pay?" Lobelia asked, wondering what kind of job would need someone of her talents for. "You'll have the same wages as the Gold Delmos, and all of you have talents that the Turk have seen in either defending Naruto from harm or how well you get along with others. Also to become his friends, as from the reports he has none in the Leaf Village," Hunrock explains. "I will serve your grandson with all my heart," Neko said, as this would mean a lot to her family. "And don't worry, I'm sure we will become friends." Gemini shouted out, wondering if the prince knows how to ride a horse. "I'll do my best," Erica said as she slams her hands on the desk and knocking a paper weight off, making it fly through the air. hitting a cabinet, sending the books in it falling out right on top of Reno and Ruto, who were quickly buried underneath a pile of books. Everyone in the room looked at Erica, who simply replied with an, "Oops. Does that also mean we have to sleep with him?" Kataji asked nervously. She knows that some of the older girls talk freely about sleeping with guys in the surrounding villages and towns, since they don't have to worry about becoming PRGNT until the seals on their stomachs are removed. "No, nothing like that," Hunrock said, waving her off. "You're all way too young for that kind of thing." "Hey, now that's something I wouldn't mind," Reno said as his wife was helping him out from under the pile of books. Pain had already pulled Ruto free from the pile of books. "Oh, really now?" Quistis asks as she looks coldly at him. She tips the cabinet down, making it fall right on top of him, causing him to cry out in pain as it began crushing him. And making sure he wasn't going anywhere, she sat down on it, trapping her husband under it. "I'm not good enough for you?" Causing the most of the people in the room to laugh, as this is something that happens between them all the time. Some have gotten the idea that the only reason Quistis had married Reno was that she likes hitting him when he does something stupid that always happens at least once a week. "Selfie, take these girls over to the storage room and show them their new uniforms," Hunrock asked her. "All right, follow me, girls," Selfie said to the young girls, leading them out of the room. "Hunrock, what's the real reason you called us here for?" Sang asks as he knows that this isn't just about finding the right girls to help ease the changes that Naruto will face once he becomes the crown prince. "Yes, you're right, this is more than just finding some playmates for my grandson," Hunrock said. "I want all of you to head out to the Land of Fire and recover any documents the Leaf Village has on my daughter and her family. I want nothing left for them to trace back to us or have any information they can use against us." "We will have it done," Sang said as all the members smack their right hand on their chest, except for Reno, who's still pleading with his wife to let him go. "By the way, I have been wondering, Raijin spoke up, if all the past commanders of the Turks have been the husbands of the queen who will be in command when Naruto becomes king, Everyone in the room blink as Raijin has asked a good question for once. Hunrock nodded as he and his wife had talked about this. The next leader of the Turks is whoever becomes his wife. "I hope whoever she is, she doesn't act like the women I know," Reno chuckles, making all the women in the room to glare at him. "Hold it," Quistis shouted as she saw the female members about to pounce on her husband. "If anyone is going to smack him around, it's going to be me." She adjusts her glasses as she took out her whip as her husband Reno sweated as she smiles wickedly down upon him. High above in the sky. "There it is, the Queendom where your mother was born at," Setsuna said as she's on the deck of the ship as they came within sight of the central city of Metal, Ironmount. The city is a walled city, but the city had soon outgrown the walls and had spread out beyond the confines of the wall that separated the old part of the city from the newer city. The city sat on 4 major trade routes of the western lands, making it very rich in trade and political power. There are many waterways and fountains in the city, making it easy to transport objects through the city and gave the city a clean drinking supply. The entire city is made from stonework, making fires rare in the city, and all the streets of the city are cobblestone roads, making it a beautiful city to visit. "That's nice," Naruto said softly as he sat in the chair place on the deck for him, doing nothing more than staring at the horizon. "Naruto," Setsuna whispered as she doesn't like how Naruto is becoming as all he does ever since she and her team had taken him from the Leaf Village is sat around doing nothing. She blames herself for what's happening to him as she was the one who told him everything about his life that was hidden from him all at once, making his already unstable mind at the time more unstable. She only hopes that there's a way to help him break free from the deep depression he's in now. All of the ship's crew are always watching him as he might try to end his life as he's that far now. "We'll be landing shortly, all crew must be inside the ship as we land," Kim's voice said over the loudspeakers. "Come on, let's go inside and get you ready to meet your grandparents," Setsuna said as she helps him to his feet. "All right," Naruto said as he walks into the ship with Setsuna holding his hand. In his mind he wonders what he's going to be expected to do once he becomes the crown prince of this strange new land. Something about this place makes him feel like he's someplace that makes him feel safe and warm, a place to call home. And if this place is just like the Leaf, well, there's only one choice left for him then. Missing? The hidden village of the Leaf was busy as the villagers worked to rebuild their village after the battle that took place a few days ago. The ninjas who had passed the exams to become ninjas were told that they'll have to wait as many of the older ninjas were too injured to be able to test them whether they start their training to become ninjas or go back to the school. As their teacher Irika is in intensive care. Most of his body has been broken and the amount of blood lost would have killed him if the ones who did this to him had finished the job instead of leaving him in the forest to die. One of the Umbu had found him and had gotten him to the hospital in time to save his life. And the students were more interested in what the 5 women who caused the damage to the village took first. They took the forbidden scroll written by the 4th Hokage. Second, the women took Naruto the last place in the class. Is this all we have on them? Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage, said as the Umbu in his office gave him the report on the women who took Naruto from the village. Yes, this is all we managed to gather on them, the Umbu said as he handed the Hokage the folder containing all of the information on the women who were posing as travelers looking of an inn to rest at. What of the carriage and the horses they use? The 3rd asked. There's nothing to identify where the carriage came from. Judging from the makeup of the carriage, it's one of the new armor-plated carriages that are made to transport important people. The horses are of a prime breed, they have been bred for speed and stamina. The horse breeders are already clamoring to get the horses as they never seen such prime-bred horses outside of a royal court before. Whoever these women are, they're well funded as those horses alone are worth 10 years' pay for an Umbu like me, the ninja said. What? Since they didn't mind losing those horses, it can only mean that whoever sent them didn't minded losing such an expensive investment in the time and effort it takes to breed them. Plus the airship, which alone if it was built here would bankrupt us just to have it built, let alone the cost of maintaining it, means that they have very deep pockets, Sarutobi said as he sat back in his chair. How's Irika doing? He's still recovering from his injuries he received from those women. I still don't understand why they didn't kill him when they had the chance instead of leaving him there, the ninja asked to no one. They wanted him to die alone in the forest after hearing what he felt about Naruto. The 3rd answered his question. The women seem to care deeply about Naruto's well-being. That's the reason why they didn't kill him then and there, so he could die a slow death. The door of his office opened as his female secretary came in. Hokage, Jiraiya and Tsunade have arrived. All right, send them in, Sarutobi said as he had sent messengers to find his 2 students. Since they have been traveling around, they might be able to shed some light on the clues they managed to find on the women who took Minato's son from his village. He waves the 2 Umbu in the office to leave him alone so he could talk to his 2 students alone. Walking into the office is a white-hair pervert and a buxom blonde who may be in her 50s but looks, thanks to a jutsu, around 20-something. We came as soon as we heard about the attack, Tsunade said as she and her fellow students step in front of their old teacher. Naruto has been taken by women who are as stacked as Tsunade here? Jiraiya asked as he heard about how stacked the women are from the male ninjas in the village. There isn't time for you to act like yourself now, Sarutobi said to his student as he slides the folder with the information on the women in front of the 2. I need you 2 to look over this and see if you can narrow down who the women are working for. You have been around, maybe you'll be able to figure out the clues we found on them. All right, we give it a shot, Tsunade said looking over the photos in the folder. While they do have the same kind of busted-built old flat chest as here now, Jiraiya said looking over the photos that were taken of the women during the chase. He got a punch in his gut by Tsunade, who doesn't like to be reminded what she was built like when she was younger. Wait a moment here, Tsunade said as she looks closely at the photos of the women. I think I know where they came from. They remind me of the Delmos of the Land of Metal. The Kangakyur Nin, the 3rd said, recalling the last time he had a personal encounter with one of the women from the Land of Metal. That would explain a lot about how they were able to use so many powerful jutsus without running out of churka. That's the reason why I rarely go to the Lands of Metal, Jiraiya spoke up. They might dress in revealing outfits, but they seem to find someone peeking on them to be very offending, and you have no idea how many powerful jutsus they know. With the bloodline they all have, they never run out of energy. Gathering energy from their surroundings makes them very powerful, Tsunade adds. Hidden villages all over have been trying to get the Delmo bloodline into one of their clans for generations now. Since they only have female children meant that the villages couldn't get a male of the Delmos to sleep with a couple of women of a clan. And the fact that they all have a seal on them that doesn't allow them to bear a child till after it's removed by their family means that no hidden village has ever been able to get the Delmo bloodline into their clan. Why would they want to kidnap Naruto, and how did they know that the Forbidden Scroll was written by Minato? Sarutobi asked his two old students. Well, besides us, the only one that knew about the scroll was his wife, since he was working on it at home. She was carrying Naruto at the time, Jiraiya said, remembering back to 12 years ago before the nine-tailed fox came to the village. You don't think that Kiko leaked that information, do you? Tsunade asked out loud. About 2 months ago her diary she kept that was kept in the file room went missing, Sarutobi said. She had started writing in that book once she learned she wouldn't be able to go out and fight with Minato till she gives birth to their child. But that still doesn't explain why they took Naruto, Jiraiya said as he looks at the photos of the women that took him. Kiko couldn't have been one of the Delmos since she didn't have the childless seal on her and she gave birth to a male child, which everyone who knows about Delmos, they can only have female children. But maybe she knew someone there, Tsunade suggested. That would explain why she fights like one of them, Jiraiya said as he remembers the fights she and Minato used to have that would quickly become a street fight against the couple, as they always love fighting and showing how far they came along in their training to each other. I should look over the files on her, maybe there's a clue in them, Sarutobi said as Kiko only told Minato about her life after she had been beaten by him. She had left Naruto a necklace with a strange chest design on the locket made of a mix of gold and silver, along with her other belongings that are all being kept inside the file room. He called his secretary to get the box holding the belongings of the fourth Hokage and his late wife to his office. In the archives? You think that the file room would have been better kept than this, Quistis said as she looks through the boxes looking for the box they came for. They had sneaked into the archive an hour ago and started looking through all of the boxes that contain the belongings of the late Princess Kiko and her late husband. The room is filled with file cabinets and wooden boxes containing files and belongings of the residents of the hidden village. The entire 5th floor of the Hokage Tower is nothing more than a file room to hold all of the documents that are on the residents, both past and present. The room therein is the one that holds the belongings of the past Hokages as well as some of the powerful clans of the village. They should be way in the back somewhere, Pain said as she hands another box to her husband. I just wish that they put the boxes by data or clan than just stacking them like this, Rudo said as he lifts several boxes in his arms out of the way as his wife and Quistis stack more boxes on top of each other. I found it, Reno shouted as he jumps down from the ladder holding a wooden chest in his arms. Finally, Rudo said as he opens the large armor-plated briefcase they had brought along to hold the contents of the box they came for. Wait, let's make sure that it's the real thing, Quistis said as she opens the box her husband is holding up for her. Can you hurry, it's heavy, Reno said as he wants to set the box down. Quite, or I bring out the whip again, she said back, making her husband steady himself as he holds the box as his wife looks over the things inside of it. All right, dump it, Quistis said as they have the right box. Reno nods as he empties the contents of the box into the briefcase. Finally we can go, Pain said as she turns to leave when the door leading out opens and a surprise file clerk saw the people in the room. Before he could react, Pain crossed the room in a heartbeat, hitting him in his gut with the butt of her sword. Looking outside of the room, Pain cursed as she saw several clerks running off shouting for help. We got to get out of here now. Hit the fire alarm, it will confuse them, Quistis shouts as most of the people would only think there's a fire, not thieves in the building. On it, Pain shouts as she hits the fire alarm and joins the others as they made their escape as the fire system activates. The fire system turning on, spraying the floors with water, giving the 4 Turks the cover they need to escape. Pushing past the crowds of panicking people in the building, they got out to a fire escape and climbed down it into one of the alleyways as the sounds of the fire wagon bells came closer. Rudo carried the case as they ran for their escape route out of the city when several shurikens struck in front of them. Looking up, they saw a busted blonde and a silver-haired man jumping down from a window of the tower. What are the Turks doing here? Jiraiya asked as he recognized the suits the 4 people in front of them are wearing. He heard about the deep ops of the Land of Metal under the direct command of the royal family. In truth, he had only heard rumors about them as they rarely did any missions in the eastern lands where they're at now. I heard that you guys stick to the western lands. What are you guys doing here in the east? Tsunade said as she glares at the 4 Turk members. Well, we came here to get something and we're not going to leave without it, Pain said as she readies her sword for battle. Naruto, you two get out of here. Me and Pain will handle these 2 weaklings, Quistis said, taking out her whip. Weak, both of the 3rd Hokage old students said at the same time. Yes, weak, Pain said as her and Quistis' husbands ran down the alleyway, carrying the important documents they came here to get. Everyone in the West knows that the countries in the eastern lands are the tamest compared to the lands to the west of here, Quistis smiles as she adjusts her glasses. 3. Besides, with women like us around, the other countries had to get stronger to keep up with us, Pain said as she and Quistis charge at the 2 leaf ninjas. Tsunade pushed Jiraiya back as she blocks the sword strike from Pain with a kunai and the whip crack from Quistis by grabbing it with her hand. Go get those guys, Jiraiya, she shouts to her teammate. I hold them back. Be careful, he shouts, jumping up the building's sides till he reached the top and ran by rooftop after the 2 male Turks. You really think you can hold us for long? Pain smiles as she began forcing Tsunade back as she puts more churka into her body, more than the leaf ninja could ever do. You have no idea who you're dealing with here, Tsunade shouts as she jumps back, breaking the weapon lock. Neither do you, Quistis said as she began doing hand size for a powerful jutsu as Pain began attacking the leaf ninja again, keeping her away from her teammate. Tsunade fought off the sword strikes against her, but she couldn't keep it up for long as she has to pump so much churka into her body just to keep up with the red-eye woman. The way she moved was like the sword was a part of her body. Pain, seeing Quistis done with the jutsu, waiting for her to stop playing around, she evades Tsunade kunai and strikes her in the back of her kneecaps, making her fall to her knees with the back of her sword. The last thing Tsunade saw was the blonde woman with glasses throwing a jutsu at her. The alleyway soon glowed brightly as a blue light suddenly flashed, following a female scream. A couple of blocks away. You think it was wise to just leave them there? Naruto asks as he carries the case. No, but if we didn't, you know what would have happened to us, Reno said as he takes out his rod, preparing to fight his way out. Hold it right there, someone shouted as several ninjas surrounded them. Raijin burst out from one of the buildings through a wall, swinging his staff at the ninjas in front of Reno and Naruto, knocking them out of the way. Get going, you know. The leaf ninjas threw their shurikens at the large man in the gray suit, but they were batted away by Selfie as she joins her husband, spinning her oversized nunchaku, making a shield to protect her husband from the attack. Leave this to us, we'll join you guys later. Thanks for the help, Reno shouts as he and Naruto ran through the opening their teammate made for them. Not a problem, Selfie smirks as she began attacking the leaf ninjas, following her husband's lead as he smashed his way through the ranks of the ninjas. Spinning his staff at a high speed, Raijin deflects the shurikens thrown at him as he powers his way through. None of the ninjas could get close to him. Despite his sizes, he is very agile and could quickly turn around, facing anyone who dares to attack him. Selfie raised her nunchakus up by the handles, making them glow as she charges a lightning jutsu with them. She fires the bolt into the sky, making the lightning bolt broke into dozens of lightning bolts, striking down all of the ninjas in the area. That was quick, you know, Raijin said as he headbutts the last standing ninja, knocking her out, breaking her mask as he did in two. Yeah, I thought these guys would be stronger, Selfie said as she looks at the fallen bodies of the leaf ninjas. In another part of the city? Here comes those 2 slackers now, Cypher said as he and his wife Fujin sat at a tea shop, and there's a group of high-level umbu coming along also. Should we fight them? Fight, Fujin said, taking a phase. Now. Let's do it then, Cypher said as he sat up, drawing out his sword. He and his wife step into the middle of the road as Reno and Naruto ran past, standing in the way of the ninjas who are giving chase. Get out of the way, Enko yells as she and the others in her group halt as the couple blocks them from following. Come, Fujin said as she grips her chakram tightly. You're going to fight all of us? Shikakanara asked as he and his old teammate Inoichi Yamanaka were called out of retirement, as so many of the village ninjas are still recovering from their wounds they took during the kidnapping of Naruto. Like their other teammate Choza Akimichi, who's recovering from the burns he received from the fire dragon that slammed into him. Let's show these weaklings our power. Cypher smiled as he gathers energy in his hand, making the leaf ninja's eyes widen as they could see the churka being gathered in his outstretched arm. When he gathered enough, he fires a fireball into the crowd of ninjas, making them jump back as the flaming ball explodes. Destroy! Fujin yells as she throws her chakram after her husband's fireball. The throwing weapon began spinning, gathering air, making the flaming sparks left over from the blast to gather around it, feeding the flames, making them grow into a flaming tornado. They combine their attacks. Inoichi yells as he sees what the two strangers are doing. But there was little he could do as the woman with the eye patch is making hand size, controlling the fire tornado, making it go after the ninjas. I'll take care of you. Enko yells as she aims for the person controlling the tornado. But the guy suddenly appears in front of her, blocking her kunai with his long sword. Sorry, but you're going to have to deal with me first. Cypher smirks as he shoves his hand in Enko's face and blasts her with a point-blank fireball, sending her flying backwards through a window of a store. Protect! Fujin shouts out to her husband as she controls the tornado, making the ninjas run for cover as the flaming wind raised the heat levels of the area, making the houses nearby start to burn. I always do. Cypher smirks, enjoying the fireworks his wife is making out of the buildings. Back to the two male Turks members. Reno, are we almost there yet? Ruto asks as he has the briefcase in his arms as he ran through the panicking streets. Almost there, Reno shouts back to her partner. Hold it right there. Jiraiya shouts as he and the other top Umbu members jump in front of them. Great, now we got to fight, Reno said as he extends his rod out to its full length. Can you handle this? We can't lose it now, Ruto said as he knows if he lets go of the briefcase, one of the leaf ninjas would take it. What, and have all of the fun for myself? Reno asks as he smirks at the assembled leaf shinobis. You're not going anywhere, Sarutobi said, appearing behind the two Turks. What does the Land of Metal want with Naruto? Sorry, but we're under orders not to tell you anything, Ruto said as he turns to face the Hokage while Reno keeps his eyes to the front. If we did, our wives are going to make anything you guys can think of look like a spa treatment, Reno said as he grips his rod. Besides, we're right where we want to be, Ruto said as Reno drops a small ball he held in his hands, making a blinding flash of light, and Ruto throws the briefcase high into the air. Someone catch it! Sarutobi shouts out as he locks his eyes onto the case as it hovers in the air. But before anyone could move, something jarks the case like it's being pulled through the air by something. Everyone's eyes are locked onto the case as it flies into the hands of a man with long dark hair. Besides him is a short-haired blonde woman, both standing on top of a nearby building. I'll take this if you don't mind. You two handle these guys, the blonde woman said as both of them disappear from sight. You're not getting away. Sarutobi shouts as he runs after them. Hokage! One of the masked Umbu shouted and was about to follow when the building the Hokage had used as a jump point to follow the two with the briefcase collapses as a spiky blonde-haired man carrying a huge buster sword stood on the ruins of the building with a woman with long brown hair. Sorry, but you guys aren't going to be helping him, Tifa said as she pulls on her fighting gloves that has metal knuckles on them. You think you can stop all us? One of the ninjas shouted as he jumps at the pair. The spiky hair man slaps the ninja out of the way with a swing of his massive sword, using the flat side of the sword like a bat. Yes, we do, Cloud said as he rested his large, heavy sword in his shoulder. You guys have it so easy here in the East, Tifa smirks. You guys never had to deal with the kind of power we have to face regularly on the West. Reno smiles as he charges up his rod. And that's because the Land of Metal acts like a buffer zone between the West and the East, Ruto said, cracking his knuckles. Now let's show you guys how far you are from us in terms of power. Ruto grabs a lamp pole and rips it out of the ground and began swinging it at the leaf ninjas. They're surprised at the speed he's able to swing the long and heavy metal pole. He breaks open a hydrant and the torrent of water knocks a couple of ninjas down, filling the street with water. Reno smiles as he charges up his electric to full power and plunge it into the puddle of water, giving the ninjas stand on the water a shock of their lives. Jiraiya runs to help but was stopped as Cloud appears in front of him. He barely blocks the buster sword with a kunai as Cloud, using the heavier weapon, forced the pervert ninja back with a shove of his massive weapon. How the heck can you swing something like that and keep it up? Jiraiya asked, as someone of his build and size shouldn't be able to swing that super heavy weapon around like that. Well, he has a lot of endurance training thanks to me and Aerith. Tifa smiles wickedly as she slams her fist into the face of an Umbu, breaking his mask in two. She grabs the leg of another who had big eyebrows as he tried kicking her and began swinging him around, slamming his body into the bodies of his fellow ninjas. I heard that Delmo women sometimes share a man when two of them fall of him, Jiraiya said as he throws shurikens at Cloud, who blocks them all with his sword. I always thought that those were just tall tales guys tell of the women there. I know guys who have dozens of wives, Cloud said as he remembers from the reports he read on the Leaf Village ninjas that Jiraiya is a big-time pervert. As he had expected, the pervert froze as he thought about what a single guy can do with a group of women, allowing him to swing his sword, hitting Jiraiya with the flat side of his sword, sending him slamming into the side of a building, and before he could recover, Cloud slams into him with the butt of his sword, making a hole as both of their bodies broke through it. On top of the hospital, "They're late again," Elena said as she stares at her pocket watch. "They'll be here," Sang said to his wife as they waited for their ride, as well for the others to handle the people they're fighting and get to where they are before they're left behind. "You're not leaving this time," Sarutobi shouted as he tore off his robes, revealing his ninja suit he wore under it. "Trying to make up for lost time, are we now?" Sang said to the Hokage of the Leaf. "Naruto has chosen to come with us. Or are you forgetting the look he gave you when you tried to take him back?" Elena reminded him. "He's in the land of metal right now, and there's no way we're going to let you guys use him or hurt him ever again." "Use him?" Sarutobi shouted. "You're the one who's turning him against his village. I'm going to enjoy it when Naruto finally decides to make war on this village." Elena smirks. "Make war on the Leaf?" Sarutobi said, puzzled by her words. "Dear, you did it again," Sang said, reminding her about her habit of leaking information out like that. "So the old man is the Hokage of this village?" Quistis said as she and the other members of Turks appeared behind Sarutobi. "How strong were the ones you were fighting?" Elena asked them. "They're still weak from the damage Setsuna and her team made when they were escaping." Selfie laughed as she made sure to show them the power of the Delmo elites. "Yeah, you know," her husband Raijin agreeing with her. "Weak," Fujin simply stated. "Tell me, why does the Queen of Metal is doing this? What does she wants with Naruto?" Sarutobi growls as he knows he's no match for all of them. "Well, you did try to live up to the promise you made to his father to look after him after all. But you could have done better, much better," Sang said. "I'll tell you this much. Naruto is the first male to ever be born with the bloodline of the Delmo flowing through his veins. His bloodline ability is laying dormant for now, only a simple matter of waking it up. Kiko was from metal then," Sarutobi said as he remembers when she first found out she was carrying a boy and how much she and cried in joy of finding out. Because she's carrying the first male to ever be born in her ninja clan's bloodline. Elena was about to say something when Sang cups her mouth. "Now, dear, if you can't keep it to yourself, don't say anything at all." Elena murmured as she kept her mouth shut. "Here's our ride," Tifa said as she and the others grab onto the cable lines, sweeping through the air as a small, fast airship flew over the village. Sarutobi could do nothing but watch as the Turks were being pulled up into the airship, hanging onto the cable lines already out of range. At least he now knows why the Queen of Metal had ordered her ninjas to take Naruto by any means. For years, hidden villages have been trying to get the bloodline of the Delmos into their villages. Because of the seal that's placed on the young women, making it impossible for them to become with child while having the seal on them. Since they can only have female children, it made it hard for any village to get their bloodline into one of their clans. But with a male Delmo, it would be a simple matter of having him sleep with as many women possible to spread the bloodline through a village. It's no wonder they wanted Naruto so much, as he could single-handedly spread their well-protected bloodline throughout a village once it becomes common knowledge that any child of his would have the bloodline power to gather chakra from their surroundings. All of the clans of the village would send one of their young girls to stuck him to make Naruto a part of their clan. Any clan of the village that would have managed to get Naruto to marry into it would quickly become the most powerful clan of the village. "So that's why you wanted the village to see Naruto as a hero," Sarutobi said sadly to himself. Naruto would have been the greatest gift to the village that you died to protect. Through him would have given us an entire generation with the bloodline of the Delmos. I'm sorry for this village for failing your test, my old friend. Settling in. In the northernmost part of the Queendom of Metal lays a hot spring resort that also serves as a cover as a hidden village. In the main building of the resort town, Tiger Tanaka, head of the Land of Metal's most secret spy network, sat in his office. Before him are two young girls, both of whom been called up here. Kasumi and Aine, who practiced the Mugen Tenshin style, called here by their superior after yet another fight regarding a boy named Hayabusa. A fight that had ended with that boy declaring that he never wanted to see either of these overly violent bimbos again and wouldn't date either of them if ordered to by the head of his clan. Since he had sworn this in front of the amused clan chief, and on his personal honor, that pretty much closed the door on either of them ending up with Hayabusa. Naturally, the two blamed each other for this development. Violent oversexed bimbo, muttered Kasumi, holding an ice pack over one eye. Prissy flat-chested heroine, returned Aine, fingering the bandage over her nose. Both of you shut up, Tiger said. He didn't actually raise his voice, he just managed to make that same sort of impact. Your rivalry has no place here. This is business. Kasumi bit back a retort about how she was not flat-chested. She was 15 years old, in the prime of her life, and had a busty if lithe figure for her age. No, definitely not flat-chested. She was cute when she was younger, now in full bloom, with reddish-brown hair that didn't look horribly out of place, and soft brown eyes that could glisten with tears on a moment's notice. Aine would have liked to mention her own stats in reply. She was also 15 years old and had been Kasumi's rival for most of the past 10 years. The same height, though slightly lighter, except that her bust was slightly bigger. Something she delighted in pointing out to Kasumi. They'd fought over everything as they both had been born at the same time with different mothers but with the same father who owns a butcher shop. Their mothers had, like many of the women in the Land of Metal, share a husband together, both of whom are busy working in one of the resort's many inns, which serves as the main income to the hidden village. Seeing the two of them ready to leap out of their seats and start fighting right there, Tiger decided to remind them of a few things. He spoke to both of their mothers and father. He informed them that he had thought that these two girls were modern products of the best eugenics program in the Land of Metal, trained and disciplined martial artists. Clearly he was wrong with the two squabbling little girls who had somehow appeared in his presence when he had summoned two talented and promising ninjas. Tiger Tanaka went into great detail, never repeating himself, as he reduced the two girls to 3 years old, 12 inches height, and near tearful states. Even the tough bad girl, Aine. Tiger finished, then managed to look brooding and mildly unhappy. You two are aware of the eugenics program first dreamt of several centuries ago. The best warriors, the best houses, the best espers, the talented and the healthiest. If it worked for cattle, why not men? Simply get these best of the best together, and sooner or later there are children involved. Nature itself helps this concept. Both girls colored. Kasumi thinking of Hayabusa, Aine of another boy named Heir. As both of you must have heard by now that the grandson of Hunrock and his wife Queen Carline has been brought back from the hidden village in the Land of Fire. It's been over 500 years since own village first settled in this land. Our people were nothing but nomads when we first entered the Land of Metal after our land was conquered by an invading army. We have served the royal house of Delmo in gratitude for giving us a home to call for our own. We have served as a network for gathering information on the movements of other nations. Now with a male heir to the throne, our clan can have a tie to the royal house of Delmo. Tiger waited for the realization to penetrate. They were both quite comely. Kasumi with her mix of classic metal features with just the right amount of mixed blood to give her a slightly exotic look. Aine, who looked even more exotic, with her pale hair and flair for what would be unbearably cute costumes were she not so harsh and deadly in personality. Then both realized what he had said and their eyes widened and mouths dropped at the same time. You can't mean. Tiger nodded. Oh, admittedly the boy is only 12. You'd have to wait a few years for marriage. But. Kasumi flushed at the thought of what the boss was suggesting. I doubt some 12-year-old could handle someone like me, Ayane said with a superior air, recovering as best she could. I doubt he would even want to handle you, Kasumi couldn't help but add. The two glare at each other, making sparks. You know that for generations we have been agents in gathering information and intel on a target while the Delmo ninjas serve as the attack force for metal. We have been downgraded from a powerful fighting force to nothing more than scouts and information gatherers. You two are the best this village has produced in years, showing how far we have fallen from what we used to be. But this to many of our clan members doesn't matter, as ever since the first hot spring was discovered here, we have been turned into an owners and merchants than the powerful warriors we once were. We have now become nothing more than spies and work as an information network for Delmo, since so many people from other nations come here for some rand are in the springs, and which most of the young men find enjoyable as breeders, since we're one of the only villages left that doesn't have a majority of the women here with the bloodline in their veins. Yeah, we know, Kasumi spoke up, as many of the boys of the village that are older than she is have already slept with girls with the Delmo bloodline. As when the girls from Delmo reach the age of maturity, they go and visit one of the villages who doesn't have much of the bloodline flowing around, find a guy and get busy. It's considered a rite of passage for those girls who going to become full-fledged Delmos. Our moms sometimes let one of their friends sleep with dad to have a child, Ayane said, flatly remembering the parties that her mom throws when one or more of her single friends drops by. When she was younger, she always wondered why her dad looked so tried while her mom, Kasumi's mom, and her friends look so energetic. Now that she's older and learned about the birds and the bees, it does explain all of the miming and screaming coming from her parents' room. But now with a male Delmo who is from the royal family who has the strongest of the bloodline power, we have the means to introduce the bloodline into our clan. Even if you two become nothing more than concubines to him, as long as there's children born between you three, our clan will be able to become the fighting force it used to be. So remember the motto of our clan. Ayane closed her eyes and then frowned. To protect the world from devastation? To unite all peoples within our nation? Kasumi blinked. To fight for things like truth and love, continued Ayane. Tiger rubbed the bridge of his nose briefly. No. And I can see your training has not been nearly strict enough. Both of you will go to Ironmount. I will review your folders and decide which of you will act as support for the other, and who will approach Prince Naruto. Kasumi looked at Ayane. Ayane looked at Kasumi. They both made retching noises. Tiger pressed a button. The chairs and their occupants in them dropped into a room far below. Yes, they definitely need more training. Far south of the land of metal, Zhu Rong wiped her brow with the back of her hand, flicking droplets of perspiration off her skin. The jungle air was humid and very hot, her entire body shimmered with sweat. Due to the hardships of living in the wild, her body was physically ravishing, toned without losing a hint of femininity or SSL beauty. Her biceps were large and supple beneath the makeshift top made of lion skin, which she took from an already dead lion a long time ago. Her face was extremely beautiful, and she had blonde hair that spilled to the middle of her back. Men back in civilization lusted for women like her. She is the wife of Menghua, king of the Nanman tribes, and claimed to be descended from the fire god from whom she acquired her name. She is a warrior queen who takes care of others. Much like her fire god namesake, Zhu Rong loves to begin an attack. She dedicates her life to supporting Menghua, in the hope that he will be regarded as a great king. Her personal weapon is a massive three-sided boomerang, which she wields easily. She also mastered all of the fire jutsus that she could get her hands upon. Even the best fire-using jutsus Kangakurnin to the north found her to be a challenge in battle. Even with their unlimited churka, they could barely last long enough for Zhu Rong to run out of churka. She has 4 bodyguards with her. The women warriors of Nanman are known as Amazons. The Amazons with her are towering brunettes, just over 6 feet tall, so they practically dwarfed Zhu Rong's 5 foot 7 feet of height. They wore the traditional leathers of their tribes, a short skirt that displayed their long, well-muscled and toned legs, and small studded leather halter that pushed up their ample BRSS. Although the Amazons' bodyguards are tall and physically dominating, they are also very beautiful. They join her for a bit of training, as she likes to keep her body in shape to fight. Her skin hot and sticky from a long day of running and swinging through the humid jungle, Zhu Rong could not help but smile with relief at the sudden sight of a waterfall and its cool torrential waters. She untied the cord that held her lion skin top together, freeing her long confined BRSs. Next she untied her loincloth and hung both garments on a tree branch. Completely naked she dove into the cool pond that was fed by the waterfall and swam gracefully to the edge to the mouth of the waterfall. She closed her eyes as she stepped beneath the rushing water, feeling it wash away the day's sweat and grime on her body while cooling her hot skin. She raised her arms and rubbed the length of each one before rubbing her torso all over to ensure she was thoroughly cleaned. She waved for her bodyguards to join her as she knows they want to clean themselves as well. They smiled as they took off their clothes and joined their queen in the jungle pool. Her bodyguards are very close to her as they have been together for a very long time now, and came to know every part of each other's bodies, up close and personal. They were settling in the pool when they felt someone coming to them. They wonder if it was another teenage boy who was hopping for a peek at the Nanman Queen, as they often would come to this pool to bath after training. It looked as if they were going to have to set yet another example to make it clear that peeking on the queen didn't come without a price. They relaxed when they saw it was a woman coming towards them. She was 6 foot tall and her body was perfectly proportioned for her height. Long, thick, lustrous black hair flowed down her back. She had dark amber eyes, slightly raised at the outside corners, giving her a cat-like appearance. Her facial features were pronounced yet fine, strong jawline, pretty nose, ears set close to her head. Over her torso she wore a sleeveless low-cut brown leather jerkin drawn together across her chest by a leather lace that wove across her BRs 3 times, her cleavage visible through the laces. A short white skirt covered the top of her legs, a slit each side rising to her waist. She stood in black leather thigh boots that rose to 3 inches above her knees. A large buckled belt hung at her waist and a gold band in the shape of a serpent wound itself around her left bicep. A necklace of various charms hung around her neck. Perhaps most striking was her body. Her muscles were taut, toned, hard, beyond anything they had ever seen. Not massive, just incredibly fit and remarkably defined. So feminine and so very secretary. She had wide shoulders and a narrow waist. Her BRs were generous, the lace across her front straining to keep them within her tunic. Even in this light they could see that her skin was gently bronzed and flawless. They estimated her age at 35, maybe 36, at the very peak of her physical condition. "Hello sister, I see that you still come to the same pool to bath after your training. It's no wonder that there are so many young men who dare to take a peek at you when it's common knowledge where you bath," Amphra, the second wife of Meng Huo, said to her fellow wife. "Amphra, have you come to join us?" Zhu Rong asked as she glances at her bodyguards for them to follow her lead as she walks towards her sister. Her bodyguards all know what she's getting at. As first wife, she likes to remind her fellow wives the ranking order. "What? Sorry, there's no time for fun," Amphra said as she doesn't want her sister's bodyguards to hold her down, as Zhu Rong has her way with her before she lets her bodyguards have their turn on her again. Not that she didn't find it enjoyable. "Then why are you here then?" Zhu Rong asked as she stops in front of Amphra. Her wet BRs pressing on her fellow wives' cover ones. "I have received news about the heir of metal," Amphra said, "and our husband is waiting for us in the castle. So let's go there first and we can have fun with him afterwards." "All right," Zhu Rong said as smiling, "and after he's drained we can have fun with my bodyguards." "Deal," Amphra said as she would enjoy that, and from the looks on the bodyguards' faces so would they. In Nanzog, the capital city of Nanmen. The first time a traveler would enter the capital city were always amazed at the incredible architecture. Huge stone columns were everywhere and the high-roofed buildings stood like proud monuments. The streets were all paved and smooth, and there were fountains and/or huge statues or gardens at every major intersection. The city itself was absolutely huge, and the number of people who lived here must have been mind-boggling. First-timers could only gawk at the magnificent architecture and beautiful splendor. It might have been hell for them to come here through the hot jungle around the city, but it looked like paradise. In the center of the city is a large pyramid that serves as the royal palace. Zhu Rong and Amphra walked past the guards and servants of palace as they made their way to their husband. The throne chamber is huge and looked more like a temple, with its marble pillars and smooth granite floor. The vaulted ceiling was a full 50 feet high and dappled beams of daylight shone down from above. The entire palace was cool and airy, despite the high heat and humidity of the jungle nearby. The two queens walked forward, between the two hulking warriors guarding the chamber, and approached the throne. The huge, dark-skinned man's massive bulk reclined into expansive, luxurious cushions, his entire concentration focused upon his two head wives as they enter the room. He wore a single item of clothing, a baggy pair of pants, while his feet were equipped with but a simple pair of sandals. He is Menghua, the king of Nanman, the chieftain and leader of the tribes in the Nanzhong region south of the Queendom of Metal. And he is massive, inches above 7 foot tall. His bulk would be estimated by most people to be in excess of 350 pounds. They would be correct on their estimate of weight, but wrong if they attributed most to fat. While he definite was smoothed and rounded about the trunk and arms by a generally unacceptably thick layer of fat under the skin, most of what lay under that was muscle, quite inhumanly well-developed muscle. This man was as powerful physically as he was in the more occult areas of his life. His arms, bulging with fat overlaying even more bulky muscle, were nearly twice the width of a typical Olympic weightlifter's. His belly, while bulging and smoothed by a not insubstantial layer of fat, nonetheless betrayed the location of sheets of ridged muscle underneath. His weapon of choice is a pair of large gauntlets called King of Beasts, which are shaped like wolf heads. In battle, he's an unstoppable juggernaut as he wears thick armor which is covered with seals that make them stronger and harder. He doesn't even feel any blows from any attacks that are thrown at him. "Ah, dears, you're here," Menghua greeted the pair. "What do you want, you big lug?" Zhu Rong asked in the manner she always uses when dealing with her husband. "Amphra is the one who wanted to do this," he answers. "As I said before, the Queen of Metal has finally located the heir to her queendom," Amphra said, who used to having to remind them of what she says now and then. "She's the one who handles the complex parts of running of a kingdom." "What does that have to do with us?" Menghua asked, as everyone knows that all of the royal family members are always women and are picky of who they marry. They also marry someone who isn't of the high class that most royals in other nations marry. As the current queen had married a slacker who broke into the castle to give back her family chest she had dropped. When he had first heard that Princess Kiko was of marrying age, he tried to woo her, but that ended badly as she said that she wasn't interested in him and that he was already married to Zhu Rong, and she took an instant's dislike to Kiko. She was the one who dragged him back to their Nanman, as she said that there's no way she was going to have someone like Kiko as a co-wife. The heir is a boy, a male Delmo, the first one ever to be born, and is the sole heir to the Queendom of Metal, which would become a kingdom under his rule, Amphra explains to them. "I get it," Zhu Rong said as she gets where this is going to. "Get what?" their husband asked. "She means that we can finally have our foot in the door of gaining a foothold in metal now that there's a male Delmo," Zhu Rong said. "What's the plan, sister?" "I'm going to send my daughter to be his fiancée, as she's the only one in our family that's around his age. All of the other girls are too young, like your daughter Tulu, sister. He's only 12, so Tai Li is going to have to stay in metal till they're old enough to marry. After that, our two nations will be joined together by marriage, and if Tai Li has a boy, then the Delmo bloodline can be spread around here, making us more powerful. We always have been on friendly terms with each other, so it should be easy for us to get Galeen to be this prince's fiancé. We also have to find someone else to join Tai Li in the engagement, so we're going to have to spread the word for the nobles to send their young daughters here and choose who's going to join the engagement," Amphra explains to them. "I like it," Zhu Rong agrees with her co-wife. "Isn't she too young for that still?" Menghua said, as Tai Li is only 11. "Stay out of this," both of them bark at him. "Yes, dears," he said, cowering in fear. In a large manor in the city of Ironmount. In the dining room of the manor, a family of 5 sat at the long dining table. They are of the Blue family, who are known throughout the trade networks. They have been traders for generations, becoming one of the most powerful clans in the land of metal. Glyson Blue sat at the table as the family meal is being brought to them. Her parents sat on the other side of the table, and she sat next to her little sister, 3-year-old Glenda. At the head of the table is her grandmother Sito, who is the head of the family now. She's in her late 50s but still looks younger as the aging process is slower in Delmo women thanks to their bloodline. Unlike the rest of the family, her grandmother Sito has long green hair with traces of silver strands showing the signs of her aging. How can they expect the noble blue mare to lower themselves to serving? Glycine mother Ryan said as she finds it insulting. Now daughter, Sito said to her daughter. This is the first chance for the blue mare family and the Delmo family to finally join together. For generations we have been supports of the royal family and we have grown very close to the royal family. And Carline is one of my closest friends and that includes getting to know each other's bodies by every inch. Grandmother! Glycine shouted as she doesn't like it when her grandmother goes into one of her stories about her SXL adventures when she was younger. I'll eat later, her father said as he sat up losing his appetite leaving the room. Ryan, I know that Fred is a good trader but you really should get him loosen up. Invite some of your unmarried friends over and have an orgy. So Glenn and Glycine will have some half-sisters, Sito said to her daughter. Mother, how could you think of me doing something like that? Ryan said blushing red. Your father never minded. Sito smiles as it's quite common for a married woman to share her husband with her unmarried friends. Mom, enough. Ryan growls as she already heard this story before as she has already met her half-sisters from the women her father had slept with which her mother allowed to happen. I'm all for having Glycine be Carline's grandson's maid. And when they get older there be so many things they can do with each other like Glycine acting like a maid caught stealing and her master punish her before he takes her roughly. Sito giggles as she remembers the games she used to play with her husband when both he and she were younger. Mother! Grandmother! Both younger blue mare women shouted, their faces a bright red. And I have some old outfits that I'm sure can fit you. Sito smiles as she watches her daughter and granddaughter faces grow even redder. The only one that isn't paying attention is Glenda, who is too busy playing with her food to notice what's happening around her. Inside the castle? How is he doing? Hunrock Delmo asked as he walks down the castle's hallway with a blue hair woman dress in a white lab coat. Her lab coat is wide open showing the white blouse and loose pants she's wearing. The buttons of her blouse strain to hold in her ample BRS in check. If she starts bouncing around she would likely start popping buttons. He's suffering from malnourishment thanks to his poor diet of eating nothing but ramen all the time. He's shorter than he should be at his age. I have already started him on a high-potent diet. In a few months his body should start growing to what it should look like for his age, Dr. Mizuno said as she looks over the report on the notepad she's holding. I expected as much, Hunrock said as when he first saw Naruto he could tell he was shorter than he should be. After he and Carline had introduced themselves to him, they had Mizuno and her medic team to give him a full examination to see how healthy he is. We did some operations in fixing his body that were damaged from what, I'm guessing beatings at a young age, Mizuno said as she and her team had to snap badly mended bones back together to be allowed to heal the right way. I see, Hunrock said in a dark tone. He's glad that the Golden Turks had done so much damage to the Hidden Leaf Village when they were there. And with the news of not once but 2 times that the Leaf Ninjas have been beaten on their home ground would make potential costumers look to other hidden villages for jobs to be done. He also talked to the heads of the trading guilds in metal to cut the trading with the Land of Fire in half. When they got to Naruto's room, Dr. Mizuno found the prince and the room had gotten a bit crowded. Why there were so many nurses present, she wasn't sure. Sure, he is the first male to be born in their clan, but there were other guys about. And why was his blanket thrown back? Dr. Mizuno. I mean we were just checking his. Komori Mizuno eyed the panicked nurse, the candy stripe assistants, and all the others showing signs of distress, embarrassment and lust. She looked puzzled and then at the still unconscious boy. Eyes twitching under his lids, slight jerking motions at the extremities, all signs of REM sleep, even his. The royal nurse cleared her throat. Well, you've checked his catheter placement. Now give the poor boy some privacy. Watching with some amusement as the various nurses scurried out, Dr. Mizuno covered the boy with the blanket, her eyebrows still raised. Well, I always wonder what the Delmo bloodline would do for a guy. It makes us women stack, and it makes guys well endowed. Now that's my man of a grandson, Hunrock said as he sees why the nurses were all in Naruto's room. Yes he is, Dr. Mizuno said as she couldn't help but stare at the sleeping boy's manly body part and drool. I hope that he won't hurt the girl who makes him a man too much. Unless one of you older women gets to him first, Hunrock said as he sees how the doctor is drooling. I'll watch over him while you get Reno and Ruto to guard the door. What, you don't think we can't protect him? One of the red Delmos outside the door yells. I know you two can, but of course, what's stopping you two from coming inside and getting personal with my grandson? He asked them, making both the guards to turn red as their uniforms. I'll go get those two, Dr. Mizuno said as she snaps out of her wet daydream and heads out to find the two Turks members and take a cold shower afterwards. In another part of the castle, footsteps echoed across the polished marble floor as Tiger General Sun Yu entered the royal entry chamber of the queen. Sun Yu. She passed a pair of elite red Delmo guards women and saluted them with a fist on her chest. The guards returned her salute and she passed by them into the massive hallway beyond. She gazed at the statuary and expensive tapestries which lined the hallway, but she dared not slow her pace to stare at these marvels. At the end of the hallway was a huge oaken double door, banded in iron and decorated with carvings. At either side of the door stood two red Delmos in full armor who must have been both 7 feet tall and both carried barbed spears. Sun Yu was not a large woman, only some 5.5 feet tall, but she radiated a power and confidence that any great warrior would envy. A skillful commander as well as a powerful jutsu user, Sun Yu is the queen's right hand. I see you're late, Diao Chan said to her rival, smirking as she did so as she walks towards the door. The expression seemed to irritate Sun Yu. She fixed her cold black eyes on Diao Chan, making the general, who's also a dancer when she's not on duty, giggle in response. Sun Yu's face was pale and beautiful. Her eyes, the small proud nose and faintly pouting lips were all Diao Chan could see of her body. The rest was encased in golden armor. A high-peaked helm and a long coat of iron plates hid any trace of womanly curves. Diao Chan guessed that Sun Yu would have a compact, muscular body, very different from her own lush curves. Diao Chan was a few inches taller than the general, her long brown hair pinned up in an elaborate series of loops bound with yellow ribbons. Her skin was flawless, pale pink, silky soft to the touch. Diao Chan's eyes, now shadowed with apprehension, were a warm, compassionate brown, her lips pink and full. Her large barises heaved faintly beneath the tight crimson bodice that encased them while remaining open at the top to reveal the deep cleft between the full and perfect orbs. Diao Chan's long and graceful legs, the faint lines of a dancer's muscle barely visible beneath her creamy skin, were drawn up under her delightfully rounded bottom. The queen is waiting inside, one of the red Delmo guards said as she easily opens the massive door into the chamber. The two rivals nodded as they walked through the doors to talk to their queen. The walls of the throne room were all covered with gold and silver dragons that seemed to shift and move, with the symbol of metal in the middle on both sides. The pickaxe in symbol of the metal works that the land of metal is known for and why the nation is so powerful as it the biggest producer of metal ores on the continent. Air exchangers had been installed to make the air fresher and of a more comfortable temperature to the people who came. Also, the walls were luminescent, causing the room to be lighted without the need for light bulbs or the torches that were still in use in this era. And of course, all this led to the throne, made in such a way as to make the person sitting on the throne seems to be larger than life. Sun Yu, the Iron Wall General, and Diao Chan, the Silver Wind General. It's nice to see you two again. Queen Caroline greeted the two by their rank and titles. You're looking better, my queen, now that your grandson is safe in your hands, Diao Chan said as her queen has been pacing around the castle when she had first learned what had become of her daughter and her grandson. What may we do for you, my queen? Sun Yu asked. As you are very well aware of that, the other nations are going to be sending envoys here very soon. The news of there being a male Delmo will soon reach the far corners of the world, and the nations and hidden villages will be clamoring to have Naruto to impregnate one of their women they're going to send in the envoys. This is the first time that the Delmo bloodline can be passed down to a clan outside of metal. As a male, Naruto will be able to impregnate as many women as his body will be able to handle. He's going to need to be protected by attempts of kidnapping and RPE, as some of the clans will be desperate to have our bloodline in theirs, Caroline explains. How many do you want to guard him? Sun Yu asked. As many as it takes to keep him safe, Caroline said. There will be assassinations attempts on his life as there are many who will pay a king's ransom to see that there's no heir to the throne. In the chaos that follows in the fight for the throne, enemy nations will try to invade or take over the trade routes that are in our control. I have already doubled the red Delmos in the castle and have gold Delmos watching for any strange actives in the city. Even the white Delmos have been stepping up to meet my demands in them. My husband's, Turk's unit have already assigned the 7 personal servants to our grandson close to his age so he'll be able to make some friends. The white Delmos do serve as the royal bodyguards, but they also serve as the commanders for the other Delmos. I want a unit whose sole purpose is to protect Naruto at all cost, which will be called the Killer Bees. As bees will die to protect their queen, I want these Killer Bees to die to protect Naruto. I will search throughout my ranks to find women who are suitable to protect Prince Naruto, Diao-chan said as she bows to her queen. As so will I, Sun Yu said as well, not wanting to be upstaged by her rival. There's no need for that. I have already chosen 13 young women to place into the Killer Bee unit, Queen Caroline said. She raised her right hand and gave a slight wave, and 2 white Delmos suddenly appeared in front of the 2 generals, handing them each a folder before disappearing again. Each of these girls are 3 years older than Naruto, so there won't be a big age gap between them. I expect them to never let Naruto out of their sights, and no more than 2 will ever be left alone with. You 2 are the best generals of metal, and I want you 2 to train them to their limits in making sure they'll be the best bodyguards of metal when you're done with them. Yes, Ma, both of them barked at the same time. The 2 generals read through the folders containing the information on all of the girls chosen, as well as a full-length picture of what they look like in the folders. The first girl is Kami, a petite girl with blue eyes and unusually long blonde pigtails with a scar on her left cheek. Junie, a blonde with short hair, stands. She specializes in unarmed combat. Julie has short light brown hair. She specializes in unarmed combat as well and is the bustiest of all of the girls in the folder. Anaro has pink hair with short ponytails. She specializes in communications, carrying a microphone with her. She can use a sound jutsu with her voice to make a sonic scream. Fevrier has short purple hair. She specializes in using crossbows and other long-range weapons. Mars short purple hair. She specializes in information gathering and recon. She can make herself invisible at will. April, a redhead with short hair. She specializes as a medic. And using her medical knowledge knows every pressure point on the human body. Satsuki with short brown hair. She specializes in sword fighting. She can focus her chakra into her sword and make energy blades that can cut through anything that shoots out of her sword at will. Santamu with wild brown hair and tan skin. She specializes in spear fighting and is accompanied by a pet monkey. She is a natural climber who can scale almost any kind of surface, has fast footwork. Shioyu with short brown hair. She specializes in using nunchaku. She can disconnect any part of her body at will like a rag doll, letting her launch attacks in any kind of position. Jianyu has short black hair. She specializes in using a quarterstaff. Her eyes can see the weak spots in anything that stands before her. Noembalu, she had tan skin and brown locks of hair. She specializes in fighting with twin hatchets. She is the strongest of all of them and can make her body as hard and strong as steel. Decapri, her appearance resembles Kami with a black gas mask. She can shut down her body's nervous system, letting her push herself longer and harder than any normal person can ever do. Impressive collection of girls here, Sun Yu said looking over the list. We'll start their training right away, Diao-chan said. You may take your leave now, Caroline said. The 2 generals bowed before they left the throne room. Once the doors of the room closed, the Age Queen called out, "You can come out now, Setsuna." "Yes, my queen," Setsuna said as she kneels before her. "The news media are going to broadcast the news about Naruto tonight, and after that you'll know what will happen. We're already being flooded with letters for engagements from all of the clans of metal already. And once the news breaks out on TV, there's going to be a tidal wave of letters. The mailroom staff members are already on the verge of going on strike with all of the letters they have to handle. Something must be done or Naruto won't be able to step out of the castle without girls chasing after him. And it won't be like what happens when a single cute guy wanders into the village and young women who are so man-hungry that they'll chase him down and take him right in the middle of the street. Yes, I know. The last time that happened was only 4 weeks ago, Caroline replied, remembering what happened to the handsome young man who stopped here to buy supplies as he was traveling to the eastern lands. I already had letters sent out to all neighboring nations and hidden villages to send no more than 2 girls with a small escort for any engagements with Naruto. What about the leaf? Setsuna asked. They'll be given a chance as all of the rest, Caroline said bitterly. But of course finding girls that were actually nice to him while he was in the village is going to be a very troubling task for them. And with Naruto, if he's anything like his mother, won't let anything go without being settled first. I won't let anything happen to him under my watch. I won't fail you ever again, Setsuna said. And when Naruto orders us to replay the leaf for all the kindness they had shown him, I'll be at his side and protect him from anything with my life. I know you won't, Caroline said with an underlining tone in her voice. Because you know that you will never be allowed to come back here ever again. As I vowed, Setsuna said, lowering her head. She won't fail this time. In the Leaf Village in nighttime. Saru, Toby, did you see what's on the news? Tsunade yells as she burst into his office. She's covered with bandages as she's still recovering from her wounds she got from the fight with the 2 female Turks members. Out of the Leaf ninjas that tried to stop the Turks members, she is in the best physical condition. She was laying in her bed flipping through the channels when she saw the news flash. Yes, I already heard, he said as he tosses her a letter he had gotten earlier tonight. She looks over the letter, her eyes widen as she finishes reading it. This means that once Naruto becomes the king of metal, he's going to want to take his revenge on us. Yes, and the only hope we have is for one of the 2 girls we're going to be allowed to send to be engaged to him. To become his wife and somehow stem the hatred he holds for us, Sarutobi said as he slumps into his chair thinking of what the council is going to react finding out as the news channels are already airing the news about the Prince of Metal. What are we going to do? Tsunade asked as she already knows how powerful the Delmos are, as the Turks, the elite of the metal forces, had wiped the floor with the Leaf's finest. They have the Forbidden Scroll with the village's most powerful jutsus written in it that's going to become well known to all of the Kangakurenin so that they'll know every one of our jutsus. There's more than that when they stole the files on Erasure and his family, but also they took the files that Erasure wrote on the fighting styles of the clans of the village, stating their strengths and weaknesses. They'll know everything about us and how to beat us. With how Naruto's state of mind now, he will come back to this village with an army of elite Delmos right behind him. They have for years acted as a buffer zone between us and the lands to the west and have become much stronger than any hidden village that's here in the east. What's the plan then? Tsunade asked, not wanting everything her grandfather worked for to build to be destroyed. Have everyone look into which girls that Naruto knows is on friendly terms with him. We're going to send 2 girls of this village to Ironmount. There's no way we'll be able to take on a nation like Metal. They're stronger and have more numbers and allies than we do. But there is still the problem of finding girls who acted friendly with him and whose parents haven't chased him away. Erasure must be ashamed of what this village has done to his son, Tsunade said as she knows there's very little chance of finding 1 but 2 girls who actually are Naruto's friends. I know. Sarutobi sighed as he knows what's going to happen tomorrow morning as the news breaks out all over the village. The boy that's hated is a prince heir to the throne of metal, one of the most powerful nations in the world, who hates them in return. Cue the opening music of Please Twins. In 2 bedrooms of the village, 2 young girls sat and watched as a news flash suddenly flashed across scene, interrupting the show they were watching. One of the girls works in a ramen stand. The other lives in a large manor of the strongest clan of the village. 2 girls who shouldn't have anything that connects them, but someone does, connect them to each other. The 2 sets of eyes, one dark the other white, widen as they see who it is shown on the screen. Both spoke and both said the same thing. Naruto, the prince? The gathering. Sunagakure, literally village hidden among sand, is one of the 5 great ninja villages, and as such has a Kage as its leader, known as the Kazekage. With its military forces being scaled down by the Land of Wind's lord, the fourth Kazekage realized that they had to increase the quality of each ninja to maintain a military force. As more time passed, the Lord started commissioning Konoha with requests he should have been making to Tsunegakure. On top of that, he had begun cutting back on Tsunegakure's military budget. After hearing about the attacks on the Leaf, the Kazekage was overjoyed, as this would mean that the Leaf would be spending more time on rebuilding their village than doing missions. The Sand would be taking jobs that the Leaf would normally have been taking from them. With so many ninjas injured in each of the attacks and the fact that the Leaf were so badly beaten by much smaller forces, it would mean that a lot of people would be looking elsewhere for ninjas to do missions. And the plot that the Sound Leader had sent to him would be much easier when the exams would begin. But then everything changed when he was watching the news 2 nights ago, reading over the letters sent to him. He had just finished the letter that the Queen of Metal, a major trader to the Land of the Wind, as they control the trade roads from the west where many of the imported crops they needed to feed their people came from. Standing in his office was the best ninja team that the Sand Village had produced yet. The first of the team and the oldest, Temari, who is his daughter. She carries a giant iron fan on her back, which she uses as a powerful ninja tool. She specializes in long-range combat and has demonstrated herself to be a keen analyst in combat. The second and the middle child is Kankuro, and is a ninja who specializes in ninja puppetry. At first he appears that he's carrying a large marionette wrapped in bandages on his back called Karasu. In combat, Kankuro tends to use Karasu in combination with a technique similar to a Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement technique. He first lures his opponents into getting close to Karasu, disguised as himself, then unveils himself from the bandages to finish his opponent off. His puppets are also equipped with various traps and numerous concealed weapons, such as hidden poison-coated blades, poison gas, and projectile launchers. In addition, the heads and limbs of his puppets can be disengaged from their respective bodies and used as projectiles themselves. Then there is Gar, his third child, the youngest, brother of Temari and Kankuro, his older siblings. As a child, the one-tailed Shikaku was sealed within Gara during birth on the order by him, his father. This was done with a possession jutsu by one of Tsunegakure's elders, a woman named Chiyo. Because a sacrifice was needed, Gara's mother, Karura, was used. Before she died, Karura cursed Tsunegakure, hoping Gara would avenge her death. The reason Gara's own father had inflicted such a fate on him was due to the country's feudal lords slowly weakening the hidden village, minimizing their ability to defend themselves. The feudal lord even began offering jobs to other hidden villages rather than his own. Seeing what was happening to his village, the fourth Kazekage realized that their ninja would have to be of much higher quality than ordinary ninja to compete, and Gara was to be their ultimate weapon. Gara was trained by his father, but raised mainly by his uncle Yashimaru. Being host to Shikaku gave Gara almost instinctive control over sand. In addition, the sand itself guarded him, making Gara a near-impossible person to touch. For 6 years, everyone in the village feared Gara, with the exception of Yashimaru. For a time, it seemed as if Yashimaru was the only person who cared for Gara. Gara's attempts to fit in often led to disaster, leading his father to begin ordering assassination attempts. Gara had become, in the Kazekage's eyes, a failed experiment and too much of a threat to the other villagers to be allowed to live. Eventually, after quite a few failed attempts, the Kazekage ordered Yashimaru to kill him. Gara mortally wounded the assassin before he knew it was Yashimaru. Saddened by the unfortunate incident, Gara tried to apologize and ran next to Yashimaru. Yashimaru then revealed to Gara that he never loved him. In fact, despite trying to love him, Yashimaru always resented Gara for taking the life of his beloved sister, who was Gara's mother. Yashimaru also revealed the source of Gara's name, Ai Suru Shura, a self-loving carnage. Before Yashimaru died, he opened his vest to reveal explosive notes and gave his final words, "Please die." Gara survived, protected by the sand. Gara's mother had resented the village for using her and her son as a sacrifice and a weapon, respectively, and cursed Gara for putting her in so much pain. After realizing that no one loved him, Gara used his sand to create the tattoo on his forehead, love, as a symbol of a demon loving only himself. For the next 6 years, Gara would be the victim of almost constant assassination attempts, all ordered by his father. Each attempt ended with the assailant dead and him that much stronger and darker with each life he took. His entire village hated and feared him for the awful power of the demons sealed within his body. His own father, before later realizing that Gaara could be an effective tool, wanted him dead. As a result, Gaara became emotionally withdrawn, all but silent, and consumed with a bitter loathing for everyone but himself. He learned to find pleasure and eventually a reason to live in annihilating the numerous assassins sent to kill him and by extension, anyone who threatened his existence, anyone who was not himself. His insomnia, forced upon him by the fact that the demon inside him would eat away at his personality if he were to fall asleep, made Gaara further unstable. "Who do you want us to kill now?" Gaara asked his father. "No, this isn't a simple mission like that. This mission is going to take years of hard work to complete. And it's all up to Temari to complete it," their father replied. "What kind of mission is this?" His daughter asked, wondering where this is going. "As you may have already heard that the Land of Metal's heir was announced 2 nights ago," he asks them. "Yeah, we can't turn on a TV without that being shown on all of the news channels," Kenkuro said. "Yes, and with a male heir to the throne, for the first time ever, it's time for us to act. A letter was sent to me the same day the news broke out. The Queen of Metal has informed every nation and village that we cannot send more than 2 girls with a small escort for any engagements with her grandson Naruto, the Prince of Metal. The rest of the hidden villages have received similar letters." "Wait, you're going to engage me to this prince?" Temari shouted loud enough for the entire village to hear. "Yes, I am," her father said as he waited for his ears to stop ringing. "Your brothers are going to be your escort. In 2 months you all are going to go to the Land of Metal, and will then enroll into their ninja school while trying to attract Prince Naruto to you. In the meantime you're going to train with the older kunoichis in the art of Stuckton. If this mission goes as planned, the Delmo bloodline will be introduced into the village, making us the strongest in the East." "Why bother?" Gaara snorted. "Because, even with the Shikaku inside of you, compared to the Delmos and the others Nins in the West, you're nothing more than a rank B ninja compared to the ones beyond the Land of Metal." All of his children's eyes widened at the fact Gaara would rank no more than a B-class ninja. "The Land of Metal has been our shield protecting us from the fighters from the Western nations, but this has also weakened us as we have never had to train at the kind of level or fought against the forces of the Western lands. When the gold Delmos of Metal took Naruto from the Leaf, there were no more than 6 of them. They alone injured many of the Leaf ninjas, and destroyed many buildings before they escaped by an airship. Then the Turks, the elitist of the Special Forces of Metal, numbering in 12, came to steal the belongings of the 4th Hokage and his wife, who was none other than the current queen's only daughter. These 2 are Naruto's parents. They took out all of the best ninjas of the Leaf that were thrown at them, including 2 of the 3 legendary Sanins. So there's people that are even stronger than me," Gaara said as it filled him with joy at the through of becoming even stronger by facing people in the West. "While there you are to refrain from killing or maiming, anything of that will break off your sister's engagement with the prince," his father said. "And while there you won't have to worry about assassination attempts from me. Anything that might cause harm to the prince by any of the villages or nations will have the offending nation or village engagement broken off. And that's something that we can't risk with so much to gain." "Who else is going to be engaged to him?" his daughter asked. "The village council is still deciding on that. We have 2 months before the engagement starts. So all of you should preparing to leave for Ironmount, in the 2 months before you have to leave." "Why are you letting me go?" Gaara asked, knowing that his father would never let him go somewhere without having something up his sleeves. "Because the prince is just like you," he stated as he presented the letter he had received from Metal. "It's all in the letter. Queen Carline wants everyone who's engaged to her grandson to know the secret that was kept hidden by the Leaf." The 3 siblings stared as they began reading the letter and what was written about the Prince of Metal. In another hidden village, Zaku Abumi is a Genin-level ninja from the Hidden Sound Village. Like many sound ninja, he has been physically altered with unnatural enhancements that enhance his abilities. In his case, he was fitted with hollow air tubes that extend through his arms and open through his hands, allowing him to propel a combination of air pressure and sound in various ratios, controlled by his chakra. He's wondering why their leader had called him and his team to his office. The only female member of his team, Kintsuchi, is a genin-level ninja as well. She uses a combination of bells, strings, and needles to confuse her enemies. In battles, the bells cause a genjutsu, further confusing and disorientating her opponent. And the last is Dosu Kinyuda. Out of all of them, he is the strongest. Dosu is equipped with a special speaker tied to his wrist which serves to amplify sound waves and dramatically strengthen his sound-based attacks. Even if his attack is blocked, the sound waves caused by his speakers are enough to harm the one he's attacking. Let me get right down to the point, Orochimaru said to 3 ninjas present. The Queen of Metal has sent all of the hidden villages letters with rules about engagements with her grandson. I can only send 2 girls around this Prince Naruto's age and a small escort with them. I see then, I'm to be engaged to him, Kin stated, understanding her mission immediately. Yes, you and your team are going to go to the Land of Metal, Orochimaru explained. You'll be joined by Hana's team once they come back from their mission. We only have 2 months to get you and Hana ready to meet Prince Naruto. So Kin is going to have to act like a girl for once. Zaku snickered at his female teammate. That would be a nice change of pace, Dozu said, agreeing with him. Why you too? Kin growled at her teammates as a red battle aura surrounded her. What do we do with the other girls who are engaged with Naruto? Dozu asked, ignoring his angry female teammate. Should we go and level the playing field for Kin? Zuka asked. No, we can't afford them finding out that it was us who got rid of some of the girls. If that happens, then any future relationships with Metal will be hostile and seen as a treat, as well as the girls' village or nation seeing us as dangerous threat against them. That's why none of you can do anything of a hostile nature while in Metal. The Delmos are much stronger than any ninja force here in the East. The 4th Hokage, Naruto's father, just barely beat his mother when they first met. I should know, I was there when it happened. And the 4th only beat her because she was caught off guard when she had accidentally ripped all of his clothes off during their fight. The 4th didn't even know that he was naked until after he had knocked her out. What about the Leaf? Dozu asked. Wouldn't they have a better chance of getting one of those girls they're sending to get this Naruto to fall for him? Kin asked. No need to worry about that. Orochimaru chuckled with that creepy laugh of his as he shows them the letter he gotten from the Land of Metal. Read it and you'll know what I'm talking about. They all read the letter, not believing what they were reading, let alone for the royal family would allow to be known. Zaku, the first to finish the letter, is the first to speak. This Naruto has the 9-tailed fox sealed inside of him? Yes, his father sealed the fox inside of him to save the Leaf. And all he asked from the people he protected was that the village would see him as a hero. Instead they treated him as a monster, treating him little more than trash. I highly doubt that they'll be able to find even one girl in the village that has treated the prince nicely while he was going up. Where the Leaf fail, the sound will gain. If you or Hana manage to become his wife, the next Queen of Metal, well, you can see how easy it will be to get him to destroy the village that shunned him. Leaving a power vacuum in the East that's ripe for the taking, the sound will take the place of the Leaf as one of the 5 great ninja villages of the East. Queen Kin, that has a nice ring to it, said Girl Smirks, and if this Naruto isn't bad looking, I think I'm going to enjoy this mission. In the Hidden Leaf Village. In the whole village, these 2 are the only ones who have treated Naruto as a person, Sarutobi said as the files on the 2 girls were given to the council members. Have you made certain that these are the only ones? One of the council members asked. I wasn't even expecting to have even one girl who didn't harm or mistreat him in one way or another, Sarutobi stated with annoyance. What about girls that he hasn't met before? One of the members asked. No, that will do no good, since one of the rules the queen made in the engagement is that all girls who wish to be engaged to Naruto must know that he has the demon fox sealed inside of him, Sarutobi said, causing all of the members to gasp out in shock. She wants us to tell my daughter that boy has the demon fox inside of him. Hinata's father shouted. Yes, she does, Sarutobi answered. Failure to do so will break off the engagement for both girls. All of the other nations and villages have already been given letters like the one I received already. They know everything about Naruto and who his parents are. But once any girl in the village finds out that he has, one of the members started. They'll be too scared of him to be forced into the engagement. And even if they do, they will look at Naruto as the demon fox, making any kind of relationship between them impossible. Sarutobi finished. They're not even giving us a chance, one of the members growled out. And this village has never given Naruto a chance either, Sarutobi stated, causing the members to glare at him. Like it or not, the demon, as many of you see Naruto as, is the future king of metal, and once he is king, he's going to come back here for his revenge. And before you all go about killing him before that happens, think about what that kind of action is going to cause. The current queen, his grandmother, will point the finger at us and send out every Delmo she has to destroy us. Think about it. Remember Naruto's mother, Kiko. No matter how hard Erasure trained, he could never beat her. He only beat her the first time because she ripped off all of his clothes, distracting her long enough to knock her out. Yes, we all remember that day, one of the members chuckles. Too bad this village didn't see his son as a hero as he had wanted, or what we're facing now would have never happened. The third side, as he failed his friend. If they did, Naruto would have a bond with this village instead of hating it as he does now. Both of the girls, Hinata and Ayane, are going to have an extremely hard time of gaining any kind of trust with him. While they're trying to get any level of trust with him, the girls from the other villages are going to have the chance to get Naruto to fall for one of them instead. Leaving us to face the revenge that this village has planted into Naruto's heart. We're going to weep what we have sown. The escort we're going to send, can we send his teacher? One of the members asked. They all knew the relationship between them. No. That's out of the question, Sarutobi shouted. Naruto now thinks that Irika hates him as all of the others in this village do. If they found out that he's still alive, they'll kill him on sight. And when Naruto was taken up on the mountain during the escape, I called out to him, but instead of coming to me, he hid behind the women who took him. He was more scared of me than those women. He will never trust this village and will do everything he can to destroy it once he becomes king. What about the demon fox? One of the members shouted. Aren't they afraid of it breaking free? Another asked. Or it taking over the boy? Another pointed out. No, they're not. The seal Erasure used to seal the demon came from the lands to the west. Kiko was the one who gave it to him and taught him how to use it. The very same seal that was used to seal the ancient demon Hardstone, the mountain-sized demon tortoise. The nine-tailed fox is nothing more than a pup to Hardstone in age, and he is more powerful than the fox. If something like Hardstone couldn't break free, there's no way that the nine-tailed fox would be able to escape either. This entire village has treated him like trash for no reason other than he contains the demon fox inside of him. How do you know this? Hayashi asked. Because it's all written in the letter that was sent to me as well as the other villages and nations, Sarutobi explained. The reason why they're letting this information become public knowledge is because they have little fear of a group trying to take the fox away from Naruto that would kill him. As any group that does will have the entire Delmo army hot on their heels. There's no group or nation with the resources or the numbers to take on the entire Delmo army without suffering a terrible loss, win or lose. If this leaks out, one of the members started to sob but was cut off by the third. I'm afraid it's already too late for that. By tomorrow morning all the news stations and newspapers are going to print that story. All of the council members took on grim faces as they will know of what this will do to the name of the leaf. And the traders coming from the west are saying that the royal family of metal is having a trading ban on the land of fire. The best that we can hope for is for trading to be cut in half. Our feudal lord is going to be looking elsewhere for mission to be done, just like the lord in the land of wind. They're weakening us slowly, first with the cost of rebuilding the damages that the two raids made and with customers looking towards other villages. By the time Naruto is king, we'll be too weak to put up any kind of fight to stop the Delmos from destroying us, Sarutobi sighed. The only hope that is left to us are the two girls we're going to be sending to be engaged to him. In the Hyuga manor, Hinata curled up in her bed holding a pillow as she threw about what she has learned today. All of this time Naruto has been treated badly by the adults of the village, was because of the demon fox that his father the fourth had sealed inside of him to save it. She was shedding tears as she remembered all of the time that she had watched in the distance when he was alone. She held a letter sent by the Hokage that told her everything about the reason why Naruto was treated as he was and what she had to do to save the village. In the Ichiraka household that doubles as a ramen stand? Ayam lay on her back on her bed as she looks over the letter again. Naruto, the #1 customer of the family ramen stand as his father was before him. The letter given to her by the third was that of an engagement of her to Naruto. Thinking of him, Ayam let out a smile. Every time he came over, she was the one who cheered him up. She saw that beside her no one in her age group had tried becoming friends with him. Their parents had kept them away from him, leaving him alone. While there is that shy Hinata girl, but Naruto doesn't even notice her as she never says anything to him. Both girls shared the same thought as they thought about the same boy. I hope that Naruto is doing well in his new home. In the royal places of metal, Carline Delmo, the Queen Metal, stared at the still form of her grandson. He's been placed in his mother's old room. For days now, all he's been doing is sleeping and eating. If this continues on longer, he needs something to break him out of his depression. Naruto, how are you today? Carline asked him as she walked up behind him as he sat in a chair staring out of a window. Fine, Naruto said as he just sat there. I know that it's been hard for you to get used to all of this. I just want you to know that you take all the time you need. Remember this, from now on you'll have people who care and will help you now. Grandma, he spoke. Yes, Naruto, she said, glad inside that he was showing life in him for the first time since he came here. Can the Delmo bloodline inside of me can be awakened? Yes, dear. It's hard for the first time, but once you learn how to use it, it becomes as natural as a fish knowing how to swim. I can have Setsuna show you how to unlock it, if you want to start now. That's okay, I can wait for tomorrow, it's already late, Naruto punctuated with a tried yawn. He felt so very tried. Since he has gotten here, he has stayed up looking up at the night sky, wondering where he would go from here. All right, dear, Carline said with a smile, seeing life in her grandson. Grandma, once I become king, I would like to go back to the leaf. Naruto said. The leaf, whatever for, dear? His grandmother asked him. I would like to destroy it. Bloodline unseal. Setsuna walked through the halls of the castle as she is looking for the prince. Today he's going to start his training in unlocking his hidden bloodline. She enters Naruto's room, which is guarded by 2 red Delmos on either side of the heavily reinforced metal door. The floor is made out of marble that's polished to reflect like a cloudy mirror. A massive bed dominated the center of the room, and when Setsuna glanced closer, she remembers the times that she and Naruto's mother had spent in that very bed her son is sleeping in now. The mattress itself was a normal double queen-sized high-quality foam bed, the type that normally would cost Setsuna 5 S-class missions to just make one payment on. The sheets were a fine spider silk tinted in soft lavender. She has many fond memories of spending nights with Naruto's mother on the very same bed that he now sleeps in. Hi, Miss Setsuna. Neko Turley said, breaking said woman's train of thought as she makes Naruto's bed. If you're looking for Master Naruto, he's taking his morning bath, Kokuliko Nakura said as she carries the old bed cover out of the room. The others are with him, Erica Fontaine said as she cleans the mess she made by dropping the dishes of Naruto's breakfast. All 3 of the girls are wearing their new uniforms after becoming Naruto's official maids. They're all wearing a long-sleeve button shirt that's colored the same color as the Delmo rank they belong to, along with a matching pair of white leather gloves, black pants, black shoes and a black bow tie, which Setsuna finds quite charming as the outfits make them all look like high-class waiters. All right, thanks girls, Setsuna said to the younger girls. See you later, the trio chanted as the older woman left the room. Setsuna went upstairs to the private baths that's reserved for the royal family and guest of their choosing. It's much smaller than the one that's used by the castle staff. Once she got to the bath, she found that Lobelia, Carlini, Gemini Sunrise, Glycine Blue Mare, and her friend Kataji Hanabi guarding the door, along with 2 heavily armed red Delmos, armed with pikes and large shields. Miss Setsuna, what are you doing here? Lobelia asks as she saw who it was. What are you 4 doing out here when you girls are supposed to be protecting Naruto at all times? Setsuna asked them. Well, he asked us to leave the room as he was getting undressed, Kataji said, blushing slightly. He doesn't want to be seen naked by us, Glycine adds, and relive as well. She doesn't even want to think about what her grandmother had told her about seducing young boys like she used to do when she was younger. How could she and her mother be related to her, She'll never know. He must be shy, Gemini points out. First rule in bodyguarding girls, and that is to never let the person that you are bodyguarding out of your sights at any time, Setsuna said as she walks straight into the bath. The four girls look at each other before they follow the older woman into the bath with a naked boy in it. All of them are blushing as they step into the bath. The bathtub, as it were, was more like a small-sized swimming pool of steaming hot waters fed by ornate fountains in the shapes of fish and girls with water jugs that poured warm water into the bath all around and a large fountain in the middle of the pool. In the center of the shallow pool, an 8-foot-tall statue of a naked woman stood tall and proud. The statue held a large water jug that poured out a stream of warm water out of the vase, acting like a shower for the ones taking a bath. Sitting under the downpour is Naruto in all of his naked glory, washing off the shampoo out of his hair. EP. All four girls yelp out at the same time behind Setsuna. At least we know that he's safe, the older woman said as she walks towards the edge of the pool. What are you girls doing here? Naruto spoke in a flat voice. Setsuna? The four girls started mumbling as they turned their backs to him, all red face. Sorry Naruto, but you are just too important to let anything happen to you. Setsuna smiles as she looks down upon him. Your grandmother will never forgive us if anything were to happen to you. Can you not look at me? Naruto asks as he looks for something to cover himself with. What's the matter? Setsuna asks as she throws him a towel. You'll better get used to it. We the Delmonines are here to protect you at all times. I would like to have some time to myself, you know, Naruto said as he stood up with the towel wrap around his waist. After I get dressed, I want to start in unlocking my bloodline powers. It's not an easy thing to unseal, you know, Setsuna said. With the seal on, you were going to have to unlock your powers by going to the shrine. The unlocking of the bloodline starts at an early age, but there are some who can't unlock it by the training that's involved in unlocking it, so an unsealing method was created to unlock the bloodline powers for those who can't through training. You mean like what my aunt went through when her training wasn't helping her, so she would be able to use her bloodline? Glycin spoke out. That's right, Setsuna said as she watches Naruto go behind a curtain and got dressed. Where do I have to go? He asks from behind the curtain. The priestess are all waiting for you, Setsuna said. I'll be coming with you. All right, Naruto said. You foretell the others that I'm going to be late for lunch. Right, sir, the four girls said as they turned to leave but were stopped by Setsuna. Hold it, she said. 2 of you are coming with us. That's your jobs now, to be at hand for anything that Naruto might need. Lobelia, Gemini, you two come with us while Glycin and Kataji go tell the others about being late. Yes, Ma, the 4 said as they walk out into the hallway and splitting up into pairs of 2s. Lobelia and Gemini following Naruto and Setsuna, while Glycin and Kataji went the other way. How far is it? Naruto asks as he follows Setsuna out of the bath. We're heading to the temple on the eastern side of the palace, she answers. We can take the horses, Glycin shouts as she just loves to ride on her horse. No, we take a carriage, Lobelia said. We wouldn't want the prince to be mobbed by his subjects, now do we? Since Naruto is the only male Delmo to be born, all of the girls around his age will have their eyes locked on him. Whatever, Naruto said in a flat tone of voice as he stops wearing his smiling mask he used to wear in that village. I'll do what it takes to get stronger. Then I can destroy that village. And I'll be there on your side, Setsuna said. If she had gone with Kiko when she had ran away, she could have taken Naruto back to Ironmount before he was exposed to all of the hatred of those villagers. But that doesn't matter, as in 6 years on Naruto's 18th birthday, he's going to become king and destroy the leaf. At another part of the palace. In her office, Queen Carline watched from a viewing globe of what's happening to her grandson today. She saw how Naruto still needs to adjust to having girls around him to protect him at all times. She remembers how she had been annoyed by having her bodyguards go wherever she went when she was younger. That was until she hit PBRTY and she had started to notice how her bodyguards looks and how their bodies have all of the right craves. Her husband had never minded that she slept around with other women when she was younger, but after she had gotten older she stopped, as that kind of thing was for young people. Her friend Sito Bluemare, who has a seat at the council, would tell the younger women of their relationships when they were younger. much to the dismay of her daughter and eldest granddaughter, who are embarrassed of the past antics of the head of their clan. Her voyeuristic inclinations only partially abated, Caroline made her way through the secret panel in the back of her office and traveled by express to the underground chamber where the clan council was waiting. Making a sweeping entrance that conveyed an air of impatience, she briskly made her way to the spot reserved for her exclusively, then swept the gathered members of the council with a stern gaze meant to be intimidating. Much to her annoyance, Zenobia, the reigning matriarch of the Romanji clans, returned Carline's stern gaze with much better effect and said, in a slightly ruffled tone, "You are late," as though chiding an errant youngster. But she is the only member of the council left over from when her mother had rule, and while she's about 20 years older than Carline is, she looks like she's around Carline's age of her mid-50s. "I am here," Carline responded. "So why does the council require my presence at this particular time?" "Oh, nothing much, Your Majesty," Zenobia replied. "We have heard disturbing rumors that need to be explained to our satisfaction. It seems as though the times are moving at their own pace once again, and we need to take stock of these events in order to decide how they will relate upon the fate of the realm." Well, that was certainly ominous and vague enough, Carline reflected. Not like Zenobia to beat around the bush and talk in strange generalities rather than cutting to the chase and getting to the point with her usual irascible temper. To judge by the sternness in the old matron's old in chronological years anyways. There was nothing particularly mocking or condescending in her tone, but nonetheless Carline bristled at the old witch's baiting commentary. As it was beneath her dignity to respond with a sharp reply of her own, she allowed the matter to pass unnoticed. But still she could not help but reflect on how her mother would have dealt with Zenobia's insolence, and how long it would have taken the elder matriarch to heal from the wounds she would have suffered. But Carline wasn't nowhere near that vindictive, nor so ruthless. Her mother had ruled with an iron fist that made her very unpopular with her subjects. When she took the crown after her mother died, she did things very different than her mother had when she had ruled. She needed the support of the council in order to properly govern Ironmount, for it took more than soldiers to keep people in line. You needed to work from the heart in order to keep them satisfied, loyal, and happy. "Your grandson is having his bloodline abilities unlocked today, isn't he?" Zenobia asked, but already knowing the answer. "Yes, he is," Carline answers. "He wants to be stronger so he'll be able to take his revenge once he takes the crown. A war with the Leaf Village is going to be the first war we have been a part of since the war with the nation of Wei in your grandmother's time," Zenobia said. "Yes, but can you blame him?" Cito Bluemare asks the women on the council. "I wouldn't have been able to last as long as he did," one of the women said. "Such a poor boy having to live a life like that," another added. "You think him being the 4th's son would have the people of the Leaf look at him as a hero," another puts her 2 cents in. "How many of the army units are you going to be sending?" Zenobia asked. "That depends on my grandson," Carline said. "He's the one who's going to choose which the units to go with him when it's time." "Speaking of your grandson, Cito's granddaughter has been assigned to be his personal maid," Zenobia stated. "How come only her granddaughter been assigned to be his maid?" "My husband's Turks unit were the ones who chose who were to become his maids. If you have any questions, please ask them about it," Carline said. "And the fact that you and Cito are good friends has nothing to do with it?" Zenobia pointed out for the rest of the members to hear. "Well, if any of you want your daughters or granddaughter to have a go in getting Naruto to fall for them, please be my guest," Carline said, as she doesn't want the council members to think she's holding a clan in higher regard than others. That would just make things troubling for her grandson once he takes over. "Good, my daughter is around his age, they should get along fine," one of the council members said. This quickly got more of the members to put their heirs onto the table. Before the argument could escalate and further, Carline raised her hand to stop the bickering. "Now, let's not argue over something like this. As the married law of the country states that Naruto is free to choose whichever Delmo female in the clan. Each of your heirs will have equal standing, but his choice will be of his own free will. I will not tolerate any coercion, blackmail, potions, or whatnot to influence his decision. And in any case, he's got 6 years to make a choice, so let him be. Do I make myself perfectly clear?" And besides, since men here can be married to more than one wife, Naruto should be able to marry more than one girl as well, Sito points out. Which means, Zenobia began thinking of getting some of the council members' heirs to work with her great-granddaughter as a team. I'll also be choosing which girls are going to make the cut, Carline said. I'm not about to be letting my grandson be in a loveless marriage. How are you going to be choosing which girls makes the cut? One of the council members asked. With a series of tests, Carline stated, the wife of my grandson is going to be helping in ruling this country. So that is why all suitors are going to be going to school and be taught in the art of maintaining a working government. And for those who are fighters, they'll be tested in their fighting abilities, as I don't want Naruto to be married to a girl who can't defend herself. Since he can't be married until he's 18 years of age, he'll have the time to get to know the girls, and I'll be able to see which of them makes the cut. Those who don't will be sent back home. But of course, if Naruto takes a liking to one of the girls who isn't that good in either studies, I'll be fine with it and let them stay. Besides, none of them could be as bad as Hunrock when he became your husband, Sito said, causing all of the women to laugh. In the village of the Leaf, Hinata began tapping her fingers together as she waited in her homeroom. She was called over to her classroom along with a couple of other girls from her class and some who she has never seen before. One of the girls she did kind of know is the girl who works at the ramen stand Naruto used to always go to. She had seen how the ramen girl and Naruto gotten along with each other. She was his only friend. Hi Hinata, Sakura said as she and Ino sat down beside her. Hello, Hinata mumbles. Do you know why we were all summoned here? Ino asked. I heard it has something to do with that Naruto kid, a girl sitting behind them spoke. The girl is dressed in a pink sleeveless shirt and her hair is done up in buns on her head. She already has a forehead protector on her forehead. Naruto, both Sakura and Ino asked while Hinata already knew what's going on. I still can't believe that he's a prince, Sakura said. And that his father is the fourth Hokage, Ino adds. Don't forget that he's the fox demon, one of the girls in the room said. Now that he's free, he'll probably attack us like he did 12 years ago, another girl adds. Hey, he isn't like that. I am the ramen girl shouted. Come on, now that he has those Delmo women behind him, he's going to attack us the first chance he gets, one of the girls said. He isn't like that, Hinata spoke up. Besides, it is people like you is the reason why he'll attack us in the first place, Ayam shouts. You're just saying that because he's your family's ramen stand's best customer, a girl snorted. No, because I'm his only friend in this entire village, Ayam said back. Which is why I chose her and Hinata for this important mission, the third said as he enters the classroom followed by a handful of older Leaf Kunoichis. Those who spoke badly about Naruto, please remove yourselves from the room before you're thrown out. This mission is too important for your views on Naruto to endanger it. What? Shouts one of the girls who were talking about Naruto. Leave now, a blonde woman with a huge chest shouts, stamping her foot down, making the entire classroom rumble. The girls all got the message and quickly left the room, leaving only the ones who weren't talking badly about Naruto in the room. Let me get right to the point, the third said. Hinata and Ayam are the only girls in this entire village who haven't mistreated Naruto while he was living here. Now that he's in Metal, his mother's homeland, he's the only heir to the crown. With how many of the villagers treated him, he will, once he becomes king, will seek to have revenge on us. That's why this mission is so important. The third motions the blonde with the big rank to take over. Queen Carline, Naruto's grandmother, has sent letters to all the hidden villages and nations of engagements for her grandson Naruto. If one of the girls we send manages to win him over, she might be able to convince him to spare our village. But since so many parents have either chased Naruto away from becoming friends with any of you or you yourselves have given him the cold shoulder. Our candidates for this engagement are very limited. That's why the two and only ones who were friendly with him, Hinata Hyuga and Ayam Ichiraku, are to be engaged to Naruto Delmo, Prince of Metal. The entire classroom erupted as all of the girls of the class turned to the two girls that are engaged to the prince. They all began asking the two girls questions, making Hinata very uncomfortable with all of the attention focused on her. But they all shut up when the blonde stomps her foot again. My name is Tsunade, me and the women behind me, she said as she waves to the kunoichi standing behind her, are going to be training them in the fine arts of seducing of the opposite section. Why are we here then? Sakura asks as all of the girls of the class are wondering themselves. We're allowed to send a small escort with the girls we're sending. We decided to bring only girls as there aren't any boys here that are his friends. Me and the others besides training Ms. Hinata and Ayam are also going to be choosing which of you girls are going with them. In 2 months all the girls engaged are going to medal, which leaves us with very little time. We're going to decide which of you girls are coming on the base of how you have treated Naruto in the past and your own personal views on him. Once in medal we have only 6 years to erase the hatred he has for this village so that Hinata and Ayam have a shot of winning him over. The marriage age in medal is 18s, so it gives us some time to heal wounds. But with everything that he has learned that was kept from him for all of this time, getting him to trust anyone from the Leaf will be a long uphill battle. But if we don't try, then there's no hope in avoiding a war with medal once Naruto becomes their first king. In Iron Mount, Naruto lays on his back, strip of everything but his undergarments, on top of a stone table as all of the priestesses of the temple chanted around him. They were dressed in white gowns with golden belts and each one was beautiful, like most of the women of Iron Mount. Standing at ready around the table stood 7 tall women with sandals on their feet that were wrapped with leather thongs around their calves. A short leather skirt, looking more like armor, defined their muscular thighs. A light, loose garment of gossamer green poked out loosely from beneath their leather armor that had accentuated BRST forms, and their armor gave way to their muscular arms. From there they had long, smooth necks upon which rested their individual, beautiful faces that were crowned by silken hair of different colors that hung below their ears in stunning ringlets. Upon their heads each woman wore a helmet that went to a semi-rounded point at the top. The temple guards in traditional armor of the temple guards. How long does this last? Lobelia asked Setsuna and Glycin as they waited in the room. It takes a while for them to unlock the bloodline, Glycin answers as she watches. Since Naruto also has the fox demon sealed inside of him, they're also going to send him back to the demon world where he came from, Setsuna said. Like what they did for Hardstone? Lobelia asked. Yes, the very same jutsu that sent Hardstone back to the demon world. And the same that made him into a summons, Setsuna said. But I never heard of anyone ever summoning Hardstone before, Lobelia said. That's because no one is right for his taste to have a contract with him. The only ones with that ability to summon him are the ones with the blood of the queen who was his container, the older woman answers. Once the priestess send the demon fox back to the demon world, Naruto will be able to summon him as well as Hardstone if he manages to get a contract with the fox, that is. Which means it will be all that easy to destroy the leaf, Lobelia smiles. Looks like they're almost done with the jutsu, Glycin points out as Naruto's body began glowing red. Naruto began struggling as something inside of him began to tear itself out of him. The priestesses around him all grab onto him as he couldn't be moved off the table till the jutsu was over. They threw their bodies on top of him to hold him down, leaving only his head uncovered as he struggles to free himself from the mass of women on top of him. Hands from the priestesses around his head held his face, trying to comfort him as he began bellowing in rage as the beast inside of him began to break free from the seal. The priestesses still standing chanted louder as the demonic red chakra coming from their prince began to take form. With one last surge of chants and seals, the priestesses opened the gateway to the demon world. The demonic red chakra began to be SCK into the portal as all of the chakra left Naruto's body. A long howl began to shake the room as the sealing jutsu continues on. When the last of the demonic chakra was sunk into the portal and the howl from the demon fox stopped, the priestesses closed the gateway to the demon world, as the priestesses of the past have done with the tortoise demon Hardstone. Setsuna and the 2 girls quickly run over to Naruto once they saw the jutsu was all over with. But as they got close, the priestesses that were holding down Naruto pulled themselves off of him, all the while staring at him. Setsuna and the girls let out a collective grasp as they saw what the unsealing and sealing jutsu has done to his body. His transformed body rose up as he stood on the stone table, letting all before him in the room to see what he has become. Countdown to the deadline. It's been 2 months since the training of the killer bees began under my command, Sunyu said as she speaks in front to the panel of top-ranked white Delmo commanders all seated in a horseshoe-shaped conference table. Sitting in the middle of the table is Queen Caroline, who wants to see how the 2 months of training has paid off. Aren't you forgetting someone? Diao Chan said as she shoots her rival a look. She helped as well, Sun Yu said as she glares at her fellow general. How have the girls taken to the training? Vixen, a long green-haired woman who is the head of the White Delmos and Queen Caroline's chief bodyguard, asked. Currently their fighting and skill levels are of that of the level of Gold Delmos, Sun Yu explains to her Queen and the White Delmo commanders. And their special diets has improved their bodies, not to mention their growing figures. Diao Chan smiles. I'm sure that Prince Naruto will get to know them very well as they get older, as he should trust them to be with him at all times like how you used to do with your bodyguards. I'm just glad that all of us have strong back muscles so that we can handle the added weight with no trouble. Why they want to have better figures, I'll never know, Sun Yu said as she wonders why she's the only one that keeps her BRST under warps. She always wears her armor whenever she steps outside, hiding her figure underneath, hiding it from the eyes of her fellow Delmo women. Just because you're uncomfortable with showing off your body doesn't mean that others don't, Diao Chan said to her fellow general. Don't you find it hard to fight with those jumping around? Sun Yu asks as she pokes at the taller woman's overdeveloped BRST. Only when I don't wear my sport bars, you know, the ones with the metal frames, in order to adequately constrain my definitely overabundant assets. Diao Chan smiles as she presses her plump BRST into the shorter woman's face. I know that you two have been rivals ever since you two went to academy together, but please remember that you two are now generals of metal, not high school girls. A darkly tan woman who was one of their upperclassmen in their school days. But if they did, then the annual staff party wouldn't be as much fun if they don't start up a fight like they always do. A short blue-haired woman said, reminded of all the fights that broke out between them and the bets the staff members made on who's going to win the fight this time. When do we get to meet the girls? Caroline asks as she has other matters to attend to today. Girls! Sun Yu shouts as the door behind her opens and a long line of 13 girls march in single file into the room. All of them are covered in a sleek, navy blue bodysuit that left only their backs bare, where it revealed tight, creamy skin underneath. Their bodies are toned, tight, well-oiled fighting machines, evidence of years of the training they have done in the academy and the 2 months of harsh training regimes imposed on them by the two generals. They moved with the ease and fluidity of a tiger or panther stalking its prey, jumping and leaping as if gravity meant nothing to them and did nothing to weigh them down. Their bodies are of that belonged to an angel, in more ways than one, the White Delmos commanders observed. All of them wore red berets, red ties that nestle between their developing BRSs, combat boots that are spite-shined, and red gauntlets. 2 of the girls look alike down to the same build and hairstyle, but one of them wore a gas mask over her face. The young girls formed a single line shoulder to shoulder as they faced their commanders and their queen. They stood proud with their chins held high and chests pushed out. They all have an air of confidence around them that they developed throughout their training they have done over the last 2 months. All of the girls have grown stronger than they were when the training had began and will continue as they're going to take shifts so that they can continue on with their advanced training to protect their prince. We the Killer Bees are here to serve, Cammy, the leader of the Killer Bees, said as she stood in the middle of her unit. And who do you protect? Caroline asked all of the girls standing before her. Your grandson Prince Naruto, Junie answers. The future king of metal, Julie adds. And what else? Caroline asked the other girls. We will lay down our lives to protect him, Enero said. Use our bodies as shields to protect him from any attack, Fevrier said. We will hunt down any foe that tries to harm him, said Mars. Stay by his side in any kind of dangerous situation, said April. We are his to do as he pleases with, Satsuki said. Whatever he wants of us we will do. Our bodies belong to him now, Santama said. Make sure that everything that passes into his mouth is safe for him to eat or drink, Shiyu said. To bath with him so he'll never be out of our sights for a moment, Jinyu said. Sleep with him to make sure he's safe at night, Noemblu said. And most of all to show him that there are people who care for him, Decapri said, her voice muffled under her mask. All good answers, Caroline said, smiling as she sees that she chose wisely in the list of girls she picked from. The list was created from her husband's Turks units. As you all know, the girls that are to be engaged to Naruto are going to be arriving in the next couple of days before the engagement party 10 days from now. In that time, I want all of you to get to know Naruto and earn his trust. Is it true that the Leaf is going to be sending girls as well? Kami asked her queen. Yes, they managed to dig up 2 girls that haven't harmed my grandson. One Hinata Hyuga and I am Ichiraku. It looks like they're the only girls that treated him with any kindness while he lived in the Leaf. Hinata Hyuga is from the powerful Hyuga clan known for their white eyes and ability to see chakra flows in the living beings. She's very shy and used to watch Naruto while he trained by himself, developing a crush on him. But because she's so shy, nothing came out of it as she was too scared to even talk to him. As for Ayam Ichiru, her family runs a ramen stand which Naruto ate at as it was the only place that would serve him. She's the only real friend he had there, Carline explains. Should we make sure that they don't have a chance with Naruto? Junie asked. Shouldn't be too hard to do, Inaro stated, as all of them know the prince's view with his father's village. No, let them be. Those 2 won't be a problem. Hinata is too shy and Ayam cares for him more like a best friend than a lover, Carline said, as she already had a profile done on all of the girls that are to be engaged to her grandson. But she'll still going to have those 2 girls of the Leaf be watch. It's the escort that I'm worried about. One of the 3rd Hokage students, Tsunade, one of the 3 Sannin, are going to be one of their escorts along with a couple of their young kunoichis, along with 3 boys who are besides Ayam are the closest thing he had to having friends. What do you want us to do with them if they prove to be a treat to the prince? Julie asked. Crush them, Queen Carline said with no emotion in her voice but cold fury. As you command, all the killer bees said at once. In another part of the castle, he's really pushing himself today, Erika said, worrying about Naruto as she watches him train with the older Kangakure Nin from different ranks, as each unit had their own strengths and weaknesses. He's doing what he wants to, Setsuna said as she watches the women attack Naruto from all sides. She ordered them to attack him, holding nothing back as he wanted. She's amazed of how fast and how strong he has become over a short period of time. The only time that the fighting stops is when she sees that Naruto has reached his limit and any more punishment would gravely injure his body. Even now, with the unforeseen side effects from the sealing jutsu that sent the 9-tailed fox back to the demon world where it came from. I hope that he doesn't hurt himself too badly, Coquelicot said as she watches as the older women fighting in a group against Naruto. Have some faith in him, Neko said as she pats the younger girl's shoulder. Lobelia, playing with her metal chain hanging down from her right sleeves, spoke up as she watches unblinkingly at what's before her. She's right, you know. Everything he's doing now, he's doing out of an overpowering drive to be stronger. A ruler has to be strong to rule over their subjects. If one isn't strong in body, then it's by their mind that they show power. Naruto can only see that through power he'll be able to rule. Just like how his great-grandmother had ruled when she was queen, Glycine said as she watches the fight. We have to make sure that doesn't happen again, Kitaji said. And show him he doesn't need power to rule or get people to respect him, Gemini adds. Or he'll follow in the footsteps of his great-grandmother ruling with an iron fist, Setsuna said. That's why you girls must break him out of this ambition or it will destroy him sooner or later. We will, the girls all said. Look out. A scream alerted them as Suraya Anata was thrown towards them by the prince they're talking about. She would have hit the wall behind them if Setsuna didn't catch her before she hits, that is. I appear that Naruto is getting stronger, Setsuna said, looking down at the smaller woman she held in her arms. That's an understatement, Maya Yujina said as she was helped over to the sidelines by Tuka Kurinai and her sister Mikan Kurinai as they supported her with both of them under each arm. He's building up more and more energy with each passing day, Tuka said. Soon he'll be stronger than his grandmother was in her prime in no time, Mikan said. But he has nowhere but to fight to release all of that energy, Rushuna Tendo said as she held her bruised arm with her good one. Too bad that he still has a few more years till we'll be able to sleep with him, Suraya said as Setsuna sets her down. Yeah, especially now with his new features, Maya said as she smiles as she watches Naruto work up a sweat. I knew that you like playing around like that, Tuka said as she grins at the taller woman. You really should invite us to one of your parties with those friends of yours, Mikan said. I'm willing to try anything once. I keep that in mind, Maya smiles. What are you talking about? Coquelicot asked, making all of the older girls and women to blush bright red. Don't mind them, they're just being stupid as usually, Rashuna said as she kneels down to pat the younger girl's head face to face. Maya and the Kurenai sisters all look at each other and nodded in unspoken agreement. The three older women quickly leaped on top of their younger team member. She tried fighting off their advances but was overwhelmed by her three stronger teammates. Maya lifted her up, putting her over her shoulder, and carried her out of the room, followed by the Kurenai sisters. What are they going to do to her? Neko asked as she doesn't like the looks on their faces. Nothing much, but show her the pecking order of our team, Setsuna said as the team missions have been put on hold and given to other teams as they have been too busy with Naruto's training to go on any missions. Having a team of their level sitting around would have been a waste of resources as they could be doing missions. But unlike most other ninja villages, Ironmount didn't rely on the ninja missions for their main source of funding. And that they have more ninjas than they know what to do with. Most of the women with the interest of becoming a ninja are either serving as ninjas that go on missions or serving in the standing army of metal made up mostly of the Kangakurenin, with a few of the husbands of the female soldiers serving as well. At least we don't have to worry about having to sleep with Naruto for a few more years, Glycin said as her grandmother been telling her pointers as well as books with pictures showing what kind of positions would drive both parties towards the precipice of pleasure. Her grandmother also telling her to get to know her fellow maids well, as she may need a team effort to get him to open up to them. Oftentimes merely the sight of bosomy, sweaty, naked women writhing in orgasm was itself enough to draw any man out to his shell and open himself up to them. Just like when her grandmother had those women have their way with her mother as her father walked in on them, she said it was an anniversary present for them. I still can't believe that you and your mother are from the same family as Sito is, Setsuna said as she remembers the stories she heard about Sito when she was younger. Well, me and my mother hold ourselves to the noble ideals of the Blue Mare family, Glycin replied. The same family whose head of the family went and turned a staff meeting into a free-for-all orgy. Lobelia smirks at the high-class blonde. I'm never going to live that down, am I? The future heir of the Blue Mare family ummed. Not as long as your grandmother's around to tell the story, Gemini said as she's heard about that so-called meeting firsthand from Sito. Glycin lowers her head lower as the rest of the group started laughing at her. In the leaf. All right, you two know what to do, right? Tsunade said as she looks over the two girls in front of her. For 2 months she and the other Leaf Kunoichis have been training the two girls in the art of Stockton and building up their skills in getting guys to notice them. They also gotten help from some of the village women in how to act and behave when dealing with royalty. Get close to Naruto so that he will fall for one of us and get him to not attack the village that made his life a living hell. Ayam said. The sarcasm in her voice was so thick that it could be cut with a knife. Hinata looks scared as a number of the Kunoichis in the room glare at Ayam, who brushes it off. What? You sound like you want him to destroy your village, Anko said, growling. What if I do? Ayam snaps back at her. What are you going to do about it? Get someone else to replace the one of the only two girls in this entire village that was nice to Naruto. Do that, and the only person left is Hinata here, who's been too shy to talk to him more than saying hello to him or let him do all the talking for them, let alone to make friends with him like I did. Hinata mumbles under her breath as she was just too scared to talk to Naruto. It's okay, Hinata, Ayam said to her. You'll get your chance to get to know him as I do when we meet him again. Hinata gave her new friend a smile, hearing those words of encouragement. Enko, stand down, Tsunade said, placing her hand on the streaming mad Kunoichi. Right now these two are our only hope in preventing a war that we cannot possibility hope of whining. We can't let even one of them be taken out of the engagement now. See, told you, Ayam said smugly. Just you wait. Enko said, growling with anger. Enough of this, Kurenai said. Hinata, Ayam, get your things ready. Tonight we're leaving for the land of snow. We already got tickets for an airship that's going to take us straight to Ironmount, the capital city of metal. Both of you, while you're engaged to Naruto, are also going to be attending their academy. Queen Carline, Naruto grandmother, wants her grandson to marry someone who's not only strong in body but in the mind as well. You'll not only have to get Naruto to trust you but also make the grade to stay in the engagement running. We only have a couple of days to get to Ironmount. If we miss the engagement party for all the girls that are to be engaged to Naruto will be taken out of the running. I'll get my things, Hinata said as she already had her things packed already at her home. Me too, the sooner we get to the medal and away from here the better, Ayam said as she left the room. Are the others ready to go? Tsunade asked as she's going with the two girls as one of their escorts. Yes they are, Kurenai sighed. I still can't believe what's happening to us. We're on the verge of a war that's going to destroy us. And it's the son of our hero that's going to war with us. And I can't blame him, Tsunade said coldly. None of you have no one else to blame but yourselves of what's happening now. Erasure only wanted the village he gave his life for to see his son as a hero. But instead all of you in this village only saw him as the fox demon instead of the son of your hero. Then why didn't you or the pervert take him when his father died then if you care so much for him? Enko said as she didn't want to be reminded of that fact of how they failed the fourth request. Because the third wouldn't hear of it as he wanted Naruto to grow up in the village of his father so he'll have a bond to protect the village of his father. So much for that idea as he now hates this village and everyone in it, Tsunade said. And now the only hope that we have is in those two girls who have to get Naruto to trust them. Getting past all of the years of hate he has built up for this village. I have never seen the stakes stacked up so high ever. Naruto doesn't have any ties in this village anymore, or has to pretend to be nice when he sees us at the engagement party or treat any of us with any kind of respect. He knows that he can do anything to us and we can't do anything but let him do what he wants with us. Since we can't do anything to him or we will start the war that he wants, this isn't a mission, this is a mission impossible. Far to the north of the land of metal. Stepping out of the carriage that brought him to this cold land, a thinly pale man looked upward at a huge ancient fortress that seemed to have been carved straight out of the black rock that made up the icy mountainous landscape around him. They don't make them like they used to, the man thought, but then they had never made them like this. The scale of the castle was enormous, with spires and battlements that dwarfed anything the man had ever seen before. The foundations of the fortress appeared to be rooted in living rock. The castle's three main towers sprouted from the black rock as if the entire structure had been formed from the stone rather than built. Two bridges that connected the towers high up were the only clear signs that this monstrosity was the work of human hands and not spewed up by the dark forces of nature. The design of the castle was both impressive and forbidding, radiating ominous power. The man shook off the feeling as he walks to the open gate of the castle as his mistress is waiting inside for him. High in the tower. As always, Tabitha wore a long black gown. It was slit very high up one leg, her creamy thigh poking through and immediately catching the eye of people as they see her. The front of the dress gaped wide, displaying plenty of Tabitha's pale snowy biases, coming just short of exposing her nipples. The ever-present cold of the land didn't bother the skimpy clan woman, as her mind and heart are much colder than the ever-present cold weather of the land. The woman sitting on her throne was an incredible beauty, with flawless pale white skin and long, flowing raven hair that reached to her waist. Her pristine features could have been considered angelic, were it not for the angry stare she fixed upon her servant as he entered the room. "Willie, I have been waiting for you," Tabitha said as she waited for him to answer her. "Sorry, my queen," the thinly pale man said as he bows to her. "What news have you brought to me from Metal?" Queen Tabitha said. "The girls that are to be engaged to Prince Naruto of Metal will soon be arriving in the follow days up to the date of the engagement ball being thrown at the castle," Willie answers to his queen. "Good, now the Wei nation of the Land of Gems will finally have its revenge on Metal," Tabitha said as she slams her right fist on her throne's armrest. "But my queen, the soldiers and ninjas are too powerful," Willie spoke as the last war with Metal ended badly for them. "That's why we're going to have the Prince of Metal have an unfortunate accident and have the blame place on the Leaf," Tabitha smiles. "When his grieving grandparents send the main army to deal with the Leaf, our forces will strike and destroy the capital of Metal and take over the country, making our nation the most powerful of the eastern lands." "But my queen, I mean no disrespect, but going to war with Metal, is it the only choice we have?" Willie asked. "That's why I'm sending my daughter to be engaged with Prince Naruto." Either way grows to become stronger through marriage or by war means little to me as long as we become powerful. Your daughter? Willie asked as he heard the door behind him open and the said girl came walking in. As Farah came forward, then knelt, presenting herself to her mother. Her mother stared at her proud that she inherited her beauty. Her long hair was a rich chestnut color, her eyes huge as she gazed up to her mother's face. She was only about 5 feet tall, as she has some more growing to do. She is dressed in a simply white gown with a gold band circling her waist. Her figure was already developing. Her beards are small fleshy mounds, but broad, promising to grow much larger as she matured like her mother's. The royal family of the Land of Gems all have the blood of Delmo flowing in their veins. The first queen was a runaway Delmo of metal, one of the few that ever escaped from the Silver Delmos unit. This past incident caused the two nations to break out into wars in the following decades since the two nations formed and continued to this day. Farah, you know what to do, Tabitha asked her daughter. I'll try to suck Prince Naruto into marrying me, making him think that I care for him, and once married I will take control of the throne from behind the scenes. If I fail to get him to fall for me, I'll make sure that there isn't an heir for the throne of metal and place the blame on his death on the leaf, Farah said, smiling as she mirrors her mother not only in body but also in her cold thinking mind. That's a good girl. You make your mother so proud, Tabitha said as her daughter is turning out to be just like her. And she couldn't be prouder. The Engagement Party Part 1. Lounging about on a great mound of pillows, quietly snacking on some dried dates and sipping some orange juice spiked with some herbal pills to help in his growing as he's shorter than he should be at his age, his day's schooling finished, Naruto rested up for his combat training. Sure, he had only 4 hours of schooling followed by another 2 of observing the council in action. His grandmother and grandfather had started him schooling in developing his mind for when he becomes king, he's going to have to be more than just strong in body but in his mind as well. Naruto wants some more? Coquelicot offered, holding a pitcher of orange juice as she sees his cup empty. Sure, Naruto said as held out his cup for her to refill. Around him are his personal maids and his new personal bodyguards, the killer bees, who are fiercely protective of him. They had already taste-tested all of the food and drink that were being served to him. They were a gift from his grandmother as she wants him to be protected at all times. Without him, the royal family bloodline would end with her. Tomorrow is the engagement party, Kitaji said as she's in charge of Naruto's day planner. You shouldn't go into the combat training today. You don't want to get hurt during the training, Neko said as her pink Delmo training kicked in. She's right, you need to look your best for tomorrow. You don't want to dishonor yourself by appearing with a broken arm or something broken on your face, Glycine said as she has been trying to get Naruto to act more as a nobleman would act. Like how her family acts since her grandmother's antics has caused them to fall from the high ideals of the noble bloodline of their family. I think having scars shows character, Cammy said as she lightly fingers the scar she received during her training on her left cheek. But she is right that I should look my best for the party, Naruto said. Also there will be some people from the Leaf, Mars said looking over her folder of all the data she managed to find. Tell me who's coming, Naruto asked. The escort is besides the 2 girls are 3 girls and 3 boys, the adults number 4. The 3 boys that are coming were kind of like your friends, Shikamaru Nara, who comes from a family of shadow manipulators and deer herders, Kiba Inazuka Kanehagakure's Inazuka family known for their ninja dogs, and Chuji Akimichi is a member of the Akimichi clan, one of the 4 noble clans in Kanehagakure, Mars said reading off the names of those listed of coming. As for the girls that are comings, as 2 of them were in your class. The first is Sakura Haruno, who you seem to have a crush on. Her main strengths are her intelligence and her hidden chakra control, which just needs to be brought out. The next is Ino Yamanaka, who is Sakura's friend rival. She is talented in the way of the flower Ikebana, 1, as well as mind-altering jutsu where she can control a person's body but leaves her own body a sitting duck for any attack. The last is Tenten, a Genin-level ninja who graduated the academy a year ahead of you. Tenten is a student of Might Guy together with 2 guys named Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga. Not much is known about her techniques, other than that they involve the mastery of weaponry. Tenten is an expert in the use of melee and throwing armaments and summons these special melee weapons from scrolls when needed. She also uses what may be chakra strings to control and guide the direction of her weapons. Tenten also has proved herself very capable of throwing many weapons at her opponent and using them for ranged attacks. She is considered one of the best female ninja in the village. I remember them, Naruto said. Tell me about the two girls they managed to find to be engaged to me. The first is the daughter of Tuchi the owner, the Ichiraku ramen bar, the one you used to always eat at. I am Ichiraku, who you know well. Then there's Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter and heiress to the Hyuga clan known for the Byakugan bloodline. She has a crush on you for a long time now, but she's very shy. Mars read off the report she has on the two girls. I am and Hinata, Naruto said. Well, those two are the only ones that were nice to me while I live there. When I start the war with the Leaf, I have to remember to spare those two lives. I'll make a note of that, Mars said as she continues on her report. The four adults that are coming with them are Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, grandniece of the second Hokage, and the Kunoichi of the three legendary three ninja, Densetsu no Sen. Even though she is around in her 50s, her transformation technique, it must be noted that Tsunade's henge is somewhat different from the normal henge, as it does not get dispelled when she is slashed or injured, and she apparently does not have to use any effort to keep it up. It is a permanent henge that only gets partially dispelled when she uses her Sozo Seize, as the seal on her forehead is where she stores the chakra for her henge, making it appear as if she were still in her 20s. She has a gambling problem where she loses a lot of money, and the only time she wins is when something bad is going to happen. One of her noteworthy possessions is her grandfather's amulet, a necklace that could buy up to 3 mountains. She also has a pet pig named Taunton. How interesting, Naruto said as he waves for her to continue. Shizune, a talented medic nin, is the apprentice of Tsunade and left Konoha with her after her uncle Dan died. Shizune is quite close to Tsunade, one of the few people Tsunade will trust with absolute certainty, and a fairly talented and capable ninja in her own right. Unlike Tsunade, she is level-headed, practical, and a rational thinker. As a result, she is the one who tends to stress over details like Tsunade's tendency to gamble and think with her heart. Shizune also looks after Taunton, Tsunade's pet pig. The third member is Kurenai Yuhi, a Jonin. Relatively little is known about her, other than the fact that she only became a Jonin recently. She also been chosen to be Hinata Hyuga's teacher and was appointed by Hinata's father. The last member is Asuma Sarutobi, another Jonin. Not much is known about Asuma, only that he seems very laid back and is always smoking a cigarette whenever he is seen. Interesting choices, but then again they didn't had much of a choice in choosing who was going to come, since there are so few people in the Leaf that had shown me any kindness, Naruto said. What do you want us to do about them? Kami asked. Leave that to me, Naruto said, thinking of the fun he's going to have with his former villagers. At the Land of Snow Airport? Well, look at that, they have the nerve of showing their faces, a sound ninja said as she points at the group of Leaf ninjas. The sound ninja who is pointing is named Tayuya. She is the only kunoichi of Orochimaru's Sound 4 unit. She is foul-mouthed and ill-tempered, but very powerful. Her main weapon is her flute. With it she can summon 3 powerful demons and control them to fight for her. Tayuya is very intelligent and can think of excellent strategies and battle tactics. She can also perform genjutsu with her flute. Her preference for sound-based, long-range combat with her flute makes her vulnerable at close-range combat. When in level 2 cursed seal form, her hair grows longer, her skin turns dark brown, and she grows several horns on her head. And it looks like they managed to dig up some girls to be engages to the boy they treated like trash, Kin said, giving the Leaf ninjas a smirk. I wonder if the prince isn't just going to tear their faces off when he sees them. And looks like the pickings were very slim, bottom of the barrel, Zuka said. No, it looks like it's the barrel they found, Dosa laughs. Too bad Hana's team didn't make the cut, they would have loved to see this. Why don't you come over here and say that in my face? Sakura shouted at the 2 kunoichis. You wouldn't like it if we did, the sound nins laugh at the pink hair girl with the large forehead. Sakura, no, you can't start a fight here, Tsunade said to her as she held her back by placing her hand on the younger girl's shoulder. Yeah, you'll lose, a man named Jirobo said. He's the physically strongest member of the Sound 4 and the weakest overall, according to the other members of the Sound 4. His fighting style consists mostly of basic physical strikes supplemented with the ability to use his chakra to hold the earth solid. His physical strength is unbelievable, as he can tear boulder-sized chunks of dirt out of the ground to throw, creates barriers by tearing up massive sheets of rock, and can drain chakra with his chakra absorption technique. He dislikes it when Taiyuya uses foul language or when she calls him fat, and he always criticizes her when she does. When in level 2 cursed seal form, his skin becomes red, his mohawk becomes a mane down his back, his eyes turn black, and he gains 10 times his normal strength. Yeah, looks like the leaf has fallen in power lately. A man named Kidamaru smirks at them. He's the spider-like member of the Sound Four. He possesses 4 extra arms for a total of 8 limbs, and has the ability to make webs. He enjoys playing with his enemies before he kills them. If his spider-like abilities aren't enough to beat his enemies, he is an excellent tactical analyzer, capable of figuring out his enemies' weak points quickly and efficiently. Kidamaru uses his webs to protect the Sound Four and Orochimaru. The webs can be used both defensively and offensively. He makes his webs through a special type of liquid that is created by infusing body liquid with chakra. He can also harden this substance at will into a golden metallic solid. He can also make the golden metallic solid from his sweat glands. This hardened material can be fabricated into body armor, kunai, or his especially deadly bow and arrow. His abilities are not Kekkei Genkai, but clan-related. The name of his clan is unknown. When in level 2 curse seal form, he becomes even more spider-like. His skin becomes darker, and he grows long, white hair. He also gains the ability to control the path of his arrows with chakra. Out of all the members of the Sound Four, Kidamaru is the only one who wears a visible Sound Forehead protector, as it covers his third eye, which is used in level 2 cursed seal form to improve his accuracy. So much for your village of being the strongest of the hidden villages. A young man named Sakan laughs. He is very twisted and enjoys bad-mouthing the opposition. He possesses amazing power and speed, but these are not the only things he has at his disposal. From behind, one can see what appears to be another head hanging from his back. This is his older brother, Yukon. Due to their unique Kekkei Genkai, Yukon is able to merge his body with Sakan's. Yukon generally stays asleep in Sakan's body unless needed in combat, effectively doubling the strength of Sakan's physical attacks. Each brother can independently activate a cursed seal. In his level 2 cursed seal form, he takes on the appearance of an ogre, with the exception of only having 1 horn on his left side. This gives him increased healing abilities and armor. Yukon his bother generally stays within Sakan's body unless he's needed in combat. It is suggested that he cannot remain outside of Sakan for very long, since he cites the need to rest after a short battle apart from his brother. He seems to be more impatient than his brother, as seen when he tells Sakan to finish Kiba quickly and activate his level 2 cursed seal when Sakan wanted to play around more. When he comes out, he effectively doubles the strength of Sakan's physical attacks. Similarly to how he lives inside Sakan's body, Yukon can use his Kekkei Genkai ability to enter and slowly destroy an opponent's body. Each brother can independently activate a cursed seal. In his level 2 cursed seal form, he takes on the appearance of an ogre, with the exception of only having 1 horn on his right side. This gives him increased healing abilities and armor, and also allows him to remain apart from Sakan for a longer period of time. Well, you can expect a lot from a village that gangs up on a small boy, said Kimimaro Kagaya, who is the 5th member of the Sound Four, thus temporarily changing their group name to the Sound Five. The original 4 were forced to accept him, despite their protests, as Kimimaro's combat abilities exceeded all of their abilities combined. He was the sole survivor of the Kagaya clan who could manipulate their body's skeletal frame. The Kagaya clan was wiped out when they attacked the Hidden Mist village and were slaughtered. Kimimaro was the most powerful member of this clan, so he was locked away in a cage for most of his life, only released occasionally when needed to fight other clans. He retreated from the fight with the Hidden Mist village, which is why he is the only survivor. Kimimaro is well suited for close combat fighting and can hold his own at a distance. Since he can regenerate and make new bones, he has an endless supply of bones he can use against his opponent. Kimimara's only weakness is the sickness that he constantly suffers from, possibly tuberculosis, because of his bloody coughing. The sickness seems to have been recently developed, as he was once a prime candidate for Orochimaru's next host. He has a strong devotion towards Orochimaru, as Orochimaru was the only person to care for and inspire him. When in his level 2 cursed seal form, his appearance is similar to that of a dinosaur, with dark gray skin and a long bony tail, while remaining bipedal. While belonging to a clan that loves killing, murder, and slaughtering, as well as being the most powerful of this clan, Kimimaro is not truly violent because he never really knew the outside world. Thus, he does not know why he really fights, until he meets Orochimaru. He always wondered what really was accomplished through the fighting he knew. It may be the reason why he retreated from the final battle of his war-loving clan and the hidden mist village. "Hey, don't put me in the same category as the rest of them," Ayame shouted, but when she saw Hinata biting her lips. Or Hinata here, as were the only 2 girls in the entire village that treated Naruto like a person. The rest of the Leaf group were all taken aback at what she had said about them but couldn't defend themselves because everything she had just said was true. "Well, that may be true, but your chances of getting anywhere close to him are 0, Kin smiles. "Yeah, I mean treating someone like trash without them knowing why won't put you on their good side, you know," a newcomer said. Turning, they saw a group of ninjas from the headbands there from the hidden sand village. The one that spoke is a blonde girl with a strange hairstyle. A group of spectators had gathered around the scene. "Why bother in showing your faces at all?" a man with a cloth that covers half of his face asked. "You should all go back to your village now," a boy said carrying a puppet on his back said. "He just might use all of you for target practices." "Naruto isn't that bloodtrusty." Ayame snaps but looks at the people are her in her group. "Well, not against me or Hinata, that is." "Hey!" the younger members of the Leaf group yelled at her. "Well, think about it. Who has a better chance of living through this? Me and Hinata or you guys?" Ayame asked them. They were interrupted by the most horrifying sound they had ever heard. Whoa ho 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 ho. The few remaining spectators fled the scene at high speed at the sound of that high, haunting, cackling that made one flash back to the scariest, most soul-destroying nightmares of your life. Then, bouncing into view came the source of that most terrible of all sounds, and bouncing was a most apt description. Clad in an incredibly revealing leather thong bikini came a tall, immensely voluptuous, pale-skinned woman. Nestled in between her full, round melons was a skull necklace that quivered with each of her steps. Shaking her wavy, black hair out of her eyes and simultaneously shaking her dark purple cloak to more fully expose her bountiful figure, she strutted into a position directly in front of the Leaf ninjas. Not taking her eyes off of Tsunade, who caught her eye, she suddenly spoke. "Temari? Just who is this fool who thinks she can match Naga the White Serpent? Her figure has its points, and someone of her age using a jutsu to remain how she has looked when she was in her prime, but of course it doesn't come near the perfection of my own. Whoa ho 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 ho." Everyone cringed at this, but Tsunade stood strong even in the teeth of it. "Naga the White Serpent, the jutsu mistress of the sand," Tsunade said, informing the ones who didn't know who the woman is as she glares at the younger woman. "I heard a lot about you." "Yes, and I of you as well, like your real age is 52 and the only thing keeping you looking that young is the jutsu you used on yourself." Naga smiled smugly as the older woman glared at her. "Are you trying to get Naruto to fall for you?" "I never thought of you as a cradle robber," Tsunade said back to her, giving her a smirk. Naga glared at the older woman. "No. Of course not, my younger sister is going to be the one who's going to be engaged to him." Stepping out from behind her older sister, a young girl showed herself to them. She's a bit shorter even than Temari is, but definitely had a more curvaceous body that showed she's on her way of being a knockout like her older sister. She wore an annoyingly cute white traveling outfit complete with cape and pink trim. Little ornaments with star designs completed the look. Beneath her short-cut black hair, her blue eyes seemed almost as crazily determined as her older sister. "How dare you show yourself after what you have done to him?" the young girl shouted. "For love and justice I will punish you." The Leaf and the people who had struck around to watch sweat dropped. "Amelia, please don't do that," her older sister said as she wished she wouldn't go around spouting about justice whenever she gets a chance to. "Fired with a burning love of peace and justice, I'll scour the land of evil. Let all who fear the light of the law flee before me like cockroaches, but I will crush them with the iron boot of right despite their flight." Amelia's blue eyes seemed to glow with the fire of her dedication as she spoke, arms and fingers moving and pointing at the correct times for the biggest emotional impact. "Tsunade, how powerful is she?" Shizen asked her teacher. "Her sister is powerful enough to give me a hard fight, let alone me beating her without suffering from heavy injuries. If Amelia is anything like Naga, she'll be able to kick the kids' butts around easily," Tsunade whispers to her. "As much as I like to see some Leaf butts being kicked, you can't go and start a fight here," a woman said as she steps in front of the group. She's dressed in a form-fitting white bodysuit that clung to every curve of her body. The white suit had a zipper running up the front that was currently pulled about halfway up, leaving the suit jutting wide open at her cleavage. Her impressive E-cup BR is moving out of the open material, pushed up by a lacy white brassiere. Most of the guys couldn't help but stare at her exposed chest, making the women glare at them and jab them to stop looking, with some girlfriends and wives who reminded their men with large blunt objects. Two other women stood next to the woman who spoke out. The one on her left side is much shorter than the other woman, as she looks a lot younger because of her height. She was a beautiful doll, less than 5 feet tall, with large breasts, a slim waist, gorgeous hips, all in proportion to her tiny size. Her almond-shaped eyes were big, and so dark as to be almost black. Her doll-like face was framed by straight hair, black, but with a reddish cast, parted in the middle, reaching to the middle of her round buttocks. She has a long black cloak wrapped around her body. And the one on the right is a redhead with short hair. She is sleek, muscled, powerful-looking, and stands over 8 feet tall. Most men would have to look up to meet her eyes. That is, if they can move past her chest, that is. Her legs were of a special interest. They were the firm and taut legs of a fitness model or female track star. And she has the biggest burst which any of the ninjas, even with someone like Tsunade around, had ever seen, with the woman's H-cup-sized chest seemingly ready to burst out of her top of her short gold-colored dress she wore. "Who are you two?" Zuka asks as he stares at her chest. "My name is Captain Kim Possible, and I'm the captain of the airship you guys are taking. Any of you fight and you'll be walking," Kim said as she smirks at the group of Eastern ninjas. "Now stop this and get your things. My ship is taking off in 5 minutes. If you're late, I'm leaving you behind." With that, she left for her ship, leaving the shorter woman facing the group of ninjas. "As for me, I'm Suraya Anada, and my tall friend next to me is Maya Yujina. We're 2 of the Gold Delmos who attacked the Leaf Village as she was saving our prince from them. We'll be acting as examiners for this trip. We'll be watching you all for anything, so make sure you all be on your best behavior, or we'll have to make sure your group will be going back home," she said as she grins at the Leaf Ninjas adults who remember the damage she done to their village. She kept that grin on her face as she turns and walks off for the airship. "You make sure you don't cause trouble on this trip, or you'll be thrown out of the ship. If you do," Maya chuckles as she turns and follows her small friend. "Luckily for you, we don't have time for you punishment today," Amelia said as she grabs her bags as run after the captain. The rest of the Sand Ninjas followed. "While this is your only chance of turning back now," Kin said to the Leaf Ninjas, giving them a smirk as she grabs her bags. "You should go back and prepare for the war with metal," Kimimaro said to them as his group started walking after their captain. "You don't have a chance of getting Prince Naruto to back down in a war that he wants with your village. Since your village went through all of the trouble of making sure he would hate your village with every fiber of his being." Asuma took a deep puff of his cigarette as he turns to the team leader. "What do you want to do?" "We can't turn back and give up without trying," Tsunade as she grabs her things and started walking. The others looked at each other and soon followed. They're the only hope left for their village now. In metal, in a room in the royal palace that was until a few weeks ago was empty, a young man slept on the bed. He could hear the soft breathing of the girls, one on either side. As his eyes grew accustomed to the darkness, he saw it wasn't totally dark, just the normal darkness of a bedroom at night. Lifting his head, he could see from the lighted clock on the table that the time was nearly midnight. As he put his head down again, Fevrier, curled up with her back to him, moved slightly as she slept. On his other side, Shayu sighed softly, her arm moving across his chest as she cuddled against his back. He fell back asleep with the two girls on either side of him. In his room the killer bees slept as older Delmo Palace guards stood watch outside his door. If anything enters the room it wouldn't be able to enter without waking up one of the killer bees who are all trained to be able to sense stealth jutsus, and that beside the two bees currently sleeping with their prince formed a circle around his bed as they slept on the floor on mats. Santama's pet monkey was also in the room and would start shouting if anything would enter the room undetected by the humans inside the room. The killer bees took turns in sleeping in bed with him as they knew they had to go slowly as Naruto their prince still isn't used to people being kind to him. Waking up again he turned to look at the clock and saw that it was about time to get up. Pulling himself free from the two girls sleeping with him, Naruto headed for the bathroom careful not to wake any of the girls sleeping on the floor. The first thing he did was check himself out in the full-length mirror as he washes his face. He was a little taller now, more muscular, not so much that it would stand out, but his shoulders and chest were broader and his arms and legs more muscular. He had gotten taller as the transformation had some side effects, as in making him the height he's supposed to be at his age along with other things. Briefly, he touched his chest, his shoulders, his biceps, feeling how hard his muscles are now. Before he got the reward from the fox, he was in pretty good shape from his ninja training, but now his body was like steel. His hair was still blonde, but with a little wave to it now. Staring at his face in the mirror, he could see that while he was bigger and handsomer as most of the women keep on telling him, he was still recognizable as Naruto Delmo, but with a more confident manner, a firmer jaw, a commanding look in his eyes. And the biggest change of all is that his ears have been replaced by a pair of fox ears on his head, and his nails are more like claws than they were before. As he has become a half-demon now with the side effects of the unsealing of the fox demon inside of him and sending it back to the demon world, transforming him into a half-demon. He's now stronger and more powerful than he was before when he was still fully human. And yet he still feels so empty inside whenever he has time to sit by himself and think about where his life is going. "Morning, Master," Cammy said as she walks up behind him wrapping her arms around him. "Morning, Cammy," Naruto said as he stares at her reflection in the mirror. She's giving him a soft smile as she hugs herself to her back. "You know we're supposed to be with you no matter where you go," Cammy said. "We are trained to protect you at all times. You're too important to us." "Yes, I know. I'm the only heir for the throne of metal, and without me this land would erupt into a civil war over the crown," Naruto said bitterly, earning him a gasp from Cammy. "Don't say that. We don't see you like that," Cammy cried out, waking the other killer bees up from their slumber as Cammy left the bathroom door wide open. "Forget it. I already know what you think of me and see me as. I'm just someone to make sure that this land isn't destroyed in the civil war that would happen if I wasn't here," Naruto said as he waves Cammy to leave him alone for now. Cammy stepped backwards as she stares at her prince with wide eyes. She closed the door behind her as she couldn't believe what she just heard from him. Is that what he thinks we all see him? She couldn't help but wonder. "He still can't see that we don't see him as an object but as a person," Fevrier said as she sat up on the bed. "We have to go slowly in giving out his trust to us," Santama stated as she could see that Naruto trust has been destroyed by the people of the Leaf too many times for him to give out his trust to anyone freely anymore, even the ones that are standing by him now. "Once those people from the Leaf get here, let's make sure we give them a warm welcome," Jinyu said to her friends. They all nodded in agreement as they're going to show Naruto that he can trust them with his life, or die trying. The Engagement Party Part 2. Inside her private office, Queen Carline sat behind her desk looking over reports and signing paperwork that had been building up as Cammy gave her report on her grandson. She frowns as she hears what Naruto thinks, that the only reason why everyone is treating him as a person is because of him being the sole heir to the throne. The scars of his time in the Leaf are deeper than she had thought, as he couldn't see any kindness without asking why. "I see my grandson still thinks that the only reason people are nice to him is when they need him for something out of him," Carline said, letting out a puff of air. I see that we're going to have a very long uphill battle to get my grandson to see that I don't just want him because he's the only thing stopping a civil war to break out once I'm gone. My queen, I was wondering about something, Cammy spoke up. Who's going to be fighting over the throne that would cause a civil war? The Bar Ego and the Hokage factions. Carline answers, making Cammy's eyes widen when she heard those names. Those two families have been the two most powerful factions in this country even before my great-grandmother married the prince of the land. Despite Metal being ruled by a monarchy, the Senate and its nobles grew quite powerful over the years. Before the Delmo bloodline became common in the families of Metal, the ones who married the future heir of the throne were either from the Bar Ego faction or the Hokage faction. But ever since my great-grandmother made it a law that only her daughter would be able to choose who she marries, none from the Bar Ego or the Hokage families have ever married into the royal family. And over the years they're one of the few noble houses who still have male children, since they always marry women from outside the country ever since more and more of the Delmo bloodlines spread throughout Metal. Before I found out about Naruto, I learned that both the Bar Ego and Hokage clan have been stockpiling weapons and gaining supporters from the smaller houses. Since my daughter Kiko was missing and many thought she would not return, both of the families were planning on taking the throne once I was gone. My queen, do you have any proof of this? Cammy asked. No, not enough to prove of any wrongdoing, just that they're gathering up as much raw gold as they can. And groups of mercenaries have been seen near the two factions' houses. Mercenaries prefer to be paid with raw gold than minted coins. All I can prove is that they have been planning to claim the throne for themselves once I was gone, but since neither side were going to make any move until I am gone from this world, they have all the right to make their own claims to the throne, as they only had to wait a couple of more years for time to do its job, Carline explained to her. The Borregos and the Hokage clans both believe that the only way to have a successful country is to have unrivaled military strength, rigid order, and centralized government. For either to have one of their clan on the throne would spell disasters for Metal. Not since my mother's time of her reign that the people of Metal would be ruled under an iron fist. My queen, what do you want me to do? Cammy asked her queen. I want you and the rest of the killer bees to get close to Naruto and let him see that he does have people who care for him. The Bar Ego and the Hokage girls will do whatever it takes to get close to Naruto, even making him believe that everyone besides them wants him as a tool. With his mind set now, it makes him very easy to trick. I don't want him to marry into a loveless marriage, Carline said. I understand, Cammy said as she bows to her. Also, you and the others will have to be on guard, as Farah, the princess of the Land of Gems, is going to be engaged to Naruto as well. The way Queendom is making their move again, Cammy said as she has read the history books about the war with gems and metal that took place just 66 years ago. Yes, the current Queen Tabitha wants to expand her queendom, and with her daughter around the same age as Naruto, she has the perfect opportunity to do it. If her daughter manages to suck Naruto into falling for her, our two queendoms will join to become one. And in the shadows, Tabitha and her daughter will be pulling all of the strings, Carline said. You and the others will have to be watchful of Farah and the other girl from Gems when they get here. The people from the Land of Gems are well known for their trickery. I'll keep that in mind, Cammy said as she waited for her queen to dismiss her. Carline nodded, dismissing her, and she left the room to inform the others about the news. Setsuna, you can come out now, Carline said as the woman appeared in front of her. Yes, my queen, she asked. I'm going to be calling a meeting with all of the heads of the White Delmos and the generals that are in the city. I want you to be there as well. The meeting will start in 2 hours in the East Wing meeting hall. As you will, our queen, she said as she left the room. High above the Land of Gems, Farah stood next to a window as she watches it take off on its course to the Land of Metal. An older woman stood next to her guardian while she stayed in Metal. She stood about 5'5" and looked to be about 120 pounds. Her flame red hair was shoulder length. She had high cheekbones, soft full red lips, and her eyes a bright gleaming green. They highlighted her deeply tanned skin. Her outfit could not hide her full, firm BRST and lean muscular legs under the skirt she wore. She walked with the confidence of a pro, and most of the men in her immediate area would turn to stare at her. Manka, are the rest of the girls ready? Farah asked her guardian. Yes, they are, Manka said as she points to the assembled group of women in the room with them. The leader of the group is Tarifa, and she was among the tallest of her clan. She came from at 5'8". Her flowing, shiny black hair fell almost to the top of her buttocks, framing an absolutely perfect face with high cheekbones and soft, pouty, full lips. Her face was oval in shape, and her flawless skin was evenly tanned from years of living in the sun, and it gave her a distinctly exotic look. She and her team of 4 were the best team chosen by their queen to protect her daughter while she's in metal. Her teammates all have a similar build as their leader Tarifa and had the same hairstyle as well. Her team is made up of Sajari, a woman with purple hair who's always smiling, Sharmista, a green-haired woman who has eyes sharp as a hawk's, Urda, a blonde who bloodlust scares even her teammates, and Chisato, a woman with brown hair who can mimic any voice she hears. Their skills in combat are in the same level as those of the Gold Delmos. Each of them wore tight, coal-black jumpsuit-like uniforms that allowed them to blend seamlessly into the night. The jumpsuits were of a design that added flexible body armor to their uniforms in critical areas, but did not hinder physical movement in the least. The uniforms fastened around their slim necks but split open in a V shape, and as you looked further down their enticing torsos, the tan skin of their cleavages and abdomens was exposed for all to see as the uniforms strained against their high full births. The V ended just below their navels, and became normal again. The fabric that encased their legs was also very much skin-tight, almost as if painted on, and all of them wore elaborate combat boots that extended up almost to their knees. The uniforms had no sleeves, and their tanned arms were exposed to the elements, but all of them wore fingerless black gloves and armored gauntlets that covered their skin, the gauntlets ending just below the elbows with wicked-looking edges to them that could slice flesh as easily as butter. They're all skilled in different types of weapons that they all know how to use. Tarifa is armed with wrist blades that strap on both of her arms. They're jutsu-forged twin blades of extended length and exceptional resilience. The wounds left by these blades are exceptionally deadly. Sharmista uses a throwing disc that's ring-shaped, with her sharp eyes make her aim very deadly. The razor disc has blades which vibrate at subsonic frequencies, giving it unmatched cutting power. Sajari uses a bladed tonfu that is called a maul in gems. Jutsu forged for unbreakable strength, barbed and honed to a razor edge, the maul is the most vicious melee weapon in her arsenal. Chisato uses a telescopic quarterstaff, is supremely tough and has extendable blades which combine to deliver devastating attacks. Few people can get close to her once she starts swinging her quarterstaff around. Urda is a master of a twin-headed polearm she calls the glaive. The glaive's rapid spinning moves slice through enemies with ease. The massive jutsu forges blades of gem. The glaive has been specialized barbed to inflict terrible tearing injuries. Princess Farah, I hope that they meet your expectation, Tarifa said to her. Yes, you and your unit does, Farah answers. Tell me, where is Zara? I haven't seen her since we got on board. She's been in her cabin with that book of hers, Monka answers. She still thinks she'll be able to use those magic spells in that book? Farah. As long as she has known Zara, she always walks around with that large leather-bound book of hers. It's always in front of her face, and come to think about it, she never seen her face. The only part she has seen clearly is her left eye peeking from the top of the book, as one of her bangs of long blonde hair covers her right eye all the time. She still doesn't get how she can move around without tripping or bumping into something with that book in her face all the time. I still don't understand why the queen chose her out of the other girls to be engaged to Prince Naruto? Urda asked out loud. Because she's is the most powerful chakra users our academy has come out yet, Farah said. And that her family is one of the most powerful supporters of my mother's faction helps in getting her into the engagement. She's strange, but her power in chakra isn't something to take lightly even for someone like me with the Delmo blooding flowing their veins. Once we arrive to Iron Mount, what will be the plan with Prince Naruto? Sajari asked. Me and Zara are going to have to enroll into the Metals Academy after the engagement party. It seems that Queen Carline wants the wife of her grandson to be strong in both body and in the mind, since she doesn't want someone to become her daughter-in-law who doesn't know a thing about governing a queendom, or should I say kingdom, now that there's a male on the throne. Anyways, I want all of you to keep me informed of what's going on in the capital and about my rivals for the heart of Prince Naruto. Farah explains in the same cold manner of her mother. And if you don't win? Sharmista asked. I leave that for later. Farah smiled cruelly that made even Erda shiver. In a compound in one of the countries west of Metal, a woman dressed in a dark business suit stood next to a man dressed in a black suit overlooking a training room. The floor of the training room was alive with actively as 5 men are showing their skills off to the man watching above them. The woman held a folder reading the files in it to the man of each of the men down below them. A man dressed in a gray-green suit cut his way through a wooden target with ease with his blade he's carrying. The blade sparks as the blade electrified as it struck its target. Agent Alpha, he's one of Wisdom's general-purpose agents. He usually works within a group, but his individual fighting skills far surpass most of the Eastern Jonin ninjas. Armed with a hatchet-like weapon that channels electricity with it hits something solid made from a special alloy, he specializes in close-contact battles. Dressed in the same style suit as Alpha but he's much taller than he is, he's also armed with a much longer blade also. He easily cuts clean through a stone block with his blade. Agent Beta, armed with a long-range metal shear weapon made from a special alloy, his overall battle ability surpasses Agent Alpha's. With his longer limbs he can stay out of the strike range of his opponents while he strikes. A large man with tan skin wearing metal gloves punch a hole into the reinforced stone wall in the middle of the room. Agent Gamma, he is equipped with a pair of gloves made from a special alloy which protects his hands from almost any kind of damage, while remaining flexible enough for his hands to move, and he has enormous stamina. He takes advantage of his large frame and strong arms and hands to clamp enemies. Not just anyone can escape from his grasp once he has a hold on them. A man armed with a small rapid-fire crossbow fired 5 bolts at 5 targets 100 meters away from him, hitting all of them in the center without effort. Agent Delta, armed with a small rapid-fire crossbow built for accuracy, his skills shine in long-range attacks. Since his battle abilities are not refined as those of the other agents are, he specializes in providing support fire. The last man is dressed in the same suit as the other 4 but his jacket is wide open and undershirt untucked. He's armed with 2 blades and showed he knows how to handle them as he somersaults through the air cutting the hanging targets into ribbons in his wake. Daredevil, he serves as the unofficial leader during combat in operations areas. His battle abilities are far superior to those of regular agents, and he fights with his metal shear weapon also made from a special alloy in both hands. He follows no discernible pattern during a battle using his speed and agility. He specializes in attacking while confusing the enemy with his fast movement. All of them are the production of the training that's been done here in Wisdom. They all have been taking various kinds of drags and compounds to increase their effectiveness in battle. They don't bleed as much when they're wounded and they don't feel pain because their bodies are already half dead, the woman said to the person hidden by shadows. They'll be able to handle the mission you want to be done. Good, I'm paying you good money for these men and I want to be sure that my money wasn't wasted, the man said to the woman. If they fail I might have to go to the Akatsuki to get this done. The woman let out a chuckle. The Akatsuki might be the strongest of the East of Metal, but they're the only strongest of the East. Here in the West we of Wisdom are the most feared group here. Just remember that I want this job handle like I have an unmarked airship ready for transport, the man said as he left the woman's side and made his way out of the room. The woman looks down at the agents who have finished displaying their skills to their newest client. All right, all of you get all your gear ready to go. In 3 hours all of you will be going to be on your way to Ironmount. In Ironmount, Setsuna walked into the east wing of the castle, walking by the castle guards as she enters the hallway into the meeting hall. Passing through the door she enters the meeting hall. The meeting hall has a schoolroom design as the tables are on 7 levels on a slanted room. At the front of the tables is a table like that of a teacher's so they can speak to all of their students while maintaining eye contact with everyone there. The room is already filled with white Delmos and the general station in the city. Looks like I'm not the only one late, Setsuna said to herself as she saw 2 people coming through the door she just came from. Lulu and Stephanie made their way to their seats. Lulu was loaded down with food, a large jug of wine, 3 meat buns and a handful of chocolate bars, the big ones with the nuts in them that she loved. Lulu was a large good-looking dark-skinned woman. The operative word was large. Lulu had been a field soldier at one time before giving up the profession, taking the promotion to the rank of general, and she was a very solid woman, though no one in their right mind would call her fat if they wanted to keep all their teeth. Lulu still dressed like her field soldier days, wearing the same uniform as the common foot soldiers but with costume-made armor to fit her body frame. The uniform is a pair of gray, a long-sleeve shirt and pants underneath a heavy chest plate. Her large breasts stood out wonderfully in contrast as they bulged over the top of her chest plate and threatened to spill into view with each jiggling step on her 6-inch black heels. Stephanie was almost dwarfed by her companion. She was a brown-haired, dusty-skinned woman who wearing the same kind of uniform as her large friend. Stephanie fought a never-ending war with her desires for junk food and her preference for tight-fitting outfits. Stephanie considered herself more in control than Lulu since she had only one meat bun with her. The box of chocolate ball in her pocket didn't count in her opinion. Lulu, Stephanie, how many times do I have to tell you two that you can't eat in the meeting hall? Setsuna said as she grabs the 2 peanut bags from them. Besides, the ants will be attracted by all of the crumbs you two will make. Hey, give that back, Lulu said as she makes a grab for her buns. No, just wait till after the meeting is over, Setsuna said as she sat down with the buns in front of her. She's right, you know, Sunyu said as she waves her 2 fellow generals over to where she and Diao-chan are sitting at. You two are always eating whenever we see you two, Diao-chan said. Well, unlike you, we learn on the field that you have to eat as much as you can. You don't know when you're going to have a good meal, Stephanie said. Too bad no one ever told you two that only applies for the battlefield, not elsewhere. Deanna Spencer of the Noble Spencer clan spoke up, causing the two to glare at her. She is dressed in a green tailcoat and knickerbockers. She's also wearing white stockings and brown shoes with gold buckles. She had long, bright red hair underneath a green bowler decorated with a shamrock. She had designed her own clothes as she doesn't like the style of clothes that other designers came up with. Her fiery red hair was in great contrast to her fair white skin. Her cute nose was covered with tiny brown freckles. She has full, ruby lips, striking emerald eyes, large, round biaristes and long, slender legs. Deanna Spencer, the fortune general, Setsuna greeted the younger woman. I haven't seen you since you went off to the border skirmish with the Frass Confederation a month ago. I did, and thanks to my special talents, I didn't lose a single soldier from my unit of 800, Deanna smirks. One of these days that luck of yours is going to run out, Lulu growls but just makes Deanna smile. Everyone to your seats, the queen is on her way, one of the white Delmos said. Everyone quickly got to their seats as they waited for their queen to come in. As she waited, Setsuna looked around the room to see who she knew were in the room. She spotted Talima, head of Section A of the White Delmos. She's a delicious little thing, her elfin face framed by flaxen hair which tumbled down her slender back to her pert, peachy buttocks. Her beards were far too large for her petite frame, a delectable disparity which Setsuna knew would drive the denizens of the city wild with desire. As she has many girlfriends who got to know her really well, far as she knows that Talima hasn't been with any guy yet, saying she's saving herself for her husband. Sitting next to her is her friend Tony, who works with Talima in Section A. She's extremely beautiful, with a heart-shaped face framed by long-length black hair, full lips, and green eyes, made even more exotic by her mother's ancestry. Tony's 5 feet 5 inches body was lean and fit from long hours of sword training by her mother, a former sword dueling champion and sensei. Her body is very slim with an ample figure that she always binds up under warp, saying it's easier for her to swing her sword without her chest jumping around. Behind the pair is Octavia, the head of the soldiers of the city, who is the tallest and biggest person in the room. She stands over 10 feet tall. She's wearing a black blouse and a tattered red skirt as she can't really find clothes that can fit her frame. She has a lovely face with bright red hair, which hung down below her shoulders. Setsuna, when she first met her, was startled by her bright red eyes. Her body was statuesque, shapely, and her skin was coal black. Setsuna guessed that, if she were human, her measurements would be about 46-26. Setsuna shook her head and rethought it to 92-52. Somebody cleared their throat, getting everyone's attention. Turning to the source, Setsuna saw that it's Mrs. One, the head of the White Delmos. She is short, not quite 5 foot tall, with long, silken black hair, a narrow waist above flaring hips, and a pair of shapely birsti that would have still looked bountiful on a woman a foot taller. Her legs were firm, a bit broad in the thigh area as many short women tend, but her feet were small and beautiful. She wore a perfectly white pantsuit that showed off her perfectly formed but globes perfectly, with just the right shadow hint of the deep, mysterious but crack that she sported between them. Setsuna knows her body well since she has more than once slept in the same bed as her. "Everyone please quit down," Mrs. Wan said and waited for everyone to quiet down. "All right, they're ready for you, my queen." "Thank you," Caroline said as she took the seat in front of the assembly. "This meeting will begin now. I want everyone's reports on the status of the security on the engagement party. I don't want anyone that isn't on the guest list or any guards there that aren't a part of the Delmo or is married to one. As for the staff members who are going to be serving the party must all have a record of working in the castle for a number of years. I don't want any new faces showing up at the party. There must be no security leaks on our end. I already had everything and everyone attending on our end have their backgrounds checked over and making sure that all of the people are on staff for the engagement party and none will have to change plans. All those who might have something that would keep them from attending have already been replaced and replacements from them are already in place," Sun Yu reported. "I had the guards look around the city looking for anything that seems off or anyone that seemed to be hiding something. We already arrested a couple of people who has ties to underworld organizations who had arrived into the city," Octavia added. "I had my section investigate all of the people attending. None of them are likely to try anything at the party since they know what that will do for their village's name if they do. We haven't managed to find any of them with anything ties to any kind of organization that would cause any trouble," Talima reported. "What we really need to do is keep an eye on the people coming from the eastern lands. Most of them don't know what it's like in the western lands since eastern part of the land is divided with the mountain range and our country that acts like a buffer zone," Tony adds in. 2. They'll have no idea what customs some of the guests have or the laws and rules we live by. It would be a simple matter for one of them to do something that they're not supposed to do and, well, wars have been caused by such misunderstandings before. Then there's the reaction that people will get once they see the side effects that the sealing of the fox demon did to Naruto," Setsuna spoke up. "Who would have thought sending the fox demon back to the demon world would change Naruto into a half-demon," one of the white Delmos said. "Yes, but all of the younger women have been looking at him more ever since he has fox ears now," an older Delmo said as she seen the women around the castle whenever they get the chance to would take a feel of the prince's new ears. She also wonders what other canine-like abilities or body parts he has now. "Actually, he isn't a half-demon," Dr. Mizuno, a white Delmo who is the head of the medical staff. "What do you mean?" Caroline asked. Everyone in the room turned to the castle's head doctor. "I have been testing the prince's body since his transformation and as far as I can tell he doesn't have any demonic blood in him and I can't sense any demonic aura around him either," Mizuno explains. "Then what has happened to him?" Caroline asked as she trusted the word from Mizuno on detecting no demonic aura around her grandson. Mizuno family was the one who had sealed the ancient demon Hardstone, the mountain-sized demon tortoise who had once roamed the land of metal. The demon Hardstone was also the reason why the fields of metal are full of metal. The raw material that has made metal so powerful and where the country got its name from. Since the earliest days of their country, the people of metal have always had access to a rich supply of iron ore and so have been able to produce large amounts of steel, well as other metals such as precise metals. Hardstone was the one who created all of the deep pockets of metal ores. The demon was more of a walking volcano than a tortoise. From the pictures that were drawn at that time, Hardstone resembles a red tortoise. It exhales an always-present cloud of smoke through its nostrils and through holes in its body and has a dark gray stone shell. The volcano-shaped hump on top of its shell constantly poured out thick smoke wherever it goes. Within Hardstone's body is the violent activity of a volcano, containing molten metal of up to 18,000 degrees Fahrenheit that occasionally erupts from his volcanic mountain-shaped hump on his massive shell. Hardstone created raw forms of metals inside of its body as it eats the forest that once dominated the landscape. The land used to be nothing but thick forest that made the Land of Fire's forest looks like the trees of a small park. Before Hardstone came out of the world of the demons, he would wander around eating up the forest until he had his fill, then would bury himself into the earth to sleep it off for a couple of years, letting the forest to grow back so he can repeat the cycle all over again. Hardstone, before he went to sleep, would erupt all of the metals in his body out in one burst. This would cause building-size molten raw metal to fall into the countryside, burying themselves deep into the earth. No one knows how long this has been going on, as the first people to settle in metal didn't happen until 900 years ago, give or take. Whenever he woke up every 100 years, he would destroy any village that stood in his way of his food. This went on for years, as the people living in metal at the time couldn't do anything to stop the mountain-sized demon until Mizuno's great-grandfather discovered a way to open a gateway to the demon world. He gathered the few Kangakyonin at that time and, using their chakra, sealed Hardstone into the body of the leader of the Kangakyonin, who was the great-grandmother of Carline, forming the first and only contract with the demon tortoise. Then after the contract was formed, they sent Hardstone back to the demon world where it had came from. From what I can tell, the only thing the sealing did to him is given him the appearance of a half-demon but with none of the powers. His has become stronger, but none has to do with anything demonic in nature, Mizuno explains. He's more of a werfox than demon. A werfox? Carline said to herself. What about children? Will Naruto pass those traits down to his children? It looks very likely, the doctor said. I see no problems then, Carline said. At the party, make sure that everyone is informed about what Naruto has become. I don't want people to go flying off about him becoming the demon fox. Right, Ma? All the women in the room responded. Now to get down to the real reason why I called for this meeting. Queen Carline began to explain to them about what she wants to be done with the guests from the other counties once they start arriving into the city. Elsewhere in the castle, the people of the country of Frass are descendants of people who had refused to make contact with the early inhabitants of Metal when the first people began to setting in the land. Instead, they remained in the northwest of Metal, west from the land of gems, establishing a successful confederation of many tribes. The country of Frass is a giant grass plain, and much of their lifestyle revolves around the vast herds of bisons that migrate from one feeding ground to the next. They are a proud people, with a strong hierarchy and caste system that clearly distinguished between the warriors and the servants and workers who looked after them. They are a warlike people. The strong tribes subjugated the weaker ones, often capturing men and women as slaves as far afield as the counties of Rokanian and Kund. Outwardly, the people of Frass are similar in appearance to us, apart from their sallow skin, but inwardly they are cruel and loyal to their customs. Many merchants who travel near their lands have been raided by them. Metal has been trying to get a treaty with them for years, but they're steadfast in continuing on with their customs. Our northwestern border is right at their southwestern border, which has caused skirmishes with the Frass tribes trying to get a foothold in our fertile fields and the mines located there. They do have ninjas in their ranks, but they are few in number. They rely heavily on their warriors for battles. They are very skilled in warfare that are on the same level as the Blue Delmos, who are the bulk of Metal's army. The tribes of Frass have two principal weapons, the polearm and the scimitar. The polearm, fitted with a serrated blade and tipped with a spike, was made in two sizes. The 9-foot polearm are used to defend against enemy charges, particularly from cavalry, while the shorter, 5-foot one, featuring spikes at both ends, are used in close combat. Each are backed with a curved spike sharpened on the outer edge. On the long polearm, this are used to trip or hamstring enemy houses. On the shorter one, it was for piercing armor and deflecting enemy blades. It is a truly versatile weapon that could be used defensively and offensively, offering the Frass tribes immediate retaliation with a choice of 4 points of attack. The 3-foot-long steel scimitars are a recent addition to their arsenal. The curved blade is used in a downward swing, diagonal slashing attack, and for moving. They carry a curved rectangular shield, have a concave top and bottom edges, and are held by means of an iron hand grip behind a circular boss that are surrounded by a diamond shape. They wear plate armor, which was made to deliberately intend to intimidate their opponents. It would be easy to picture them as a swarm of dragons as they descended on their foe. Their bronze armor consisted of a chest plate made out of thick steel, a collar, pauldrons, vambraces, cuisses and greaves that makes them very well protected at all fronts. Under the armor they wear loose-fitting fabrics dyed red and indigo and black, colors that contrasted with the color of their armor. They wore an undercut helmet was worn over a headscarf and featured cheek and eye guards that hid their face. 3 angular crests on their helmets struck a distinctive and aggressive silhouette that could be recognized from a long way off. In the south of Metal is the Great Kanto Desert that lays between our country and Nanman. While we have a friendly relationship with the kingdom of Nanman, the nomads who make their home in the desert have remained hostile towards any travelers who crosses their desert. The primitive and somewhat savage people of Heir lived in one of the harshest environments that not even the Land of Winds can compare to. In the land south of Metal, the sun beats down unrelentingly, cooking much of Kanto's Great Plains into desert. The tribes of Kanto live a nomadic existence, walking from one oasis to another in search of precious water and food, and here they would gather kine and other beasts. They never stay in one spot for long before they pull up their tents and leave for the next watering hole. Any caravans that travel through the desert that doesn't have a large force guarding it have to pay with barrels of water, which all of the tribes of Kanto value more than gold. If not, they will strip the caravan of everything they have, taking everything, even the wood that makes up the wagons. That's why the merchants that travel through the desert always have plenty of water wagons with them when they cross the desert. Farther south is Nanman dense jungles, in which they would gather up bamboo they use for material that they used for weapons, armor, utensils, and construction. The desert lands of Kanto yielded few trees, so bamboo are used in place of wood. Their metalworking technology is almost non-existent due to the lack of natural resources. They rely heavily on organic materials, using tusk, bone, and obsidian in place of steel. The weaponry employed by the Heir is dictated by factors such as lack of natural resources, the heat of the daytime, and the cold nights of the desert. Ore is so precious that it would not be possible to manufacture swords or other heavy blades. Any steel weapons they had are gotten in trade with the few traders who venture into their lands to trade with them, as with bronze armor found among some of the wealthier tribes. Instead, the Heir favors bows and spears, which could be used to hunt with. Although the 60-inch bows are made from precious supplies of wood, reinforced with wicker, the arrow and the spear, even the quiver, are made from bamboo. Tusk, bone, and obsidian are used for arrowheads and spear tips, and coarse black feathers gather from crows and vulture for the arrows' flights. These roughly made arrows have only a limited range and accuracy, perhaps being effective only within a distance of 100 yards or so. The Heir also carries a sword, those who are lucky enough to get one, and a cruder version of a spear, which are a pitchfork formed by cutting 2 spikes into a length of bamboo. The intense heat rules out the use of heavy armor. It seems that the level of protection differed among the tribes, with warriors wearing a combination of breastplate, backplate, and collar. These are composite of wicker, bamboo, stone, bone, and tusk, all interwoven to form a light yet tough shell. They usually wear long flowing robes, cloths to cover the head from the hellish heat. Naruto listened with interest as his tutor explains the people who lived in the surrounding counties. Using the blackboard in the room to write down the main points she's trying to get across to her future king. He would need to know these things of what kind of people they are and what history they have with metal. He's been studying under the best tutors that his grandparents could get, as many of the teachers of metal wanted to be able to teach the future king of metal. The killer bees were also in the room as they sat in chairs in one of the study rooms of the castle. They have all been trying to get him to open himself up to them, as they said they only want to be his friends, but he already knows the real reason why they're doing it. Everyone wants him for one thing or another without caring about what he wanted out of his life. His current teacher is teaching him is the history teacher of the biggest academy in Ironmount. His teacher, Ms. Karen, has her long brown hair was put up by hairpins, and her eyeglasses were heavy upon her button nose. Still, the young woman was totally hot, as Naruto have seen how many people would stare at her. Her floral dress matched her wallflower personality, but the body that strained beneath it was a different story. The huge bust that threatened to burst Ms. Karen's conservative bra preceded her by about 8 inches everywhere she went. The melons so sizable that when Ms. Karen's back was towards you, even with her arms hanging at her sides, the outside of her bras could be seen bulging from both sides. The utterly grandma style dress reached down to Ms. Karen's ankles. The young, strong legs swished the dress side to side, so that it caressed her hard, tight hips and belly. The clogs on her feet did provide a couple inches of lift, but her muscled calves and thighs remained hidden from their eyes behind the thin fabric. There are many staff members in the castle that have been hitting on her, and the ones who are married are trying to invite her over for some fun with their husband, which he found out is quite common around here. Naruto is still getting used to the fact that the people of metal are open to their sexuality. Do you understand? Ms. Karen asked as she always stops to see if Naruto understood what she had just spoke about. Yes, both the Frass Confederation and the Herad nomads are dangerous as they only follow their own cultures. They attack merchants whenever they get a chance to and disrupt the trade routes going near their lands. The Frass are more dangerous as they just attack any unguarded caravan that comes their way, while the Herad nomads on the other hand can be brought off with water that they need to survive in their desert home, Naruto answers. Good, I see that you understand my lesson, Ms. Karen said as she turns back to the blackboard. Are there any girls from either of those tribes coming to the engagement? Naruto asks. Only from the Herads are coming, Mars answers him. The two are from the most powerful tribe of the Herad. They are the daughters of the chief who hope to gain from this engagement. Their tribe has become the most powerful and wealthiest of the tribes since they trade heavily with all merchant guilds that travel through their desert, as well being their guide through the desert and keeping the other tribes from attacking the caravan. They have already established a good relationship with metals trade guilds. I see, Naruto said. He waved to Ms. Karen, getting her attention. What about the people of Nanman? What are they like? The Nanmans are a strong, proud people who have lived in the dense jungles of Nanman even before metal became a country. They are a race of fierce warriors. They have been hardened by the jungle that they make their home. Living in the jungle has made all of the people of Nanman quite fit and robust, male and female alike. They the best fighters in heavily wooded areas and all but impossible to beat in their jungle home. The soldiers wear armor made of rattan that can deflect swords and arrows alike. When a band of S-class ninjas from the kingdom of Yunder were sent to kidnap the newborn prince in your grandmother's time, none of them made it to the capital. All of them were cut down before they knew what hit them, and the ninjas of Yunder are one of the strongest ninja clans of the West. All invading armies that have tried to subjugate the people of Nanman have always been destroyed. With their knowledge of their jungle home, they can move through jungle trails that no one outside of Nanman can know. They have tamed many of the wild animals of the jungle, like the tigers, which have become pets and war animals. Their most powerful war beast is the Mumikil, a creature of legend in the eastern half of the continent. They're over 100 feet tall, with 4 huge tusks and 2 smaller ones to each side of its mouth. When charging into battle, they bellowed and screeched at great volume, and the advent of their coming was preceded by a thunderous din that shakes the very earth, Ms. Karen explains. And the Nanmans ride on their backs on great bamboo and canvas warriors, Decapri said, her voice muffled under her mask. She's standing by the window that looks down the main road of the city as the castle is built on a hill. How did you know that? April asked, knowing that Decapri has always been more interested in learning now fighting styles than studying back in school. Because there's a caravan of them outside the city limits, she said, causing everyone to look out the window. In the distance they could make out huge animals walking outside the limits of the city. They must be Mumikil, as those animals look just like what Miss Karen had described them as. 3. Looks like the Nanman party have arrived, Fevrier said, using her sharp eyes to make out people climbing down rope ladders. Which means the rest of the guests are going to get here soon, Junie said. Just in 2 days the engagement party will begin, Naruto spoke up. The airship carrying the Leaf Ninjas should be landing by dusk, Julie said. Do you want us to make sure that they don't attend? Shuyu asked him. Don't bother, Naruto said. Leave them to me. On board the airship carrying the passengers from the eastern land, Tsunade stood on the outside deck of the airship as it slowed down as it hovers over the city of Ironmount, the capital of metal. From her vantage point she could see everything part of the city and marvel how big it is compared to Konoha and all of the other cities she has been to in her aimless journey in the ninja lands of the east. She has never been to metal before. She had only met a couple of people from metal before. And she was surprised when she saw how well built all of them are and that she with her figure wouldn't be uncommon in metal. This is your first time here? Suraya Annada asked as she appears next to the taller woman, her cape flapping in the wind. Yes it is, Tsunade responded. What do you want? Just been wondering about something, that's all, Suraya said. Tell me, did Erasure defeat Princess Kiko when she rips off all of his clothes? Yes, he made quite the impression on all of the women of the village when he flashed everyone who was watching his match against Kiko. After he knocked her out, he realized that he was naked and giving everyone an eyeful. I must say that I had no idea how well equipped he was, Tsunade giggles. Good to hear, Suraya said. At least she married someone who didn't lack anything downstairs. You knew Kiko? Tsunade asked. No, but Setsuna, my unit's leader, knew her well. She was supposed to be Kiko's body double when she became queen. The two were very close, as Setsuna had to know everything about Kiko's down to the very last detail. She has been watching over Naruto since we took him to his mother's homeland, Suraya said. Yes, everyone in the village are now tripping over themselves as they learn who Naruto's mother family is, Tsunade said. Too bad that none of you of the Leaf Village lived up to what Naruto's father wished for you guys to treat his son, Suraya said. I wanted to take him away from the village, but the third Hokage wouldn't hear anything about it. He wanted Naruto to grow up in the village that his father gave up his life for and that Kiko died to bring their son into the world for, Tsunade said. I see, Suraya said. You might be telling the truth, but the hate he has for you and for your people has run too deep. He won't be stratified until he has his revenge on the Leaf. Tsunade held her tongue as she knows if she fights the engagement with Naruto for Hinata and Ayam would be called off. Tell me one thing, that's been bothering me for a while now. Why is it that Naruto's grandparents don't just decal war with the Leaf? With the village weakened state thanks to your 2 raids leaving most of the village ninjas in bad shape, wouldn't it be easy to destroy now? Tsunade has been wondering about that ever since she learned that Kiko was the lost princess of metal. It's quite simple really, Suraya said, smiling that was anything but warm. When the village of the Leaf is burning to the ground, the one that should lead the army that does it should be Prince Naruto. Once he reaches his 18th birthday, he will become the first king of metal since the Delmo bloodline been introduced into the royal family. And on that day you and the rest of the Leaf ninjas as well as the villagers will all die by his hands. The Engagement Party Part 3. Tsunade and her party approached an ornate palace door that was 12 feet tall and plated in gold. And this is the back door, Tsunade mused as instead of going through the front door they were told to go through the back. All of them are dressed in their best clothes for the party. Hinata and Ayam are dressed in the finest kimonos that could be found in the Land of Fire. The doors opened before them as if by a spell. The Leaf ninjas took a step backwards. Then she saw the servants opening the door from the inside. You're late, the 2 palace servants said as they let them inside. Tsunade nodded as she knows what everyone thinks of people from the Leaf. The interior is lavishly decorated, the parquet floors intricately detailed, the walls covered with tapestries and glided moldings in the shape of crowns. And in front of them is an old man with short gray hair wearing a gray suit. Tsunade, it's been years, the man greeted her. Do I know you? Tsunade asked as she has a feeling she knows him but can't place the name. I guess I have changed a lot since our last meeting. While you look just like you did all those years ago thanks to the transformation technique you have, the man smiles. Do you still having gambling problems, sucker? Sucker? Tsunade repeated. While many people call her a loser because she rarely wins in games of chances, no one calls her a sucker. Not since. Her eyes widen as she remembers the guy who always calls her a sucker whenever they meet. Hunrock, is that you? It's been years, haven't it? Hunrock said to his old patsy. What are you doing here? When I dropped by your old haunting ground in Land of Stone with the inn you always hang out in was destroyed after, from what I heard, you had gotten into a fight. No one knew where you ran off to after that, Tsunade asked her old friend. Oh, I went and got tangled up with Princess Carline and her escort. After getting my butt kicked, went and followed back to Metal after I had grabbed her family crest and knew I had to give it back to her. And somehow I ended up getting engaged to her after I broke into the palace and fought my way through the palace guards. Hunrock smirks. Tsunade's eyes widen as she took everything in. You're Naruto's grandfather? Surprise? He asked his old patsy. After all, when you knew me, I was known in getting into all kinds of trouble and playing pranks on people whenever I get the chance to. You're the one Naruto got that from? Sakura asks. Yes, I did, Sakura, Hunrock answers. That's now surprising since she told me about you, Shizune spoke up. How did you know her name? Ino asked, realizing he knew Sakura's name. I'm not the head of the Turks just because I'm married to Carline, you know, he replies. Tsunade can tell you how crafty I am. My king, I have been looking everywhere for you, a woman called out from the other end of the hallway. As she walks down to them, the leaf ninjas could make out her features. She has vivid green eyes, with a gentle feeling coming from them, long brown hair which she ties in a braid with pink ribbons, and wearing a pink dress with brown hiking boots. Sorry for the trouble, Aerith, Hunrock said to her. She stops when she sees who he's talking to. In an instant her eyes became hardened as she stares at the leaf headbands. Yes, they're from the Leaf Village. Can you take the two girls Hinata and Ayam to the briefing room? Hunrock asked her. Yes, my king, Aerith said as she waves the two girls over to her. Briefing room? Hinata asked. Yes, all girls from other nations are going to have to be brief in the customs of Ironmount and of the other girls before they can attend the party, Hunrock answers. Where do we go? Kiba asked. Just go down the hall and go through the big doors to the right, Aerith spoke up. Care to join me upstairs? Hunrock asked his old friend. Why? Tsunade asked, knowing that he's up to something. You're up to something, Shizune said. I always am, Hunrock said with a smirk. I'll be fine, you guys enjoy yourselves, Tsunade said, waving off Shizune. Okay, if you're sure about this, Shizune said as she and the other leaf ninjas left for the main hall where all of the other party guests are already waiting for the arrival person the party is being thrown for. Hinata and Ayam left with Aerith leading them off to one of the palace where all the other foreign girls are being briefed on the basic customs of metal and other nations that are attending the party. Once they were alone, the two old friends turned to face each other. So, what you want to talk about? Tsunade asked the king of metal. Just follow me, Hunrock said as he opens a side door and walks up a staircase inside the room. In Naruto's room, Naruto, Prince of Metal, stood up as his personal maids help him into his clothes for the party being held for his honor. They have been fussing all over him since this morning as the palace staff have been busy preparing the ballroom for the party guests that are here to see him. Currently he's being helped into a jacket by Neko, Erika is buttoning up his undershirt, Kitaji and Gemini are pulling up the custom-made gloves to fit over his now clawed hands. Glycin is reading off the list of things he should remember for the party so he wouldn't make the same mistakes as his grandfather did when he had married his grandmother. Lobelia and Coquelicot stood at the side waiting for the others to finish up dressing Naruto. Naruto remembered that the party from the Concute Kingdom always greets others by kissing cheeks, Glycin said as she's been reading off all of those notes on the customs of the party guests that are waiting for him. Have all the guests arrived? Naruto asked as the rest of the maids finished dressing him. Yes, everyone is here, Junie said as she and the other killer bees waited around in the room. The leaf were the last to show up and your grandfather knows the leader of the group, Tsunade, Julie adds. It seems she lost a lot of money whenever she stopped by his old haunting grounds before he met the queen. I always did wondered where I got my crafty mind from, Naruto said as he had gotten to know his grandparents and learn where he had gotten his tricky mind from. What's the plan in dealing with the people from the leaf? Noemblue asked as she sat back in a chair. All you have to do is give us the order, Fevrier said as she pats her crossbow. Just leave everything to me, Naruto said in a flat voice. Lobelia, Glycin, you two will be at my sides. April, Decapre, you two will be my bodyguards for the party. The rest of you enjoy the party and keep an eye out for any trouble. I have to work with her? Lobelia asked as she stares at Glycin, who stares back at her. Yes, I need Glycin, who knows all the customs of the party guest, by my side in case I need a reminder. Lobelia, you have a danger sense since you used to be a thief and can feel if something bad is going to happen. I'll be needing you to keep a lookout, Naruto answers him. Why only two of us to protect you? Santung asked as she sat on top of a bookcase with her pet monkey sitting on her right shoulder. I don't want any of the party guests to know how many bodyguards I have, and I don't want people to think that I need protecting all the time. It will make me look weak, Naruto said. We'll be off then, Cammy said as she waves everyone not escorting the prince left to mingle with the party guest in the ballroom. You're sure you'll be able to handle yourself once you meet them? April asked, not needing to explain who them she's talking about. As I said before, I will handle them myself, Naruto said coldly. In the upper floor overlooking the ballroom. Nice view from up here, Tsunade said as she leans on the railing looking down at the crowd below her. Yes, isn't it? Hunrock said as he steps beside her. Why did you bring me up here for? Tsunade asked him. I want to point out some of the girls that are going to be engaged to my grandson so you'll have an idea of the playing field that your two girls your village pick is up against, Hunrock explains. Why are you being so helpful? Tsunade asked. I'm just pointing out how far the two girls have to go to heal what the leaf has done to Naruto, that's all. And what other girls he has to pick from, Hunrock said. Like over there for example. He points out to her. By one of the tables is a young girl of around Naruto's age. She has short auburn hair with long bangs and emerald green eyes. She reaches about 5 feet 1 inch dress in a red dress with white wings, long socks, red shoes, and matching hat. That girl over there is Sakura Romanji, the great-granddaughter of Zenobia Romanji of the Romanji clan, Hunrock said. Zenobia is a holdout from the time that Carline's mother had ruled. And the older girl next to her is her older sister. Well, Run, I hope you'll be able to handle being engaged to a boy, the older sister said to her younger sister. Sakura pouts as her big sister then sets a cup on her head. Sakura throws a fit with her arms raised and hands in fists rotating rapidly. A vein is seen growing in the back of her head. Rankinizan. You're so mean, she shouted. Her meanie of a sister has her long red hair in a ponytail and green eyes standing at 5 feet 4 inches. She is wearing a light blue sports jacket over a white dress shirt with a black tie along with a white knee-high skirt, medium-length socks and black flats. She does not need makeup as she is beautiful enough without it. Well, I can see they have a standard sister relationship. Going between them, Tsunade said, smiling at the scene them two are making. Yes, Hunrock said as he points her eyes elsewhere. Looking where he's pointing to, she saw an odd sight as a redhead girl in a purple dress holding a strange-looking staff standing next to a food table. What's strange about her is that she's wearing the skin of a big fish like a cape. The fish's head has its jaws open acting like a helmet. Her name is Padudu Ikin. She is a slightly dim-witted young girl from the kingdom of Sea Heaven. Her companion Yuokichi is a fish she wears as a cloak and uses as a food supply, Hunrock explains. She doesn't look like it, but she's the most powerful fighter of her age group. He then points to a small girl in a blue outfit standing next to another girl dressed in tan robes. Her name is Corcelia, the granddaughter of the Comer Emperor Julius and next in line for the throne after her father, Prince Martin. Her family sees this engagement as a way to make their empire more powerful by combining the two lands together. The girls next to her is a mysterious young girl named Iresh. She is downright odd, from her method of speaking in third person, down to her dress. Iresh dresses in clothes of the high-ranking clergy from Nagaria, however, only people who are at least double Iresh's young age can have such a position. A tall, thin man wearing very decorative, ornate, black and red clothing suddenly steps next to the two girls telling about something. His most identifiable clothing would be his wide-rimmed hat decorated with a large piece of fluff, a long, black cloak, and his cross necklace and sword. Hunrock suddenly spoke up explaining who the man is to Tsunade. That man over there is Dracule, Hokage, Mihawk hailing from the Great Red Sea. Mihawk travels across the Great Sea in a coffin-shaped raft with 2 green-flamed candles, a single black sail, and a single seat. The fact that he can traverse across the unforgiving oceans, as well as the Great Red Sea itself, in such a meager craft is yet another testament to his abilities. Mihawk is the strongest swordsman in the world, a monster superior to monsters, as one who has met him calls him. I heard of him. In fact, no one in any groups that does what we ninjas do haven't heard of him. It's said that no one has ever challenged him in a sword fight and has lived to tell the tale. Only does who watch the fight spread the tale of his sword skills. But I have never seen him in person before, Tsunade said as tales of his skills spread even in the eastern lands. He has never set foot on the eastern lands since he knows that there are none there that can challenge him in battle, Hunrock said. What is he doing here then? She asked him. He's the only bodyguard of Cercilia and Eresh. As there's no need to hire more, as once he takes a job he sees it through to the end, he said as he points over to 3 young girls each dressed in colored outfits of pink to the girl with her long red hair tied with a red bow into a ponytail with pink eyes, green for the short dark hair girl that's slightly spiked up and is dressed more like a boy than a girl, with green eyes, and blue for the blue-eyed blonde with her hair done in pigtails and curled into ringlets. Over there are 3 of the council members' daughters who are having a go at winning Naruto over. All 3 of them are friends and decided to make a team effort in winning Naruto. I heard that women around here share husbands, Tsunade said as Hunrock nodded in response. Momoko Akatsutsumi, she assumes the leader role of the trio, or to be accurate, she's the self-proclaimed leader. However, she is not the intelligent bossy leader type. She is a bit boy-crazy now and is also an otaku, since she is intimately familiar with the magical heroine genre along with some typical anime concepts, like the leader wearing red and the aura color, as she often remarks, and is regarded as a magical girl maniac in school. Momoko also has a strong penchant for candy and other sweets. Momoko is a supportive friend and is always looking to encourage her friends in various of circumstances they find themselves in. She is skilled in using a yo-yo as a weapon. While it may look like a kid's toy, she can use it in very effective ways in battle. Miyako Gudakuji, like Momoko, uses a child's toy as a weapon, combining it with her bloodline ability. She uses a bubble wand as a weapon, waving it or blowing into the wand to unleash a wave of bubbles. When Miyako initially receives her wand, she misinterprets its purpose, using it as a javelin of sorts. She is admonished by Momoko for doing this. She is the ditziest member of the 3, often appearing a bit clueless, and doesn't seem to understand her powers completely, among a few other things. She is, however, a little more mature than some of the girls in the team and will try to calm any situation, although she too can be angered. She is more concerned with shopping, her appearance, and her outfits. She adores her ninja outfit, and perhaps because of this, she seems to be very popular among her male classmates, while she seems oblivious to the many boys that have crushes on her. She is compassion, gentleness, and innocence, as well as having a love for animals. The last of the group is Karamatsu, who uses a Diruma Otoshi hammer, and is the tough girl, tomboy of the group. She dresses and acts like a boy, and is also averse to wearing skirts and dresses. Her given name is a unisex name which matches her tomboy character nicely. She seems to have a considerable group of fangirls in school, much to her dismay. She is known in school for being the most athletic girl as she plays tennis, practices martial arts, and numerous other activities, as well as watching the sports channel on television. She is especially good at soccer due to her strength and determination after receiving new soccer cleats when she was younger. Hehowever, she hates girls who she considers very girly. This includes Momoko and Miyako. This plus the fact that she hates skirts makes Heir the most reluctant of the girls, as she doesn't like to do girl stuff with Momoko and Miyako. She has become quite attached to Momoko and Miyako and cares about them, but she tries to act calm and indifferent. Kaoru is the most easily enraged of the girls, especially when it concerns her taste in clothes. Heir can make her hammer extend at will. Her weapon is considered the heaviest of the 3, and she is the only one of the group who can wield it with ease. In fact, even together, both of the other 2 have a hard time lifting it at all. Who's that girl? Tsunade asks as she points to a girl in a purple dress walking over to the 3 girls holding a white cat. She has purple eyes, brown hair that's done in an afro-style pigtails, and is wearing a small tiara. She is Himiko Shirogane of the Shirogane clan, which is the richest family of the Western lands, as they have dealings with every trading routes and companies. She is an incredibly snobby rich young girl who is the sole heir to the Shirogane fortune. Her parents hope that Naruto will pick her, as they see this as a way to ensure that the Shirogane name will continue to live on. Himiko is constantly looking for attention from her classmates, but the current popularity of Momoko and her friends infuriates her, as well as anyone who gets more attention than she does. Her well-groomed cat is named Sapphire. Any more I should know? Tsunade asks as she sees Himiko and Momoko's group auguring with each other as she turns her sights onto a group of 5 girls. Well, over there is Will Vandam, the one with the red hair, brown eyes. She is 13 years old. She was from the northern settlements of Metal before she moved here with her mother. Her mother managed to get her in the engagement when she made a deal with Will's friend's parents in a joint engagement as a group. Will has issues with trusting people because she is scared of being let down. She is a bit of a tomboy, but is also sensitive towards other people. Will didn't trust the other girls at first, because her former friends talked about her behind her back, but she soon began to trust them through friendship. Her favorite animal is the frog, and she used to have a dormouse before it died. In school she excels at biology and swimming, and loves caring for animals. Her powers include a high level of using lightning jutsus. Animals are empathetic to her feelings and she can understand them. She also can sense strange phenomena. Irma Lair, the one with the light brown hair and blue eyes, age funny, unpredictable, and always late. Irma is a bit sassy and has a distinct personality. She is always late for events and can be found using her bloodline powers for personal gain rather than the good. She owns a pet turtle, Leafy, who is the only one in the world to know her deepest secrets as she talks to him at night. She loves shopping, rock music, making up nicknames for her friends, and indulging in long baths and showers. Her powers include intuition and manipulating water to do her bidding. She has also been known to exhibit light mind control. She lives with her father, who is a city guard, and her stepmother, Anna, who she often finds herself at arms with. Anna isn't from Metal but moved here from one of the other countries. She also has a younger half-brother, Chris, who annoys her to no end. Irma is crazy about boys, and her crush is varied every week. Terene Cook, the dark-skinned girl wearing glasses. Terene is 13 and her father is from Nanman if you're wondering about her skin tone. She may be shy and laid back, but Terene can be very determined when she sets her mind to a goal. Out of all her friends, she is usually the one that has to remind everyone about an important task at hand. Her hobbies include basketball, photography, listening to classical music, and even math at school. Her bloodline powers include controlling fire at her will and being able to communicate with people telepathically. She is very close to her family, which consists of her mother, father, and older sister Perrin, who is very nice to her. Though she is shy and somewhat sensitive, Terene gets extremely annoyed when someone hurts her feelings and she becomes dangerous after it happens. Cornelia Hale, 13 years old, the one with long blonde hair and blue eyes. She might seem to be a usual popular girl, however, her character develops much over the years. Cornelia comes off as tough and overconfident, but buried deep within her is a romantic girl begging to be released. She is a competitive ice skater and has won numerous medals for her achievements on the ice. Her best friend is a girl named Elian Brown and she owns a cat named Napoleon which she received from Will. She can manipulate and speak with the earth, make plants and flowers grow big and tall, can move objects with her mind, and can sometimes get visions from the earth. She understands plants the way Will understands animals. Cornelia can also be extremely cold. She made Will cry a few times, questioned her position as leader of the group, and she often argues with Irma and Will. She has a younger sister, Lillian, who is a big pain in her neck. She was the one who got the idea for all of them to join for a group engagement when they were picked to be engaged to Naruto from their school. All of the schools in the city had a raffle when it came to picking normal city girls from here to be engaged to my grandson, and by luck all of them won it. The last of the girls is Hei Lin. She's 13, like the rest of her friends. Hei Lin is cheerful, creative, and always full of energy. Her family owns a restaurant called the Silver Dragon where she often works to help out. Her favorite thing to do is draw, and her favorite subject is art. Hei Lin loves to collect comics and other collectibles. She can always be seen writing on her hands so she won't forget important things like names, dates, and numbers. Her powers include the control over air, the ability to fly, and being able to recall the past by the use of sound. She can also touch an object and get a complete history of where it's been and the atmosphere it came from. Her grandmother, Yen Lin, was used to be Carline's personal maid, and time to time they get together and talk about the past. This girl Hei Lin can see the past of objects? Tsunade asks. Yes, it's her bloodline ability that pops up time to time in her family at random, and the only one in her family that can do it is Yen Lin, Hunrock said. Tsunade noticed a young dark-hair girl dress in Land of Stone style of dress. What strikes her the most was that the girl has eyes that are just like Hinata's and the rest of her family. Who is that girl? Tsunade asked. I wouldn't be surprised that you haven't heard of her. Toph family has always kept her indoor because she's blind. She is a 12-year-old, blind earth jutsu user who always wants to leave her wealthy lifestyle and home. Her parents are incredibly overprotective, leading her to rebel and fight in underground tournaments in the Land of Stone. Her popularity as the Blind Bandit attracted much attention in the fighting circles. Though blind, Toph possesses a unique ability to sense vibrations in the ground, essentially allowing her to see her surroundings. That's the reason why she was chosen out of the girls in Stone to be engaged, as her parents think this will settle her down a bit and that she's very powerful in Earth Jutsus. Toph has largely lived alone all her life, which makes her somewhat selfish, sarcastic, and at times, arrogant. She is also a loner who isn't afraid to speak her mind and be bluntly truthful. She does not take pleasure in being mean, but rather, she has been sheltered from the world her entire life, never having a friend. Thus, her social skills are lacking as Naruto's social skills, as he never had friends while growing up. Unable to communicate well with others, she initially appeared mean and selfish to people who meet her for the first time. Toph's attitude towards her blindness shifts between humorous and indirectly bitter. Although she is not angry or sad because of her lack of sight, she is very proud of herself. Many times, she questions the kind actions of others towards her as being due to the perception that it makes her weak, as is the attitude adopted by her family. On the other hand, she frequently jokes about her blindness when someone forgets about it in heated situations. You sure know who's who around here, Tsunade said. I'm the head of the Turks, and the fact that one of these girls or more is going to be my daughter-in-laws, he answers her. He spots a group from Nanman, as he could easily spot them by the choice of clothes they wear. As their group are the only ones that are wearing animal skins from the jungle animals in the ballroom. He spots Amphra, the second wife of Menghua, and her daughter, along with 4 of her bodyguards with her. There's the party from Nanman over at the drinks table. The woman standing next to the young girl with the high ponytail is Amphra, the second queen of Nanman. I see that the rumors I heard about the warriors of Nanman are true then, Tsunade said as she heard lots of stories about them. They do ride upon beasts the size of a building. You saw those Mumikil they used to travel here, Hunrock said. How could I miss them? She asked. That's true, he said. Queen Amphra is entering her daughter Tai Li into the engagement. The girl dressed in the midriff outfit next to the other girl in the red robes. I see she's fast on her feet, Tsunade said as she saw the signs of a ninja from the young girl. She is a cheerful and somewhat ditzy young acrobat fighter who is very much at home in the treetops of Nanman, who grew up at the royal court and attended the Nanman Academy for girls with her friend Mai, who is also in the engagement. Tai Li is a formidable hand-to-hand combatant, skilled in Kyusho Jitsu, or the art of attacking pressure points on the human body. In conjunction with this, she has the ability to sense people's chakra, or read their auras. And by striking a jutsu user's pressure points, she is able to chakra block, and thus temporarily remove their ability to use chakra. The other girl in the robes and her hair done up in a bun is Mai. She is a cold, calm, and reserved young woman, and an old schoolmate and longtime friend of Tai Li. She is an extremely skilled warrior, her primary weapon being small, fletched stilettos that are spring-loaded in holsters on her wrists and ankles. She also employs a variety of other throwing weapons with deadly accuracy and has proven herself quite capable of besting a powerful ninja despite not being a ninja herself. They sound powerful, Tsunade said. Of course they are, Hunrock said. Unlike the ninjas and fighters in the East, there was never an agreement with the countries of the West to let their ninja villages to decide which is the strongest. Tsunade was about to say something when the doors of the ballroom open and a blonde-haired girl step, followed by a large man with the same colored hair, dress in leather, along with a sandy-haired woman in a dress. The man made her stare as she never seen anyone like him before, as her medical mind listed everything that seems out of place on his features. A pronounced supraorbital ridge on his head. Very muscular, very broad-shouldered, short limbs. She had noted earlier that his face was strange. The brow ridge, arching above each eye, was obvious. His hair was parted precisely in the middle, not some affectation. And the nose was huge, but it wasn't the least bit aquiline. In fact, it wasn't quite like any other nose Tsunade had ever seen before, completely lacked a bridge. And he's quite hairy. This is the first time you've seen a Neanderthal? Hunrock asked. A Neanderthal? She asked as he watches the two make their way to a table. They're a cousin to our branch of the great ape family. They're from way up north where they have adapted to life in the cold environment, Hunrock explains. That man there is a Kodo who had traveled here as a trader but grew to like living here and stayed, even started a family. His daughter Hinako takes after her mother in looks but has all of her father's strengths. What powers does a Kodo have? She asked him. A Neanderthal may look like us but they're much stronger than any normal person. You have super strength thanks to your training, but any Neanderthal male or female has the strength to kill anyone with their bare hands without using chakra to increase their strength first. A punch to the face will crush a skull. A punch or a kick to the chest will be able to crush someone's chest inwards. It's lucky that they're peaceful and only fight to defend themselves. They are also very smart as they're very advanced in terms of technology. Most of the new inventions that come out from the trade routes coming from the north are from them. As they also have the ability to see through any kind of illusion jutsu, and their sense of smell makes it easy for them to identify anyone they have smelled before. They can also survive cold weather that would kill a person in minutes. Hunrock listed off the details to her. What is his daughter like? Tsunade asks as she looks at the daughter of the Neanderthal. Hinako is a fairly normal girl who preferred to spend her free time practicing sport at school. Among the most popular female sports around here are volleyball, gymnastics, and softball. Hinako, a passionate young woman with lots of incredible dreams, is a different case. Because she has her father's strength that is 10 times that of a normal person, she has decided to practice a traditional sport, only practiced by large, heavy men, sumo. After Hinako first joined a prestigious ladies-only school, the expected pressure for such institutions instantly fell upon her. Not only was she demanded good grades and exceptional behavior, she also had to be the first in her class in any sport. She was offered many different sports, but none of them raised Hinako's attention as she found all of them too easy for her. That is, until she visited a sumo arena which started up around here when a couple of sumos moved here after they married some of the women around here. Once she saw a sumo match, Hinako's world turned around completely. Sumo was an art in itself, much more than any other martial art. She realized that sumo should not only be practiced by enormous men, but also normal women could be able to exceed themselves in the practice of this art. Hinako decided she would restore the grace and beauty that sumo is supposed to represent. Back in her school, Hinako wanted to form a sumo club, but everybody just laughed at her and deemed her as a crazy brat. Sumo was just out of the question for the refined and delicate ladies of her school. Hinako didn't bother to hear any reasons, as her mind was already decided. Every day she practiced the arts of sumo, and instead of gaining weight and increasing her rather small girth, she decided to train her arms and legs to be able to support the weight of any huge sumo wrestler. After all, it wasn't the size that counted, but the refinement of the technique that mattered. Combined with her natural strength, she has proven herself strong enough to lift an adult sumo over her head. "What? Sir, he's coming," a female attendant said, appearing next to them. "Good," Hunrock said. "The party can finally begin." "Your grandson is coming?" Tsunade asked. "Yes, and after that the rest of the girls that are engaged to him will be allowed to enter the ballroom," Hunrock said. "They have been kept waiting?" she asked. "Yes, since they are all going to present themselves to him when they enter. To let him get a look over at his potential brides," Hunrock said. "The presentation will take a while to finish as there are hundreds of girls here for the engagement. By my count there are 248 girls that are officially engaged to Naruto. And there should be some add-ons in the following months as he meets new girls." The doors of the ballroom open wide and stepping into the room is Naruto and an escort of 4 young girls. Tsunade looked down getting a good look Naruto and was shocked as he looks like her long-dead brother. He's dress uniform jacket, a deep red, complete with white cravat and gold braid. His looks have become more defined from the photos that were taken of him before he was taken. But the biggest change of all is that his ears have been replaced by a pair of fox ears on his head, and from the gloves he's wearing he now has claws. She and the other Leaf ninjas had already been informed about the transformed Naruto, but she didn't expect this kind of change. Two of the girls with him are wearing a long-sleeve button shirt. The blonde is colored orange and the one with white hair is purple, along with matching pair of white leather gloves, black pants, black shoes and a black bow tie. The other two girls' bodies are covered in a sleek, navy blue bodysuit that left only their backs bare, where it revealed tight, creamy skin underneath. Both of them wore red berets, red ties that nestle between their developing BRSs, combat boots that are spite-shined, and red gauntlets. Looking around the ballroom, she could see that there are other girls that are dressed like the girls walking with Naruto standing in the crowd. The doors close behind them as they walk down the carpet, walking towards the orientated chair that's been placed at the other end of the ballroom that's already been surrounded by red Delmos in full gear, and several white Delmos stood ready nearby. Naruto walked through the crowd of onlookers, only giving slight greetings to people as he walks past them. His grandmother, sitting at a table with some of her old friends, gave him a smile as he walks past them. He set himself down on the chair, and the four girls all placed themselves on either side of the chair, with the blonde standing the closest to him. Standing near the door, Setsuna gave a nod to a maid standing near a large bell. The maid nodded back and began pulling the cord on the bell, ringing it. That's the K for the presentation to begin. And as for those girls, they are Naruto's personal maids, are the girls in the long-sleeve shirts, and the girls in the bodysuits are his personal bodyguards. They are mine and Carline's gifts to him, Hunrock informs her. You gave him a horde of young girls to serve and protect him? Tsunade asked. Quit, the girls are starting to present themselves to him, Hunrock said as the doors reopen and a line of girls walk down the red carpet to present themselves to the boy they're going to be engaged to. In the line of girls, Hinata gulped as she stood in line waiting for her turn to present herself to the boy she had always grazed upon in the distances, as she was always too scared to walk up to him before. Ayam stood right behind her, patting her on the back, trying to clam her down. In front of her are two sisters who, from what she found out as they argue with each other, that they're half-sisters with the same father but different mothers, as it's quite common here. One of them has long brown hair and the other short purple hair. Are you sure you'll be able to handle yourself, Kasumi? The purple hair girl asked. Can you, Ayane? The brown hair girl asked. Quite, girls, Diao-chan said as she walks down the line, inspecting all of the girls as they waited for their turn. All of the girls have to be ready to present themselves to the Prince of Metal. They all have been brief in how it would be done. They would say their name and where they're from before the next girl in line would present themselves. Everyone remember what they need to do? We know, a long dark-haired girl from the Sound Village said. We heard it enough already, the blonde girl with a strange hairstyle from the Sand Village. You should be more worried about the girls from the Leaf panicking, one of the girls in line spoke up. Since he has been transformed into a fox, said a girl with long hair that's a rich chestnut color and wearing a simple white gown with a gold band circling her waist. And we all know the history between the Leaf and foxes, a strange girl said in a flat voice, whose face is hidden behind a leather-bound book that she's been reading for all of this time. The only part she has seen clearly is her left eye peeking from the top of the book, as one of her bangs of long blonde hair covers her right eye all the time. You don't have to worry about us, Ayam said. No matter what he looks like, he's still the kid who has been going to my father's ramen shop since he's been able to walk. Good, Diao-chan said as she walks down the line. Next, one of the women at the front of the line said, as all of the girls in the engagement have to wait outside the ballroom before they can enter. You're up, Hinata, Ayam said, patting her on the back, trying to stop her trembling. Okay, she said as she walks into the ballroom past the two guards standing on either side of the door. In front of her, she could see the girl in front of her finish presenting herself to the boy that she was always too shy to say more than hi to. She always been too shy to say anything to him, and even though she still was the only girl in their class that had ever treated Naruto as a person while he was living in the village. Looking at him now, she could see how much he has changed from the boy she knew before. The biggest change to him is that he has long fox ears now on top of his head. She took deep breaths as she trembles as she walks down the carpet towards Naruto. Look at that, Sito said to Carline from their table. She's so shy that she's shaking like a scare rabbit. Judging from her appearance and the information that we got on her, she should prove to be very entertaining to say at the least, Carline said as she watches Hinata present herself to Naruto, blushing very red and a trembling voice. Yes, she will prove to be fun to have around. You mean like what we did to Fran when she was still in her shy stage? Sito asks as she watches the other Leaf Girl Ayam present herself to Naruto. Yes, but that's a job for the younger generation now, Carline said as she knows this was the beginning of a great many changes to come. In an outside of Ironmount, 5 men all dressed in gray-green suits listen to the TV as the broadcast of the engagement party is being aired. Each of them had already finished putting on lightweight body armor underneath their suits, preparing for the hit they were about to do. They have been trained to fulfill the contact and they're going to do it even if it means their deaths to do it. The engagement party has already started, Agent Alpha said as he and his team sat at the table of their room. We should start moving out then, Daredevil said. But how are we going to get by the guards? Agent Gamma asks. I have an idea, Agent Delta spoke up. What is it? Asked Agent Beta. There's a Nanman camp close to here and those Mumikills are large but are scared of fire, Agent Delta said. Set fire to the camp and make sure those beasts head straight for the city walls, Agent Alpha said. In the confusion we'll be able to sneak into the palace and get to the prince. Good, we have a plan now, Daredevil said. Now let's get started then. Party crashers? Prince Naruto sat morosely on his throne in the castle's grand ballroom, resting his chin on his hand as he watched the arrivals walk in. The musicians were playing a lively tune, and many nobles and merchants were dancing with their wives or dates as he listens to the girls introducing themselves to him. Glycine stood near him whispering to him the customs of some of the girls and where they're from. Why so glum, my prince? Lobelia asked cheerfully, her dark eyes following a well-built servant as she carried a tray of refreshments down the hall. The royal ball is starting. This hall is bustling with the most beautiful young girls from all over, all lusting for a chance to be your bride. And this should excite me, why? Naruto asked after the last of the girls to be engaged to him had introduced themselves to him. For most guys, having a horde of willing women after you is a good thing, Lobelia replies. Really now? Glycine said. Do you have to do this? This is a very important party, you know. This party is Naruto's chance to make a good impression on the guest from the other countries. How about the time your grandmother grabbed the wife of that noble from the Frask Confederation and started making out with her in front of her husband? Lobelia smirks. Well, my grandmother may be like that, but I and my mother have raised ourselves above those kinds of antics, Glycine said, trying to outlive her grandmother's wild swings in her younger days. I'm sure I'll find out what you're like sooner or later, Lobelia said with a grin. What's that supposed to mean? Glycine said, glaring at her fellow maid. It is a tradition for Delmos once they reach the age of 18 to go out and find a guy to sleep with. And I'm going to be there to see if you're a screamer or not, she said to the blushing noble girl. You two stop this now, Decapri said, her voice muffled under her gas mask. You don't want to make Naruto look bad, do you? April asked the 2 younger girls. I don't really mind, Naruto said. But egg you with each other later. All right, we will, the 2 girls said. Looks like Anzu's band is going to start up, April said as she spots some young girls around her age setting up on the stage at one corner of the room. I hope they learned some new songs since the last time they played, Lobelia said as she waited for the band to start up. Across the room, I hope everyone likes my song, Anzu thought to herself as she wrapped her fingers against her thigh, mimicking the tempo of the song she planned to sing once her concert began. Around her, the girls of her small band tuned their instruments one final time, making sure that everything was perfect. Down below, a small strange colored hair teen smiled and stepped away from the stage as the band got ready to play. He waved up to Anzu while the brown-haired girl moved to the center of the stage with her mic in hand. Break a leg, Anzu, he called up to her. Thanks. Anzu called back before taking a deep breath to calm her nerves. She then turned to her band. Okay girls, let's do this nice and neat. I want a good steady rhythm and a pulse-pounding beat. The girls around her all nodded and her drummer, a girl named Ami, began tapping her drumsticks together as the lights spilled down around them. Anzu smiled and looked up as the stage lights shined down on her and her bandmates. All right, girls, 1, 2, 3, 4. Her drummer, guitar player, bass, and synthesizer all began at once, releasing a smooth and rhythmic beat that pounded through the ballroom. Anzu lifted the mic to her lips and began to sing, "Set me free. Gonna be alone, got to be free." Her throat clear, Anzu gave herself to the music and turned her eyes up to the people around her and sang, "Tell me, I don't understand anything, but you always say those kinds of words, too. I want to turn into a bird and fly the high skies heading for the distant, faraway hope. When I look down and see my tiny self, I wonder if I'm only living recklessly. If only I can keep looking at the present like this, nothing can harm me and I'll have no fear for tomorrow. I want to ride on the wind and fly to the edges of my dreams. Fastening on my back these wings called courage. I want to turn into a bird and retain my courage to look down. I will not give in to the reality of passing days. Set me free. Gonna find my way, I'm gonna be free. Like a beast that has to choose between steep paths. I won't fall if I can sniff out the right ones. But because we humans are led astray all the time, we don't have the strength from fighting loneliness. I want to ride on the wind and go to the edges of dreams, straining these eyes called courage. With a single fragment melting little by little, we'll start to change so slowly, can't you feel it everywhere? So that even if I chose roads steeper than any beast would, I'd still not lose my will not to give up. The music went into a short musical solo and Anzu moved her body with the pulse-pounding beat, her heart flying inside her chest, letting her feel truly alive as she swept her arms out around her, as though embracing the entire audience. She didn't even feel nerves anymore, only the smiles and cheers of those around her as they listened to her sing and watched her dance. The next verse quickly approached and Anzu lifted the mic to her lips again. If only I can spot my tiny self on the ground, nothing can harm me and I'll have no fear for tomorrow. I want to ride on the wind and fly to the edges of my dreams. Fastening on my back these wings called courage. I want to turn into a bird and retain my courage to look down. I will not give in to the reality of passing days. Anzu took in a deep breath for the second part of the song she and her Yugi had came up with. New days on the morning of the beginning, let's give the earth. Blowing in the wind, put just a little bit of hope and love in the pocket. I wish if only I had wings. I would overcome my sadness, my past, and my fears. Yeah, I've got nothing to lose. Fight at the first chance, brand new day. Take my way. On these, the palms of my hands, I want to catch the miracle. I will traverse the never-ending sky and earth and then the future. These newborn wings are, probably, certainly, definitely, someday going to shine. Maybe, probably, somewhere out there, an answer exists. Going on my way. The one and only truth is in the faraway wind. Sometime when I feel like I'm losing, I smile and take a deep breath. I'll discard my weak, crybaby-like self. Yeah, there's nothing I can't do. Screwed up someone's every day. Save my dream. Even if I'm laughed at, I'll ignore it and try. Until that day when I pass up the clouds that go towards the horizon. The wings that support my dreams are forever, forever, forever keep on. Going to take flight. New days on the morning of the beginning, let's kiss the earth. Blowing in the wind, put just a little bit of courage and love in the pocket. I will travel the never-ending sky and earth and then the future. These newborn wings are, probably, certainly, definitely, someday going to shine. Until that day when I pass up the clouds that go towards the horizon. The wings that support my dreams are forever, forever, forever keep on. Going to take flight. At one of the tables. That could have gone better, Ino said as she sits next to Hinata, who is doing her best not to make any eye contact with anyone sitting at the table. Hinata, you didn't even look at him, Ino said. When Hinata presented herself to Naruto, all she could do was mumble her name and look at the ground. Yes, but it was kind of cute, Shizune said. Making yourself look so shy might help you. Some guys like the cute shy types. You're making her blush, Kurenai said as Hinata's face is becoming redder than a tomato. Hinata averted her eyes, hoping to avoid encouraging them from poking fun at her, but only succeeded in looking even more adorable. I wonder how we're going to win over Naruto when he has all of these girls to pick from, Ayam said as she noticed that a lot of the girls that are in the engagement are pretty. Not to mention the girls with the Delmo bloodline with developing figures, and by judging from the older women with the same bloodline, those girls are going to be very busty once they get older. But you are his friend and Hinata has his cuteness, Sakura pointed out. I'm sure that it will count for something, Tenten said. You just have to look on the bright side of things, Ino said as she and the other girls try to uplift their spirits. That doesn't really help with all of these girls, Ayam said again. Besides, from what I overheard, once Naruto wears the crown at his 18th birthday, is the day when he will make his war on the leaf. Yeah, but either you or Hinata can change that once either of you becomes his wife, Kiba said. I never really care much for the leaf anyways, Ayam replies. What do you mean by that? Shikamaru asks as everyone at the table is looking at her. It shows what kind of village it is when all Naruto's parents wanted was for him to be looked upon as a hero. Instead, the adults go around and do the opposite of his wishes. Ever since I started helping my dad with our shop, I have seen how everyone in the village treats him and the smiling mask he had to wear for all those years, not knowing why everyone hates him. Even if I do marry him, I'm not going to try to talk him out of it, Ayam stated to everyone at the table. What about your father? Asuma asked. What would he think about this? I told him that when I found out I was going to be engaged, and he said it's up to me alone to decide, Ayam said. Besides, the day we left for the airship, my dad went close shop and is currently heading here to open a shop around here. He's what? Kiba asked. I figured that the leaf might use dad to get me to talk Naruto out of going to war, so I said today. It would be a smart thing to get out of the village while he can, she said. You really think they would do that? Hinata asked her. What do you think? She asked. Hinata looked down, poking her fingers together. And as I said before, Ayam said before anyone could get a word in. Me and Hinata are the only girls in the village who were nice to him, so there's no way you can replace me. With everyone gone silent with her comment, Ayam started looking around the room. A scene caught her attention over to where the people from the sand village. Ayam saw something that she couldn't help but stare at. She considered herself a pretty healthy eater, and she had always thought that the fat guy Chuji could put it away fairly well too. But they were nothing but rank amateurs in the face of the eating and drinking exhibition that's taking place at the sand table. Platter after platter of food was brought in from the kitchen, only to be quickly dispatched in the blink of an eye. Pitcher after pitcher and bottle after bottle of beverages met the same fate. Seeing something caught Ayam's attention, the others at the table turned to see what she's staring at. They could only watch in shock at the primal scene of tearing, ripping, and fighting that went on before them. All but two of the others at the sand table that ate in a normal manner. The two sisters, on the other hand, tore into the plates set before them like ravenous beasts. They grabbed at anything they could reach, fighting, kicking, and clawing at one another in order to get what they considered their fair share, namely everything. The only other difference she noticed among them was that the big-chested Naga soon was concentrating on the alcohol, draining any form of liquor she could reach without a break. And I thought that Tsunade could drink, Shizune said as the younger woman at the other table is drinking far more than her mistress could. At the Sans table? I can't wait to get out of this getup, Tamari said as she couldn't wait to get out of the former kimono she was forced to wear for the event. She couldn't move as freely as she could do with her usually outfit. Why, because you look like a girl? Kenkuro asked as this was one of the few times he has seen his sister in a dress. Shut up, Tamari said as she takes a bite out of her meal. Have you decided of what your plans are for winning over the prince? Sai, their teacher, asked the two girls at the table. With all the cutbacks in the sand, they were only able to send him and Naga as the rest of the adult ninjas are too busy to make the trip, yet alone being out of action for 6 years. Well, my little sister shouldn't have any trouble fitting in with this crowd, Naga said as she drinks down another cup of wine. With her figure, she had easily blended into the crowd of Delmo women, with only her outfit making her stick out. I shall bring to this land justice. This head-turning shout came from the younger sister, Amelia. Assuming a dramatic, if a bit precarious, perch on the tall back of her chair, she continued, Fired with a burning love of peace and justice, we scour the land of evil. Let all who fear the light of the law flee before us like cockroaches, but we will crush them with the iron boot of right despite their flight. Amelia's blue eyes seemed to glow with the fire of her dedication as she spoke, arms and fingers moving and pointing at the correct times for the biggest emotional impact. Whatever. Naga spoke through a mouthful of food as she took the opportunity to steal every scrap on Amelia's plate. Big sister? Amelia wailed, jumping back down in her seat in a futile and tardy attempt to protect her meal. How could you? You snooze you lose, Amelia. Naga spoke smugly as she shoveled the stolen food into her mouth. A girl's gotta look out for herself in this world, 'cause no one's gonna do it for you. I saw that Kankuro. Her fist flashed out faster than light to smash into the puppet user's face as he sneakily reached his hand toward her plate. Serves him right, she observed self-righteously as the force of her blows snapped Kankuro's head back in a welter of blood and knocked him and his chair over. Hey! Temari shouted at the jutsu mistress. I wanted to do that. Well, you stop that, Gaara said as he sat in his chair picking at his meal as he's been lost in his thoughts. What's the matter? Amelia asked him as he's been sitting like that for a very long time. They managed to seal the nine-tailed fox back into the demon world where it came from. And now it can be summoned back to this world by the prince, he said. You're thinking of having them do the same with you? Sai asked. They were met with only silences. Raising from the darkness of your life you will shine in the new life you will gain. Amelia said as she has a dreamily look in her eyes. She's your sister, Temari whispers to Naga. Don't remind me, she said. At another table? What do you think of your husband to be? Zaku asked the two sound girls at the table. Those side effects of the ceiling must have been a shocker. Beats the guys that I know, Kin said as she pokes her fork at her plate. What do you mean by that? Dozu asked. That his fox ears does gives him a cute factor, that's something that neither of you two have, Kin smirks at her two teammates. I have to agree with that, Tayuya said as she stuffs her face. By the way, Shirobo spoke up after he took a bite out of the rank of meat on his plate. I've been wondering why we were sent when the invite is only for the two girls to be engaged to the prince? It's quite simple really, Kidamaru said. While we're here in the West, we're going to be scouting around and gather information and the local underworld groups around here. While Tayuya and Kin get to know Prince Natuto, we're going to look for some new blood. And since most of the people around here are very strong, we're here to give them a good idea of what kind of power the sound has, Sakan explained. But we also have to make sure that we don't make trouble with metal, Kimimaro said. We don't want to become a target like the leaf. Which is why we're not going to follow out that plan the boss was cooking up, Dozu said. Why waste energy when someone else is going to do it for you? And he's set on taking his revenge, Tayuya said. And I'm guessing it would make a bad relationship with metal if we crush the leaf before he can. I guess we can help by making sure that none of the leaf ninjas escape the village, Zaku suggested. Give us a good relationship with metal, Kidamaru adds. The doors of the ballroom open, letting in two very tall figures, followed by a male who was very short by comparison who stood in the center of the two tall figures. The short male looked very pale, possibly quite pasty indeed. His hair was white, making him look like an elderly short male at first glance. He wore a long blue robe with gold trim, which covered a white shirt under a gold vest. He wore brown pants that stopped at the knee, which was then followed by white knee-high socks that went into brow shoes. The man also wore a blue tricorner hat that gave him a strange air around him. The two people with him are two women. One of them, the younger one, is dressed in a fine gown. The older woman is a beautiful middle woman dressed in what looked like a modern charcoal gray business suit, her chestnut hair bound up in a bun and round, wire-framed glasses perched on her nose. The younger woman was shorter than the older woman, but taller than the man. Slender and athletic-looking, she was also dressed extremely differently than her suit-clad companions. Skin-tight, dark red leathers, with a sword hanging from her hip. The sour look on her tanned, beautiful face was also in opposition to the slightly forced smiles the other two were sporting as they entered the room. On the second floor. About time they showed up, Hunrock said as he leans on the guardrail. Who are they? Tsunade asked as she watched the party from above. The party of 3 made their way to a table that's been reserved for latecomers. The short man is Ramon Barrigo, head of the Barrigo faction. He's the 11th castellan of the Castle Los Iluminados. He rules over several villages and runs one of the 3 richest mines in metal. The area is also heavy in metal works thanks to the mine. It also sits on a major trade route, so it's always heavy with traders coming and going. The village of Pebble that's built near the castle is one of the most productive trade centers in metal, where one can find practically every known trade guilds and companies could be found as they made deals that either made them or broke them. This has made the Barrigo clan quite powerful in metal who reap the rewards of the business deals that take place in Pebble. Everything one could desire is available for sale there, any whim or fancy could be satisfied for the right price. Ramon Barrigo, the current head of the clan, is 34 years old and stands about 4 feet tall and speaks in a high, childlike voice. He took control as the head of the Barrigo clan at age 20. He also a raving egomaniac but can back it up. He might not look like it but he's very powerful, quite skilled in jutsus and throwing blades. He's more powerful than an Eastern Kage, and uses his small size to his advantage by being able to get into small tight places that a normal-sized person can't follow, the Metal King answers her. He's stronger than a Kage? Tsunade asked in disbelief. Yes he is, he repeated. The 2 women with him are Belit, his wife, and Sekhmet, his daughter. Belit with her sharp mind is the brains behind the Barrigo factions. She comes up with ideas and plots to gain support for her husband's faction whenever she sees a way to gain more power, thought, intrigue, and plotting. She takes the game of houses to a new level. This is the name given the scheming, plots, and manipulations for advantage by noble houses. Great value is given to subtlety, to aiming at one thing while seeming to aim at another, and to achieving ends with the least visible effort. Their daughter Sekhmet is the top sword user of the White Fang School. Her abilities and skills with a sword makes her a rising star in the sword user circles. She also has a reputation of walking around the school with an unmatched elegance that left other girls looking jealous and guys drooling. The only thing that surpasses her swordsmanship is her Ice Queen image that she plays to the letter, never showing mercy to anyone who gets in her way. Before the conversation continued any further, the sounds of approaching footsteps diverted their attention. The doors once again open and 2 women step into the room. The older one is a gorgeous red-haired woman dressed in a very short, shimmering green dress that looked like it was intended for a night of clubbing. To the woman's left stood a bubblegum-chewing girl who was slightly smaller than the redhead, but equally beautiful and curvaceous. Her bright blonde hair was arranged in 2 ponytails to either side of her head and she was wearing what looked like a typical schoolgirl's outfit, although a bit brief. But in a place like Metal, that's a common thing. A few steps behind them, a tall figure, easily 7 feet tall, came into view, dwarfing the 2 women easily. The man looked very haggard in appearance, his head bald and unnaturally pale in color. His eyes were noticeably 2 different colors, a blue right eye and a red left eye. There was something about that left eye, a fake quality to it, probably a false eye. He sported a very long black beard with flecks of gray, which hung down to his chest. The man wore a black trench coat which covered his entire body, save for the bottom of his dark black pants with matching black boots. It was clear that he was not in a happy mood. His facial expression was firm, unwavering, being the type of person no one dared mess with. He stopped in the center, flanked by the women on either side of him. Who in the world is that? Tsunade asked as she could feel a powerful aura coming from the 3 newcomers. The big guy is Baitors Rokake, is the head of the Rokake faction. He is the village chief of Grant Village, better known as the Village of Sin, where you can find all kinds of vice right in the middle of nowhere. It's in an area where it hardly ever rains, and if it rains it is usually warm droplets of moisture that dissolve before it hits the ground. Usually twice a year, a major downpour comes. The mine is the poorest mine in metal, only giving out a few cartloads of tin and a few handfuls of copper every once a while. At first the village didn't even have a name or even a village, as there were only a handful of people living there at the start. It was just a mining camp. That's until the Rokake family moved in. Their influence over Grant Village started when they brought a large number of women from all over the world there to keep the miners happy, turning a struggling mining camp into a thriving, bustling village. This is before Carline's great-grandmother married into the royal household. In addition, the people charged with governing the village, most of them from the Rourke line, remained in power for generations, running it as they saw fit. His family has used the vast sum of money generated by all of the gambling and other vices to raise in power. With the money they taken has made them very powerful, but after the Delmo bloodline got into the royal house, their power has been drained as their influence in the royal court has been cut out. You have no idea how many members were in the Roquake pockets before Carline's great-grandmother got rid of them. The current generation of the Roquake line is Baitors and his family. He's a giant man of imposing stature and great strength, and wears a black trench coat all the time. Hunrock explained the background of the family. His wife Ursula runs the biggest gambling house in Grant Village. It's also a BRL that offers many vices for travelers. She is very crafty in running the house, using the girls working there to gather information through the people that go there. Through that and the network she made through the trader, there's nothing that goes on that she hasn't heard about. The only reason those houses of vice are allowed to continue to operate is that if they're shut down, the entire village will quickly fall apart, as the economic activity is the only thing that supports the village. Their daughter Rangda uses her family's money and status to get what she wants, either by bribing or by other means. Her snooty attitude as Queen Beach of the school matched her rich upbringing on her parents' fortune. She has a well-known reputation of going through guys as quickly as she did her father's money. She is a bully who, thanks to her family's connections, has gotten away with what she does in Grant. She's a brat and the other girl is an ice queen, Tsunade said. Yes, they are, Hunrock said. They're going to have a tough time of winning Naruto over. It's a good thing too if either one of them does marry Naruto. It would be nothing but trouble in the long run. The two factions are power-hungry? Tsunade asked. Yes, have been ever since Metal was founded, Hunrock said. Before Carline's grandmother married into the royal house, it was a member from either the Roquake or the Bar Ego factions who marry into the throne. Why are you telling me this? Tsunade asked, knowing that he always used half-baked plans to get people to do what he wanted without them knowing. Like he used to do to her all the times they came face to face. I'm just thinking 4 steps ahead, Hunrock said as he begins to walk away, going back downstairs. Just make sure you play your part. Left alone on the second floor, Tsunade was deep in thought. What are you planning this time? At one of the tables. Amphra, it's been a while. Queen Carline greeted the Nanman Queen as she and her daughter Ty Lee and her friend Mai walk over to her table. Yes, it has, Amphra said as she seats herself in one of the free chairs. Not since the trade agreement we signed. Yes, I remember that, Setsuna said, remembering what had happened afterwards. You really are skilled in areas besides in smarts. Maybe I could show you later before I go back to Nanman, Amphra smiles. Sito looks over the 2 girls engaged to Naruto and like what she saw. I see that there's a lot of potential with these 2. I see you still have an eye for it, Yen Lin said as she had joined her old friends at the table, leaving her granddaughter with her friends. What do you mean? Ty Lee asked them. She means that you're going to have much growing to do till you surpass your mother, Mai said, letting out a puff of air as she folds her arms under her chest. Oh, I get, Ty Lee said. You're still mad that I'm more developed than you are. Mai saw red as she doesn't like the fact that even if she's older than Ty Lee is that she already wearing a bra while she still has a training bra. She quickly reacted, breaking out from her bored expression, turning it into an angry one, and bops her friend on top of her head, making her let out a yelp as her fist struck her. That hurt, Ty Lee said, rubbing the top of her head. Good, Mai said, turning her face away from her with her arms crossed over her chest. Well, this brings back memories, Sito said as she was above average even in metal when she was young, and rub it into her friends' faces. Grandma, a small redhead shouted as she ran over to her great-grandmother Zenobia Romanji. What is it, Sakura? Zenobia asked her. Rankin said that all the girls that are engaged to Prince Naruto are going to have to fight each other for him, Sakura said. She's just playing around with you, Zenobia said as she pats the head of her youngest grandchild. Sakura is good at using jutsus, but she didn't like fighting, unlike her older sister. Fight each other? Sito said, tapping her finger on her chin. That's not a bad idea. Thanks for giving her that idea in her head, Setsuna said, knowing where this is going. No, it's not, Carline said, shooting down her friend's idea before it got off the ground. Oh, you're no fun, Sito said as she had a good plan going in her head. Sorry, but there's no way I'm going to let something like that to happen, Carline said. Making these girls fight for my grandson's hand. How about for a date? Yen Lin suggested. That I can allow, Carline said, as that would show her what kind of fighters some of these girls are. Hey Mai, who do you want to fight? Tai Li asks as she got work up in thinking about showing off her skills to the prince. Especially since she finds his fox ears makes him look so cute. She couldn't wait till she has the chance to find out how they feel like. A fight. Mai smiles for the first time since the party started. This was the first exciting thing to happen since she got to medal. Now that's something I can get into. A spoonful of gravy suddenly stuck the side of her face. Quickly turning to where it came from, and the projectile came from the sand table after Amelia had stamped her foot down on the table, making another one of her speeches. Ups, Amelia said, seeing what she had done as she was in mid-phase in doing another one of her speeches. Ups is right, Mai said as she makes a leap towards the young sand kunoichi, tackling her off her chair she's standing on. Back to Naruto. Looks like the party is really starting to get wild, Lobelia said as she sees two of the girls fighting with a crowd forming around them. Someone like you would like this kind of entertainment, Glycine said to the thief. April stops those two before someone gets hurt, Naruto said as he could see that the two girls are trying to pin the other down, but it would soon turn to using weapons and jutsus. Something that he couldn't let happen. If he's going to one day rule, he's going to have to set some examples to show that he could. And bring them to me. April didn't say anything as she leaps from her standing position towards the two fighting girls. She landed right next to them, and before they could react to her, she jabs her fingers into the sides of their necks, making them go limp. The two girls couldn't move any part of their bodies besides their heads. April grabs them both up, lifting Mai over her shoulder, and held Amelia underarm, easily holding the combined weight of the two girls as she carries them over to Naruto. The crowd parted as she walks past them, only stopping once she's in front of Naruto and drops the two girls in front of him. She taps the sides of their necks and they found that they could move their bodies again. Amelia and Mai. Naruto greeted the two girls as they picked themselves up. I believe those are your names, right? Yes, they are, Amelia said, nervous. Yeah, those are our names, Mai said in a bored tone of voice. You two shouldn't be fighting. Someone else could get injured while you two are wildly throwing weapons around, Naruto said as he sat in his chair. She's the one who was throwing food around, Mai said, pointing to Amelia. And you're the one who tackled me, Amelia responded, pointing to Mai. If you want to pick up where we left off, please be my guest, Mai said, coldly giving her a hard glare. Amelia would have too, but both of them were reminded of who they were standing in front of. Naruto raised his hand and two circles of fire surrounded the two. They quickly looked towards Naruto, who had trapped them with a jutsu but didn't make any hand signs to do so. All he did was raised his hand and did so, and two rings of flames had surrounded them. And I thought it were boys who love to fight, Naruto said as he looks at the two girls. At one of the tables. Wow, check that out, Irma said, seeing the fireworks. Looks like he's better at using fire than you are, Cornelia said to Terane. Well, he does have the traits of the fox on him, Terane said as she snaps her fingers, making a flame appear on her fingertip. I wonder what else he can do? Hei Lin said as she hovers in the air so she has a better view. Her abilities with wind jutsus is one of the best at their school and is training to learn how to be able to fly. All of her outfits already have small but strong wings on the backs, so she can take off whenever she needs to. She couldn't really fly like a bird, but she could glide using wind jutsus and the fake wings on her back. Hey Lin, you do realize that we can see up your dress, right? Will points out as she could easily from her position look up the silk dress her friend is wearing. Hee. Hey Lin laughed uneasily as she floated back down to her seat, blushing. Cornelia leaned close to her with a cat's grin on her face and said, Aren't you a bit old to be still wearing undies with pictures on them? Hey Lin stunk into her chair, blushing very red. Irma followed suit as she leans close to her on her other side. Strawberries undies, you are the youngest of our group. Making Lin blush even redder and stink lower in her chair as the two girls started giggling at her. What do you guys think about Naruto? We'll ask them to get the girls off from picking on Lin. He's not bad looking, Terane said. And those fox ears make him look cute. Forget that, Cornelia said. I heard from Frankie, whose older sister works as a nurse under Dr. Mizuno, the royal doctor, that the prince is very well equipped. The other girls all stared at her, wondering what she meant by that. Seeing the confused looks on her friends' faces, Cornelia explains. You know how our bloodline makes us stack when we're all grown up, right? Her friends all nodded as they were all growing up. Well, if it makes women look hot, think of what it does for guys. All the girls blush red as they figured out what their friend meant. They all knew what happens between a guy and a girl, as their moms sometimes invite their friends over to have some fun with their dads. In Will's case, her mom would spend a night at one of her married friends' place, hoping to give Will a baby sister. They all learned this in SEC Ed class at their school, as it's something that all the girls of metal needed to know as their bodies started to grow into womanhood. In very big ways, starting at the age of 13 was when most of the girls of metal started to grow up. Yes. Will began but couldn't bring herself to finish what she was saying. That right, she said. She saw firsthand of how well endowed he is, Cornelia said as she leans close to her friends to tell them all of the juicy details. Making her friends all blush a very deep color of red as she tells them everything she heard about him and a certain part of his body. Back to Naruto. Will you two stop all of this fighting? Naruto asked the two girls surrounded by fire. Fine, Mai said, seeing that she had no choice in the matter. All right, Amelia said, wanting to get out of the circle of fire. Now, could you please let us go? As long as you two don't start fighting again, Naruto said as he waves his hand, dispelling the fire rings. Thanks, Amelia said as she runs back to her table. Mai stares at Naruto. I heard that you're strong, but I would like to see how strong you really are. A test of power? Naruto asks as he waves April and Decapre down from advancing on her. Yes, a test of power, Mai smiles as she stares at him. I want to see if you're strong or just another pamper prince. Fine then, Naruto said as he stood up from his chair, motioning the girls to step away and let him handle this. A ruler who only gives orders will never gain the respect of the people. That's a good thing to hear, Mai said as she watches Naruto stand a few feet away from her. When do we start? Anytime you're ready, Naruto said. Mai didn't say anything as she threw stilettos from her spring-loaded in holsters on her arms, readying her legs for when he jumps to avoid her attack. But to her surprise, he just stood there as her deadly weapons flew at him. Before it made contact, Naruto sprang into action, his right hand blurred as he clawed through the air, knocking the stilettos out of the air in one clean motion. Then before Mai could recover from the shock seeing her attack handled so easily, Naruto's hand glowed red as his clawed hand got sharper. His form blurred as he seemed to disappear from in front of Mai. Mai looked around, wondering if he had turned invisible like some of these Delmos are able to. Glaring around, Mai went through all of her senses looking for Naruto. She couldn't hear him moving or feel him using chakra. Hell, she couldn't even smell the prince. She concentrated on an aspect of her bloodline that she didn't use all that often and focused on catching the energy signatures Naruto was putting out, but he wasn't anywhere to be seen. That was quite a surprise. Even Ty Lee could be seen when she did this, but Naruto wasn't anywhere to be seen. She grunted in respect of the technique. It was quite impressive and put anything she knew to shame. All right, I'm impressed. You can stop now. I already did, Naruto said, who's standing back to her. Mai turned ready to resume her attack when she found her clothes had been ripped to shreds and were falling off. Her holsters were all cut, making a clang sound as they hit the floor. She was left standing there, dressed in only her undergarments of a black tank top and shorts. Everything else was shredded to pieces. The fight is over, Naruto said as he walks past her, stopping once they were side by side. I could have easily ripped your body apart. So powerful, Mai said as she had never seen any boy do that before. The sheer power he had used with so little effort and with so much grace. She felt something stirring inside of her, a feeling that no boy she had ever encountered had managed to awaken. She could feel her cheeks growing red. Before the scene could go further, the doors of the ballroom burst open as one of the Nanman soldiers came running in. "What's the meaning of this?" Ampharos shouted to the soldier. "My queen," the man said. Someone started attack the camp with firebombs, setting it on fire, and now the Mumikils are rampaging through the city. "They're what?" Ampharos shouted as people began running towards the windows and outside to see what's happening in the city. Carline started barking orders for all free guards to go and stop the rampaging beasts before they wreak more of the city. "Naruto, stay here while I see to this," she shouted over to him as she rushes out the doors to see the damage so far. Cammy and the other bodyguards quickly rush over to the Prince of Metal as they needed to make sure he remains safe in all of the confusion happening around them. With most of the people in the room gone, Naruto motions his girls to follow him to the top of the castle. As they neared the back door of the ballroom, Naruto Fox Ears heard the sound of a crossbow being fired. He ducks down as a bolt flew where his head was a moment ago. Looking up, he saw a man dressed in a gray-green suit aiming a small crossbow at him. Before he could fire, he was sent flying as a busted blonde punched him in the face, sending crashing into a wall, which left a crater impact where he was sent flying into. But to the woman's shock, the man just stood back up and fired his crossbow, hitting arm as she raised it to protect her face where he was aiming for. Fevrier stopped him as she fired her crossbow, sending a bolt into his head, putting him down for good. "Naruto, we got to get you out of here," Cammy shouts, not knowing how many there were with that man. The wall close to them suddenly burst apart as a big dark-skinned man wearing a gray-green suit, armed with metal gloves, punched his way through. He charged at Naruto screaming in blind fury, but he didn't get anywhere close to him. Cammy, Junie, and Julie all struck him from the front and his sides all at once, stopping him cold. Santama followed their lead as she leaped through the air, grabbing his head and using her momentum twisted his head around, snapping his neck. The four girls disengaged from the big man, letting his lifeless body to fall to the ground. Two men leaped through the opening that the man made, both armed with swords. They threw their weapons at Naruto, not caring what happens afterwards with their weapons gone. Noembalu jumps in front of Naruto and blocks the two blades with her body. The two blades bounced off her steel-hard body as she used her bloodline. Satsuki quickly went into action, cutting off the two men's arms off with a swipe of her sword. Shiyu and Jinyu pointed their weapons at the two now armless would-be assassins. They would need those two alive to find out who had sent them. A man dressed in the same suit as the other four, but his jacket is wide open and undershirt untucked, burst out from a second-floor window, showering the people down below with broken glass. Naruto and the killer bees shielded their faces from the broken glass, giving the man the time he needed to strike as he fell towards the ground. He kicked off from the sides of a wall, boosting his downward fall towards Naruto, his two blades ready to deliver fatal blows upon him. Setsuna appeared in front of her, blocking his two blades with an iron staff and kick him away from Naruto and his bodyguards. Looking where he was headed, Daredevil saw he's heading for the King of Metal along with a large group of Delmos. Seeing he has little chance of escaping, he acted fast and threw his two blades at Agent Alpha and Agent Beta. The two blades buried themselves into their foreheads. Daredevil hit the floor and was quickly surrounded by Delmos, all pointing their weapons at him. "Who are you?" Hunrock said as he stands in front of the assassin. "Sorry, can't answer that," the man said as he bites down on a false tooth that all agents have in case they were captured. The tooth contains the drag, raging nostrum, giving him super strength and speed. 3. Daredevil cough up blood as he feels the drag flowing through his body. "He took a drag," one of the guards shouted. They charge in, but to their shock, Daredevil jumps straight up into the air like he's flying right to the ceiling that was several stories high. He hanged upside down, getting his bearings, and launched himself downwards towards Naruto. The killer bees leaped into the air to stop him, but the power he now had allowed him to swat all of them away as he powered right through them. Setsuna pushed him out of the way as Daredevil lands in front of them. She was going to attack but was stopped as Naruto pushes her aside, letting him face his foe head-on. Naruto raised his hand as it glowed red and he clawed the air, creating red blades flying at Daredevil. The blade struck him head first, cutting his head into several slices. "That's for hurting them," Naruto said as he saw how hurt the killer bees were. "Naruto, are you hurt?" Setsuna asked him. "I'm fine, it's the killer bees who are hurt," Naruto said, waving her off. Get some medic teams here and help them. Of course, Setsuna said, smiling inside as he's acting like a ruler should, caring for his people rather than themselves. She shouted over to Glycin and Lobelia, who are helping the killer bees up from where they fell. Glycin, Lobelia, gathered up the other girls and escort Naruto to his room and stay with him there until it's safe. Yes, ma, the two maids said as they walk off with Naruto along with several guards waving the other maids who are scattered around the room to follow them. The other guests who had stayed during the assault are all being asked by the guards to leave the building till they cleared everything up and gather anything to link the men to the group that sent them. Looks like someone doesn't want Naruto to become king, Hunrock said to Setsuna. At least we now know who set the fire. And I have a feeling that is just the beginning, Setsuna said, knowing whoever sent those men aren't going to give up that easily. The first day of school. A cold, godforsaken place was Niblet, a small village that sat in the borders of metal, gem, and frass, a place that always seemed to snow. Day after day of searing wind that would freeze flesh in seconds, drifts of deadly snow piled to the eaves of the houses, if houses you could call them, and wolves, droves of them, sweeping down from northern Gem to hunt the more plentiful game, including humans, found around Niblet. Even though it had a name and called itself a town, Niblet was hardly more than a shanty town. A crude collection of dilapidated houses, even more huts and shacks, muddy streets, when they weren't froze over, that is, raw sewage and the refugees, castaways and survivors of the civil war going on in Gem and Metal's neighboring country of Frass, which ended a few years ago. Niblet got its name in a funny sort of way. 2 winters passed, the wolves managed to make off with 18 people, including 6 children. One of the town elders, a fat slob named Jake Strong, joked about how the wolves were nibbling away at the town. Well, funny thing about jokes like that, they have a way of coming back to you. Jake disappeared 2 days later. The only thing ever found was a half-eaten boot that was not empty. Anyway, Fat Jake was gone, into the belly of a wolf or two, but the name stuck, his last contribution to the land of the living. Because of the war in Frass, mainly women and children populated Niblet, as men left to fight in one of the 2 warring tribes as mercenaries. Old and young, of all shapes and sizes, there probably were 20 women for every man. Yes, a womanizer's dream was Niblet, except these were hard women. Uprooted from their former lives by a war they didn't want, scratching out a bare existence far from the nearest town of any size, the women of Niblet had learned to take what they wanted and then fought like hellcats to hold on to it. More than one man had found himself waking up naked in a field surrounded by wolves after he thought he could take whatever woman he wanted. Yep, hard women they were. In fact, last winter alone the women of Niblet had killed 42 of those dead wolves. But, despite all this, year after year, the wolves grew stronger, larger and bolder, sometimes even stealing babies right out of their cribs over the dead and mauled bodies of their mothers. Every winter, more and more people disappeared just like old Fat Jake, and yet, Niblet continued to struggle on growing year by year. Cora Jane Anderson, or CJ for short, stood on the porch of her old wood frame house bursting with pride as she surveyed her small freshly cultivated garden. A tall willowy blonde, CJ still retained the soft supple skin of a much younger woman, even after 4 years in the hellhole called Niblet. Born and raised the only child of a wealthy landowner in northern Metal, she had been pampered all her life. Her every need, want and desire had been instantly satisfied by her doting parents and the labors of their huge plantation. Then her life suddenly changed when, at the age of 18, a raiding party of Frass troops swept through her home with fire and death. Now the plantation was in ashes, her parents long since turned to dust after they were cut down trying to escape. The labors were long gone and CJ had gone north as the mistress of the Frass commander that had captured her. It was with great satisfaction that CJ escaped into the lush gem woodlands a month later, leaving the Frass commander lying in a pool of his own blood. After a nasty painful night of serving her master, CJ had slit his throat from ear to ear while he lay in a drunken stupor, took his knife and purse of coins, and fled. 2 months later, in the middle of summer, hungry and haggard, her clothing in tatters barely covering her body, CJ had stumbled onto the only street of Niblet. Nursed back to health by a group of the local womenfolk, CJ recovered quickly and settled down in her new home. She stayed here because with her line of work, the only place she could relax was in this frozen town in the middle of nowhere. Standing now on the porch in the glow of the setting sun, CJ felt a deep ache in her legs and lower back. After working all day in the spring sun, tilling and planting, she felt bone tired. But she also felt a deep sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. Sure, back home, her workers could have completed the garden in less than half the time, and the rows may have been a little straighter, but this was her garden, planted by her own hands, and she was proud. Herbs and peas, perfect for cooking, bathing, and more. Vegetables of all kinds, even some flowers she had found in town. Yes, she was proud of her garden, and now it was time to celebrate. Even as the last rays of the sun disappeared behind the trees, CJ turned and went inside. Bolting and double-bolting the door against the night and the wolves, she also checked and secured all the windows. Blowing out all but 2 candles, CJ made her way to her bedroom. The fresh scent of jasmine greeted her as she opened the bedroom door. Warm, moist air from the steaming bath in the adjoining room wafted over her with its soothing warmth as she slowly peeled off her filthy work clothes. Even wearing gloves and boots, thick jeans and shirt, dirt had still managed to get inside her clothing. Streaks of mud smeared the smooth skin of her belly. Splotches of dirt and grime ran from her shoulder down across and below her large firm biceps. Her body showed her Delmo bloodline flowing through her veins. She could feel dirt and grime between her legs with every step she took. Carrying the 2 candles, CJ went into the dark bathroom. The candlelight flickered eerily against the walls of the small room and softly reflected from the 2 large mirrors on each end wall. In the center of the room stood a huge cast iron tub of Victorian design that she had bought from a woman that had moved away from Niblet, going back to wherever she had came from. Long and deep, it was perfect for what CJ had in mind. It had taken the better part of the day to heat the water in this monstrosity, but now it was a welcome sight to her weary body. Tendrils of steam swirled upward in spiraling circles until they were lost in the darkness. Rose petals floated lazily on the still water. Beside the tub was a washstand holding her homemade soaps and brushes and other more NTMT things. The air was heavy with moisture and smelled of jasmine and roses. CJ sighed in anticipation, turned, closed and bolted shut the door. CJ walked over and then climbed into the tub. Almost knee-deep, CJ could feel the heat begin to soak into her legs and feet, soothing the aching muscles. Slowly she sank down and reclined in the hot water, just reveling in the pure pleasure of it caressing her skin. Gently she massaged her legs, belly, arms and chest, working the aches and pains out. The hot scented water tingled on her nipples and between her legs, sending small jolts of pleasure through her body. She always loved taking long hot baths, and tonight this one was going to be extra special. Taking her coarse washcloth and homemade soap, CJ scrubbed her body from head to foot, ignoring the warm tingling slowly spreading throughout her body. Kneeling in the tub, she dipped her head under the water, massaging and scrubbing her scalp and filthy hair. The soap was creamy soft, the washcloth coarse and rough against her skin, and before long CJ's skin glistened pink and flushed in the candlelight. Her nipples had swelled and hardened from the washcloth, and the smooth creamy soap on her pee-pee had started her own juices to flowing. The business part of the bath finished, CJ was now ready for the rest. Then she sensed someone in the room with her. Her hand quickly grabbed a throwing needle she kept hidden on the underside of the rim of the tub. She turns to the person in the room, readying her needle to teach the person a painful lesson. But she stops as she sees who it is. The person in the room is a dark-haired woman with light green skin. She was wearing a mask that covered the bottom half of his face and also a straw hat that she was keeping pulled down, as if she was trying to totally obscure her vision. The green-skinned woman was dressed in a dark green top with black hakama. On her arms and legs she wore metal guards that have spikes on them, a worn brown cloak draped down her back. Her entire appearance gave off the image of death and dread to all those who look upon her form. The woman in the tub calmly placed the needle back into its hiding place, unaffected by the woman in her house. "Shago, what are you doing here?" CJ asked her partner. "We got another job," Shago said bluntly. "We leave first thing in the morning." CJ let out a puff of air as she slides down in the tub. It's him again. I truly hate that man. I know, I hate him too, Shago said. But this is the life we chose to walk. CJ looked at her long-time companion, getting a glint in her eye. It must have been a long time since you have taken a hot bath. Care to join me? Shago said nothing as she began to disrobe in front of her ND companion. In Ironmount, the sound of Professor Hiro Fuji's footsteps echoed through the vast halls of the science building as he made his way towards whichever room the monthly meeting with the other teachers of Otori Academy was scheduled to take place. As important as the meeting was, he would have thought that they might have been permanently assigned a room of their own. However, since they usually only got together once a month to review the goings-ons at the academy, it had been deemed a waste of space. Since there's so many students coming to the academy, they needed all the rooms to be open for classes. Sometimes he wondered if it was nothing more than a matter of pride for feeling so strongly about the school. School pride, as some would call it. That was something he still retained in abundance, though some claimed it was closer to arrogance, several of his fellow teachers among them. Fuji ran a hand through close-cropped black hair that showed just a touch of gray. It was a holdover from his time in the security department of Ironmount. The routines that had been ruthlessly hammered into him then had remained with him his entire life. He still ran 4 miles every morning, then performed 5 sets of 60 push-ups followed by the same number of sit-ups. Despite being nearly 50 years of age, physically he appeared to be no more than in his late 30s. The appreciative stares he received from women told him that he was still quite the physical specimen, something that his 2 wives find quite pleasing. But in a few more years he and his wives would be too old for those kinds of activities anymore. Impatient, Fuji checked his watch. There was still a half hour before the meeting. Fuji was still lamenting his luck when the sounds of children playing from up the hall caught his attention. Having nothing better to do, he went to investigate. As he turned the corner and located the source of the sound, he also spotted 2 familiar faces also involved with the project. Doctors Naoko Akagi and Yuji Katsuragi were being accompanied by 2 young girls, no more than 10 years old or so, playing with one another. A close look at the children's faces told Fuji which girl belonged to whom. Dr. Akagi. Dr. Katsuragi. He bowed before both, who bowed to him in return. It's nice seeing you again. Akagi gave a warm smile. I don't think you've ever met my daughter. She turned to the 2 girls. Ritsuko. Say hello to Professor Fuji. The blonde girl broke off the tug-of-war she was having with the other girl and politely said hello. Ritsuko didn't have a chance to do anything else as the purple-haired girl then shoved her aside and took her place before Fuji. My name's Misato, she declared with a smile. Don't shove me, Misato, Ritsuko complained. Why don't you make me? And with that Misato stuck out her tongue and shoved Ritsuko again. Ritsuko responded by shoving her back, then the 2 began to roughhouse in earnest. Fuji noted that there was no actual meanness in either girl's features, implying it was more of a convenient of release for the excessive energy such children always had. Though it was obviously more enjoyable for one than the other. Play nice with Ritsuko, Katsuragi warned as Misato continued to press her advantage, much to Ritsuko's irritation. Kids, Akagi said in the tired voice that only people raising children could use. My nanny cancelled at the last minute, so I had to bring her here. Katsuragi said the same thing and complained about the problems of being a single parent in this day and age. Fuji was suddenly glad his kids have all long grown past that stage as all of them are adults with their own kids to look after now. Since we have a moment to ourselves, I wanted to ask you something off the record. How do you think about the prince along with those girls he's engaged to coming here? And I just want your basic opinions, not some long-winded speech from the headmistress. We'll have more than enough of those at the meeting. Akagi and Katsuragi looked at each other and then laughed. Katsuragi spoke first. I should say we have complete faith that we can handle any problems that might pop up. After all, Akagi continued, we've already lived through the school years when Prince Naruto's mother Kiko went here. That's true, Fuji said, remembering all of the misadventures that happened while Kiko was a student here. She was in his class after all. Are you 2 going to get your kids' sign into one of Prince Naruto's classes? Maybe, Katsuragi said with a smile. He can pick any girls that he wants, Akagi said, smiling as well. Well, this brings back memories, Fuji thought to himself, as back when Kiko was coming here all of the girls spent much of their time trying to become bedmates of the princess. Time passed quickly as they became absorbed in their conversation. A handful of other early arrivals joined the trio. Eventually, the children became more of a nuisance as they began to grow bored with all of the grown-up talk and tried harassing their parents into doing something with them. The teachers sent their daughters to another waiting room where a secretary could keep an eye on them. It was shortly after their return the remaining staff members showed up, and everyone entered the room. Upon entering, Fuji saw that the room they were using was more comfortable than what they had used before. It was at least twice as large and had a greater feel of importance to it. Director Saito, the head of the project, must have arranged for the upgrade of their own. The long table, which could seat as many as 20, was of a very visually appealing redwood, undoubtedly imported from the eastern lands and costing an exorbitant amount of money. The chairs were also very plush, covered with a material that reminded Fuji of satin. They were a far cry from the uncomfortable plastic-backed ones they had previously used at all of the other meetings. As everyone began seating themselves in the same order they usually did at the meetings, Fuji looked all of the other school heads over. All 12 were present, including his old friend, Professor Kuzu Futsuki. Almost directly across from him was Suzanne, the head of the language department, and Susan, head of the chemistry department. They were well liked with the students and their classes were always full. Suzanne is known around the staff room as a SXL dynamo. On the outside, her shimmering green eyes radiated a serenity, grace, and sophistication that perfectly reflected her inner personality. But this persona masked a wild and mischievous side. For years she had made up for her not being able to find a husband by finding other lovers in Ironmount. Given Suzanne's appearance, a perfectly sculpted knockout from head to toe, she had no trouble finding partners to fool around with. She kept her 5'11" frame in great shape by working out every day, but what really grabbed the attention of admirers were her large breasts. Between her chest, sultry face, and long, curly, dark brown hair with some red in it, she had no trouble of finding a willing bedmate. She wore an elegant formal dress for the meeting that somehow greatly accented her breasts even as it mostly covered them up. Superficially, Susan was very similar to her best friend Suzanne. Susan also had a big-bursted, beautiful body. They were the same height, weight, and even wore all the same size clothes. But their personalities were quite different, and these differences were reflected in their faces. Susan had a pure and innocent look to her that no doubt reflected her strict upbringing. And even though her 37 years made her only 2 years younger than Suzanne, she looked much younger. It irked Suzanne that when they would go out together Susan would sometimes get carded for drinking alcohol but she never would. Even their different hairdos reflected their opposite personalities. Both had long dark hair, but Suzanne had hers stylishly curled, with a long teased strand that hung down over her extremely pale skin, but Susan's cut was straight and simple. While Suzanne's hair flowed freely in every direction, Susan kept hers restrained with hairbands. In fact, Susan did about everything she could to hide her tremendous beauty. She hid her dark brown eyes behind a pair of bookish glasses and wore conservative clothing that she hoped would hide her hourglass figure. It was unusual for her to even be seen in short-sleeve shirts, despite the year-round heat where they lived in, as they rarely ever get more than a downpour in the winter months. Suzanne was flattered when men openly admired her, whereas it offended Susan's sense of morality and proper behavior. Sitting next to the pair is their friend Brenda, the history teacher. Even though Brenda was a good 6 inches shorter than the nearly 6-foot-tall Susan and Suzanne, her melons were both relatively and absolutely bigger. Brenda's breasts were so big that they dominated her life in many ways. For instance, she could have never had to hold a job, as she could coast through life getting everything she wanted from men and women who were enamored with her body. And it was very surprising to some when they learned that she doesn't have the Delmo bloodline in her family having been living in France before they moved cause of the civil war that happened a couple of years ago. Once she and her family got to Ironmount, she went to work into becoming a history teacher at the school. Brenda's breasts were a great boon while she lived in France, but also a great curse. For instance, she could never really trust any relationship with a man, even platonic ones. Were they just interested in her cute, busta look and not her personality? She could never know. She had virtually no women friends, because of jealousy and envy. Once she and her family moved to Metal, she quickly found she easily fitted right in, and made friends at her fellow teachers. Brenda loved to talk to Susan and Suzanne about things going on in their lives. The melons even caused physical problems. She could hardly run at all without a bra, and her back sometimes hurt. She was amazed at how much Suzanne and Susan avoided some of these problems, though admittedly it was mostly because they stuck together for friendship and didn't get out much. Brenda loved living in Metal, giving her the opportunity to just be one of the girls and not worry about her overwhelming appearance. Long white gloves, black stockings halfway up her thigh, a short skirt, those piercing dark blue eyes of hers, and most of all, that braless white top that exposes her cleavage and exaggerates the jiggle in her shaking melons. She fitted right in with the women of Metal. Small discussions broke out among the various members. It was not until the head of the school, Xania, entered that the others quieted down. Xania was nearly as stacked as Susan and Suzanne but smaller than Brenda. She had long black hair, piercing dark brown eyes, and wore stylish black-rimmed glasses. She also had an Amazon body type, being slightly taller than even the already quite tall Susan and Suzanne. She didn't actually need to wear glasses, but she wore them for the occasion on Suzanne's advice so as to make her look more academic. They were schoolmates when they were younger and remained friends ever since. Luckily, she had the perfect face for the role. She could look stern and authoritative. She gave a simple greeting and took his seat at the head of the table. Once comfortable, the meeting officially began. Are there any urgent messages or problems that demand some sort of immediate response or attention? Silence was all that met his deep baritone voice. The headmistress nodded her head in approval. Good. Then I don't see any reason why we can't begin the meeting. As you all know, the school year is starting up again and Prince Naruto along with the girls he's engaged with are going to be attending our school. If the prince and any of those girls engaged to help are going to be ruling our country, they're going to need to learn all that they can. Which fills all of the classes for the first time in years, Suzanne said, with the low birth rates in Ironmount along with some of the young girls instead of staying in school go into the Delmo ranks that they are placed in. Means that the remaining students after they were done with the lower grades, who attend the Otori Academy were always small in number. It was only with the transfer students from other parts of Metal, as well as those coming from other countries maintained a steady school population. What? Yes, that's true, and we're going to get more funding to deal with the sudden influx of students, Xania said. But onto the main point, you all remember the attempt on the prince's life 2 weeks ago? Yes, Fuji said as his house was damaged during the attack on the castle when the Mumikills rampage in the city streets as they ran from the fire. We all do. For that reason the castle is going to be sending some Delmos to serve as school guards while the prince is attending here, Xania said to the school staff. Also, as you know, Miss Karen has been his private teacher since he decided to take the crown. She'll be coming back as a teacher while remaining his private tutor. It will be nice to have her back here, Susan said. She likes having Karen around as she shares the same values as she does. Unlike most of the other staff members of the school who are very open with their SEC lives. In 1 week the gates are going to open and we're going to be in one hell of a school year. If Prince Naruto is anything like his mother when she went here, Fuji said. How could I ever forget? Xania said, remembering her school years with the princess. Yeah, those were some school years, Suzanne said in agreement, remembering all of the weird stuff that happened while Kiko was here. Especially since you two help her in many of her misadventures, Professor Kuzu Futsuki said, making the two younger women blush. A week later, Hinata carefully examined the unique entryway to Otori Academy. She had heard of the Wall of Thorns before. It was unofficially considered a wonder of metal. The wall, and the academy it surrounded, was erected around 200 years ago at the request of one of the then queen's advisors, a shadowy figure known only as Dios. What role he actually served the queen was unclear, though none questioned him openly. No drawings or pictures of the man existed, save a single silhouette drawn by one of the queen's bodyguards. No one knew for what purpose Dios had the academy built, but it was rumored that he personally designed the entire school, from the highest tower to the smallest carved rows. The architecture of the school was very unusual. It was a mix of several foreign styles, heavily influenced by both Gondor and Rohan characteristics. The resemblance was easy to see in every building and area of the school. Even stranger was the dominance of roses that permeated the entire length of the academy. Everywhere one turned there was something that involved roses, whether it be in the style, design, or an actual rose garden. There was nowhere that it did not exist. Extremely strange, indeed, but the school was the best school to go to, as many of her father's friends go and send their children to Otori Academy. Hinata often overheard what it was like at the academy when her father's friends talk about the subject. Hinata never imagined that she would ever attend the school. With her family bloodline, her father wouldn't allow her go off someplace where she could be kidnapped and their bloodline's secret would be revealed. But here she is standing in front of the gates of the school, working up the nerve to walk on through. She also wore the schoolgirl's uniform, a plaid knee-length skirt, a white blouse, a plaid jacket to match the skirt, a pair of black shoes and white socks. All of her ninja tools were left behind at the dorm she would be staying at while she attended school, as weapons weren't allowed on the campus. "Are you ready for this?" Ayam asked her as she placed her hand on her shoulder. Behind her are the rest of the Leaf kids, as they were all going to be attending the school. Other new students were already walking through the gate. Some of them Ayam recognized from the engagement party. The Sand and Sound ninjas were already in the school grounds waiting for the opening event for the new school year to begin. "I never seen a school like this before," Ino said as she stares at the size of the school that took up much of the surrounding area. "I have, but never of this size," Tenten said as some of the missions she's been on took her team to those big schools in the east. "I don't like this uniform," Chuji said as he pulls on his new vest that's part of his boys' school uniform. "What, it looks good on you," Ino said, dressed the same as Hinata and Ayam. "Looks much better than your normal outfits." Yeah, Shikamaru said, dressed in an untucked white shirt and blue jeans. "Now I have to go back to school. What a drag." "I hope Akamaru is doing okay," Kiba said, dressed in a white color school hooded sweater instead of his usually sweater. "He'll be fine," Ayam said. "Hey, I think it's Naruto," Sakura said, pointing to a large group of girls walking towards the gate. In the middle of the group was Naruto. He's wearing a school uniform like they are. While he has on an aquaberry sweater vest, the girls around him are wearing aquaberry jackets. 3. Aren't those his bodyguards? Ino asked to her group. "Yup, they are," Sakura said, recognizing the girl with the long ponytails wearing the gas mask. "So much for getting some alone time with him," Ayam said, seeing that they're not going to let down their guard, not after what happened at the engagement party. "Naruto," Hinata said under her breath as he and his bodyguards walked past her and her group. "Don't worry," Ayam said to Hinata. "We got the whole school year ahead of us." First bell. Hinata and her group stood in front of a tall platform that's been set up in front of the main school building. She stood with her group from Leaf Village, feeling out of place as almost everyone knows where they're from and what their village has done to their prince. The only one that didn't seem affected is Ayam, as some of the people knows that she's the only real friend Naruto had in the Leaf Village. The dean of the school greeted the new students of the school. She gave a long speech about the new school year and how she's glad to see so many new faces in the crowd. She pointed out all the buildings of the school grounds and told them where to go for the classes they're going to be taking. All of them would be going to the tables that have been set up with the first letters of their last names for the list of their classes. After waiting in a long line, Hinata was handed a paper with the list of the classes that she'll be taking for the school year. Looking at the list of classes she'll be taking, she hopes that she'll be in the classes with one of the other kids of the Leaf, as she was nervous of being all alone in a classroom of strangers. As she walks off to the building with the room number of her first class, she walked past a koi pound. She was so lost in thought that she almost tripped on something large and pink. Looking at the strange animal, Hinata blinked as she wasn't sure what she's looking at. The animal is colored pink, looks like a lizard but has two bear-like ears but is furless. The animal is laying flat on its stomach with its tail dripping in the pound like it's fishing. "You must be one of the new students," a voice said behind her. Hinata turned around and saw an older woman who is petite everywhere but for her large ample burst. On her smaller frame, They appeared larger than they really were, and made her look really stacked. The woman is a redhead who has her hair in a pigtail, and clear blue eyes that are more friendly than Hinata has seen in the eyes of the people of metal. Yes, I am, Hinata answers the older woman. What kind of animal is that? That's just a slowpoke, the older woman answers. A slowpoke? Hinata asked, blinking at the weird name. The woman went into teacher mode. They're moderately large, pink, quadrupled animals vaguely reminiscent of a hippopotamus or with bright pink flesh. Their vacant facial appearance and strikingly sluggish behavior have earned them the none too flattering classification as dopey, and they do not perform anything in their natural life cycle to counteract this popular image. Tradition holds that slowpoke are able to bring nigh immeasurable rain merely by yawning. Slowpoke can be thought of as yawning whenever they say their own name. This could act as a way for them to sharpen their senses, which yawning is supposed to do, though it obviously doesn't help. Most of the time slowpokes can be seen standing in a daze and apparently lost in thought, though no one knows whatever they could be thinking about. Slowpoke are not necessarily sluggish by choice. Their nervous systems appear to be unfit for reacting to an external stimuli in under 5 full seconds, even if that stimulus is a physical attack by another animal such as a predator. And even when they do move and react, their alacrity is not impressive at all. The primary activity of slowpoke is to dip their apparently pain-resistant tails into rivers and use them as fishing rods when it is time to look for food. A slowpoke's tail excretes a sweet sap-like substance on its end, which is appealing to fish for them to bite on the tail. Provided the fish wasn't strong enough to literally bite the tail off, which is something that happens occasionally if slowpoke catches a fish that can bite it off, the slowpoke lifts its tail back up and feeds on the fish. Even when fishing, a slowpoke can forget its original purpose and remain on the same spot for days at a time, never noticing its catch, and suggesting that it is not vital for slowpoke to consume food at a constant rate. Also, if its tail was bit off, it can regrow it much like how starfish can regrow a missing limb. The easily regrowable nature of a slowpoke's tail, as well as its pleasant taste, though it lacks nutritional value, made it a popular enough delicacy that an underground slowpoke tail trade. Since they don't do much besides laying about, they are allowed to run around the city, and most of the people around here find them cute. Hinata's mind got confused with all of the information that's been shoved into her head. Wow, are you a teacher here? I'm a PE teacher, the redhead said. I'm Renko, and you're Hinata Hyuga, the girl who has a crush on the prince who's so shy that she always hid behind things whenever she's near him. What? You know about that? Hinata said as her face began to burn red. Everyone knows about that, Renko said as she rubs Hinata's head. Don't worry, you and I am Ichiraku don't have to worry about being picked on in school. You two were his friends, well I am was while you were too shy to say hi to him. Renko smiled, seeing Hinata's face turn redder. But that what makes you so cute? Hinata taps her fingers together as she looks down, unable to see the woman standing before her. Naruto. That's okay, Renko said as she rubs her hair again. Now get to class before the first bell. Hinata nodded as ran off to her first class while Renko smiled at the shy young girl. In one of the classrooms, it's been almost 10 minutes, Tenten said as she waited for the class to start. Tell me about it, Ayam said as she sat next to her. They had the same class together and have been waiting for the teacher to come in. They also been noticing a lot of the girls in the class glaring at them and whispering to each other about something having to do with them. The teacher, a woman, finally walked into the classroom muttering angrily about bike chains and wrong classes. Okay, starting today, I'm the homeroom teacher for class 3, she said. My name's Tanizaki. Nice to meet you. It was then she noticed movement in the corner of her eye and reached out to pull it. Ow, that hurts. Yukari Tanizaki quickly let go of a young girl's ponytail. Oh yeah, Yukari realized, remembering she needed to introduce one of the students. This is Chio Mihama, a new transfer student. I'm Chio Mihama, Chio bowed politely, nice to meet you. Chio-chan is only 10 years old. She had just been admitted to the school because she is very gifted, Yukari explained. Hua! The class began to be impressed at the small child. Please don't pick on her, just because she's smart for a little brat, Yukari adds. The class big sweated. Brat? Ten thought to herself. I'm more worried that Miss Yukari is most likely to pick on her, Ayam thought. Many students of the class began to cheer her on and caused Chio to blush at the attention. Thank you. Anyway, Yukari turned to the class after Chio was seated. We have a pop quiz today. The entire class groaned in torment while Chio blinked. Good luck, everybody. I'll be taking this quiz with you. Yukari smiled while holding up her own quiz. This quiz seems harder than Yukari's. One of the girls near the two leaf girls whispered to her neighbor, and her neighbor nodded in agreement. As the test began, several of the students noticed Yukari didn't even move her pencil and wondered what was going on. Yukari suddenly dropped her head lower and growled in frustration, causing the entire class to big sweat. She can't even do it. Ten whispered to Ayam, who nodded in response. A little later, Yukari suddenly stood up and began walking through the rows of desks. She began to look down at the quizzes as she passed each desk, which caused several students to big sweated yet again. She's not checking on us, she's cheating. A student who was sitting in front of Ayam said to his neighbor after Yukari began to look over Ayam's shoulder. After the pop quizzes were collect. I'm done grading your quizzes. Yukari held up the said papers. Here you go, Oyama. A perfect score. Wow. Many of his fellow classmates muttered, then noticed Yukari glaring at Oyama. I hate you. You got a better grade than me. Yukari growled before switching back to her cheerful look, which caused the entire class to big sweat for the third time. Next, Chio-chan. Yukari handed her quiz to her, then growled. Also a perfect score. Chio stood there trembling with tears forming on the corners of her eyes, which caused Yukari to stare at the sight for a couple seconds. Congratulations, Chio-chan. Yukari said, false cheer. A while later, Yukari smiled as her new student was talking to one of her classmates and working together as she walked over. Very good, Chio-chan. It's good to get help from your classmates, Yukari said. Don't hesitate to ask your fellow classmates if you run into any trouble. I will. Chio nodded her head. The truth is, the girl Chihiro softly said, looking down. The truth is. She began to look depressed. The truth is, I was the one getting help. Chihiro cried as she threw herself and began sobbing. Am I just stupid? But we are classmates, so. Chio desperately tried to calm Chihiro down. Don't cry, don't cry. Another girl that had two pigtails came to comfort Chihiro. Chio-chan, let's have lunch together. Another girl with short hair, Karen, called out while sitting with a friend. Oh, okay, Chio smiled cheerfully. Back at elementary school, we never got to bring our own lunch. So it's fun to bringing it to school. Chio sat down. Really? Karen asked. Yeah, but it's hard to get up early in the morning to make it, the younger girl answers. She makes her own lunch. The older girl thought in shock. Chio opened her bento, which caused the two girls to look even more shocked. And it looks so good too. Who is she? Miss Perfect Superwoman? Karen whispered to her friend. Sitting near their table, Ten and Ayam stared at the lunch the young girl made. Wow, she's good, Ayam said, getting a good look at the food. Well, this is going to be an interesting class, that's for sure, Ten said. In another class, Sakura and Ino sat next to each other as their teacher Ms. Delia explained some of the plants and animals that could be found around metal. They were also joined by the girl with the 4 ponytail hairstyle from Sand. They also couldn't help but notice that their teacher has a beautiful face with bright blue eyes that seems to be the norm around here. Her hair was almost jet black and hung to her shoulders in waves. Her complexion was fair, which added to the contrast with her hair. She was a tall woman, at least 5'9". Delia's tunic she wore couldn't hide the fact that she had a larger than normal set of BRC, even in metal. Ino, Sakura whispered to her friend. Yes, she asked. Is it true that drinking milk helps you grow big BRST? Sakura asked. I think so, Ino answers, remembering what some of the older women had explained to Hinata and Ayam about molding their bodies to become a man's wet dream. We should drink more milk, Sakura said, as she's been feeling like being on the short end of the stick around here. Girls a few years older than she is are already sporting pairs that would just grow bigger as they grow older. On Ms. Delia's desk currently has some specimens of the local wildlife displayed of what they would be studying. Under a protective glass case there's a potted plant that has a large purple head that looks like a mouth. Besides it are some nuts. In a cage is what looks like a big orange bug with 2 mushrooms growing out of its back. Another cage held a furless rat thing, and a big bird cage held a blue feathered bird with feathers growing out of its legs. And the finally cage held what looks like a mushroom that has eyes, a mouth and feet. The animal and plant life that can be found around metal are much different for you kids who aren't around here, Ms. Delia said as she taps her finger on the glass casing of the plant with the mouth. Take for example this plant of the Decababas family. They are a species of plant that are found in some of the forests of the western lands. They are carnivorous plants, with a Venus fly-trap-like mouth, and sprout from the ground whenever their roots detect any potential prey by the vibrations through the ground. They are known to lash out at an enemy with no provocation. They're allowed to grow around here because they eat bugs that are drawn in by the sweet smell that comes from their mouths. Also, their seeds are used as natural stun grenades by the Delmos and other people who know how to use them. Deku nuts cause a powerful flash of light when used, permitting the user to attack an enemy or reveal a space for counterattack. She went to the cage with the mushrooms growing out of its back. This is a paras, and as you can see it resembles a small, orange, coconut crab with large, colorful fungi growing from its back. Paras are bugs that have legs that resemble those of insects, and have pincers that are similar to those of a lobster. As for the mushrooms on its back, the paras are born with tiny spores covering their body, which grow as it feeds. The fungi are called tachikaso mushrooms. It is noted that the mushrooms will sap energy from the host, causing the paras to continuously burrow underground in forest areas to gnaw on tree roots, since the tachikaso would draw most of the energy from the roots. The mushrooms themselves have strong healing properties, and are valued for their life-extending properties. She goes to the cage with the rat thing. The naked mole rat, also known as the sand puppy, or desert mole rat, is a burrowing rodent native to parts of the eastern area of the Great Kanto Desert. It is notable for its eusocial lifestyle, nearly unique among mammals, and for a highly unusual set of physical traits that enables it to thrive in a harsh, underground environment, including a lack of pain sensation in its skin and a nearly cold-blooded metabolism. This little guy's name is Ruff and will be the classroom pet for this year. She then goes over to the bird cage. This is a year-old great blue windrunner that once full-grown has a wingspan of 3 meters, 10 feet across. This bird inhabits the mountainous Great Plateaus of Fras. The Great Plateau is much higher than the mountain range that separates east from west, so the great blue windrunner has to specialize to cope with the thin air. Birds are able to reach high altitudes, but the thin air cannot hold up wings as well as the air near the ground, and the great blue windrunner must be adaptable to spend its winter in the lowlands. To solve its problem, the great blue windrunner has evolved flight feathers on its legs, so it can use them as extra pair of wings for gliding by spreading them sideways in mid-flight. Its head also has feathery tufts which act as gliding wings to support its head in flight. At such high altitude, ultraviolet light leaks through the atmosphere. The great blue windrunner is covered in fluorescent blue feathers that reflect ultraviolet light. Great blue windrunner can also see in ultraviolet and use the light to recognize one another. Their eyes are protected from these high amounts of light by lenses which act as built-in sunglasses. They shed their feathers every year and are harvested. Their feathers have many uses, from clothes to using them for the wings of some of the wind jutsu users, like the ones on Ms. Hei Lin. The skinny Hei Lin blushed as she's wearing the shirt that has the wings made from the windrunner's feathers. They can fly using those wings and wind jutsu? Temari thought to herself, wondering where she could get one of those shirts. And the last is one of the strangest creatures to be found in metal is the Goomba, Delia said, steeping to the cage with the mushroom-like thing. Typically Goombas are brown and look like mushrooms with a face and feet. Goombas normally have bushy eyebrows formed into a scowl, and occasionally upward-pointing fangs. The Goombas aren't native to metal, as they were brought here through an experiment in summoning jutsus. At first there were only a handful of them, but they quickly multiplied as they laid eggs that hatch in about a week. They are kept as pets when they're found to be quit-loving pets and make good guard dogs as they have loud barks. They're pets? Temari asked. Yes, they are, Delia said as she picks up the Goomba and places it on Temari's table. Go ahead and pet it. Okay, Temari said as she pats the strange creature's smooth head. The Goomba made a pleasing growl sound, then jumps off the table and drives into Temari's backpack and pulls out her lunch. Hey, that's mine. She grabs for the Goomba, who runs under the tables holding the box lunch in its mouth. They also are known to steal food when they get a chance to, as well as stealing small objects to decorate their nest, Delia said as in the foreground Temari chases the Goomba, yelling at the small and fast creature to give back her lunch. This is going to be a strange class, Sakura said. You can say that again, Ino said before she was knocked to the floor as the Goomba ran under her table and Temari right behind it. In another classroom, Naruto sat in the second row with Naruto and Santamu sitting either side of him. The other girls are in different classes, but there's always 2 of them in each of his classes. The teacher Brenda was currently letting them have a break as she had left the room for a bit. So you're Naruto? A blonde-haired boy greeted him. He's wearing a uniform but has a small blue cap. My name's Arnold. He's a dreamer and an idealist who always tries to see the best in people and to do the right thing. Whenever he sees someone in trouble, Arnold goes out of his way to help them out, even if it is not sensible to do so, Inaro whispered into Naruto's ear as her younger sister used to be his classmate. It's nice to meet you, Naruto said to his new classmate. So how you like the school? Arnold asked him. Hey, big head, a girl interrupted them. A tall blonde girl who has her hair in 2 long pigtails and wearing a pink bow came walking up to them. She's followed by a short dark-haired girl wearing glasses. That's Helga Geraldine Pataki. She's a tomboy who is also very cynical and something of a bully, bossing around her old classmates with an iron fist. Helga has a very dysfunctional family. Her father, Big Bob Pataki, a successful pager salesman, rarely notices her existence, favoring her overachiever, neurotic college-age sister Olga, whom Helga hates. Her mother Miriam is often found being depressed, struggling to stay conscious, making smoothies, drinking coffee, and giving off various other hints of being an alcoholic. Therefore, it is not a great surprise that Helga lashes out at the world around her, Santamu whispers to Naruto. The girl behind her is Phoebe Heyerdahl, Helga's sidekick, who is among the smartest children in the school. Phoebe is the brains of the outfit. She always tries to be the first one with the answer, and isn't exactly thrilled when someone else does better. She's also pretty good at handling a fencing sword, Inaro said. Yes, Helga? Arnold asked her. I need you to buy me and Phoebe lunch today, she said. We lost our lunches, Phoebe explained. I don't have any money with me, Arnold said. But I can share my lunch with you too. Fine, Helga said as she gets back to her seat as the teacher, Miss Brenda came back into the room. Thank you, Phoebe said as she went back to her seat as well. It won't be any surprise that those 2 will be sharing Arnold once they get older, Santamu said. Yes, as I have noticed, Naruto said as he has seen that some of the older boys have 2 or more girls around them. Since guys are few around here, we girls work in groups to catch one, Inaro said. Not surprising, Naruto said. Since he's been here, groups of girls from the party and from the school have been trying to get him to join them for some fun. But he has enough to deal with. He needs to have all the skills he needs to be able to run a nation, as well as preparing for his 18th birthday, where he will get his revenge against the Leaf Village and the people who failed to follow his father's last wishes. The letter. Sarutobi stood in front of the village council members. He held a report from Tsunade. It's been almost a month since she and her group left for Metal with the very future of the village on them. As every hidden village now knows that Naruto is planning on destroying the village once he's crowned king of Metal on his 18th birthday, they are now starting plans for one of them to take the place of the leaf once it falls. With the trade with the western lands cut in half for the Land of Fire, the Lord of Fire has cut almost all funding to the leaf in response, as the Lord of Wind had done with the village hidden in sand. Merchant have mostly stopped coming, as the few that did come say that all goods on their way to the Leaf Village are now heavily taxed. And to matters worse, most of the missions they used to get are now being offered or taken to other hidden villages. Their low standing with Metal has reflected on the other countries of the East and the other hidden villages. What does the letter say about the progress of the team? Hayashi asked, wondering how his daughter is doing. From what I have read, it's not good for them, Sarutobi said as he began reading the letter to them. Tsunade's letter? Things aren't going well with the mission. It's been a month since we've been here, with Hinata and I am hardly even seeing a glimpse of Naruto. Hinata is still shy and is always hiding behind something when she's anywhere close to him, and the other girls that are engaged to him are also making things hard for her as they know about her being shy around him. Whenever they have the chance, they would push Hinata out from her hiding spot into the sights of Naruto. Every time that has happened, she quickly runs away. Ayam, on the other hand, has made no real progress in getting close to Naruto. She says that even if she does become his wife, she won't try to stop him from taking his revenge on the Leaf. Her father, who has left the village, arrived a few days ago before I sent this report. He has opened a ramen shop in the city. He moved when Ayam told him what she would do when she got to Metal and that he should leave the village before he would be used to get her to stop Naruto. As for the other kids, they're not doing well in the school. They're targets of pranks by the other students. Sakura, Ino and Tenten have been the subject of pranks and tricks ever since they first started, from being tripped to having "kick me" signs on their back, to having slime drop on them. The teachers of the school aren't doing anything about it, as when I asked one of them about it, she simply said that it's no worse than what their prince had to endure while he was in the village. But after one of the pranks involved Hinata getting slimed, one of the teachers who is taking a liking to her finally step on in. The woman Ms. Renko has gotten the school staff to stop the other students from pulling any more pranks in the school. The students are now giving them the cold shoulder treatment, not even paying any of them attention, like they're not even there. The boys, on the other hand, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Chuji, are being treated like they're walking piles of garbage. I heard that the girls of Metal are boy hungry, but from what I have seen of the girls of Metal are keeping them at arm's length, not wanting anything to do with them at all. The three boys are left to themselves as no one in the school pays them any attention. From what I managed to overhear, the girls of the school are treating them as Naruto was treated back in the village. All of the kids' spirits are low as they have no one at the school that will give them the time of day. At least they now have a good idea what life was like for Naruto now. I also learned that an old friend of ours is here in Metal. As you remember, Sarutobi, during our trips in Land of Stone, when we always stopped at that in between trips, we met that guy Hunrock, who always had some plan or trick up his sleeves every time we met. Turns out that he's Naruto's grandfather. Which isn't so surprising, since both Kiko and Naruto were tricksters while they were in the village. For some reason, he helped out during the engagement party by telling me who's who to look out for of the girls engaged to Naruto. It must be one of his half-baked plans that he used to pull on us by thinking 4 steps ahead. Knowing him, he has something planned and is either using me or controlling my actions with what he told me, like he always used to do with us. Since he's in charge of the Turks, he must have gotten better in playing mind games with people and getting them to do what he wants, so there's no way for me to figure out what he's up to this time. There's also the matter of the other girls in the school are making more progress in getting to know Naruto than ours. One of the girls from the country of Nanman, Mai, ever since her defeat at the hands of Naruto, has been following him around every chance she gets. Her friend Princess Tai Li is also making progress as she drags Mai over to Naruto whenever she gets a chance to, and they have gotten friendly with the Killer Bees, Naruto's bodyguards. The other girls have already found out that the only way they'll be able to get close to him is by becoming friendly with them, as they don't let anyone near Naruto that they don't know. They're better than most of the Umbu we got back in the village. Each of them knows what each other is going to do without having to say anything or make hand signs. The girls who tried to get close to Naruto by flinging themselves onto him have been dealt with by the Killer Bees, as they have been thrown into trash cans every time it has happened. Neither Ayam or Hinata have gotten anywhere close to becoming friends with them. The girls from the element countries have made more progress on that field and getting closer to Naruto, I'm afraid. The 2 girls from the Sand Village have made more progress in getting close to Naruto. The girl Tamari has been enrolled in the class where wind jutsu users are taught to be able to fly using wings on shirts to act like gliders. Turns out that her brother has the same condition as Naruto, and she's been using that to talk to him about sending the demons sealed in her brother back to the demon world and become a summon instead. The other girl, Amelia, has somehow gotten a group of followers who shout out about justice and all that. She's been shouting out that Naruto has proven that even if you have a demon inside of you with a strong will as he has, you won't become one, and has been following him around whenever they see each other. Her older sister Naga, the jutsu mistress of the sand, has gathered followers of her own, and her taste in clothes are now catching on around the city. Her laugh is as scary as all the rumors I heard about her. Thank goodness her sister doesn't laugh like her. Then there are the two sound girls, Kin, one of the new neens of her village, and Tayuya of the Sound 4. The girl Kin is in the same music class as Naruto is and has been making friends with his bodyguards. Tayuya, on the other hand, shares the same PE class as him and is making her moves as well. None of the kids from the Leaf have classes with Naruto and haven't had the time to get to know him. The few times they have tried, he has simply walked away. So far we're behind the rest in getting to know Naruto. There's also something else. You should know the reason the Sound 4 were sent here was to recruit neens of the West for the Sound. From what I have heard, they've been talking to some of the neens that aren't part of any groups about joining their village. And from what I have seen so far, the fighters here are much stronger than the ones back home. Which is why Orochimaru sent the Sound 4 here, to give the people they're recruiting a good impression of the Sound. I wouldn't worry about Orochimaru launching any attack on the village. I think he's going to sit back and watch if we fail on this mission. There is some good news. Hinata has become friends with a boy named Arnold who is also friends with Naruto. From what I have heard, he's trying to help her overcome her shyness and get her to talk to Naruto. He's a caring boy who tries to do the right thing whenever he sees something wrong and doesn't care if she's from the Leaf. He doesn't judge people by what others say or looks, but what kind of person they are. I just wish the village was more like him. Then we wouldn't be in this situation we're in now. Sarutobi let out a breath as he finished the letter. The room was silent as the people in the room let everything set in. And that's where we stand now. Is there anything we have that can help? One of the members asked. Anything of his parents' belongings left we can offer him? Another asked. No, everything has been taken during the raid, Sarutobi answers. There's nothing left that we can offer Naruto. Then all of our hopes rest on the girls, one of the members said. One is too shy and the other doesn't even care about the well-being of the village, another grunted. Yes, but they are the only hope we have, Sarutobi said sadly. In the hidden base of wisdom. The agents you gave me failed in their mission, a man said, dressed in a black suit, to the woman who he had met before. Now the prince is being watched more closely than before. And with him attending the school in the middle of the city next to a Delmo training center, there's no way to get to him without alerting the entire city. Yes, they failed, but we of wisdom don't give up that easy, the woman said as she switched on the lights of floor below them. We'll launch an attack on the school, and in the confusion the agents we will send will kill the Prince of Metal. Are they better than the ones you sent before? He asked. 4 men stepped into the light. The woman pointed to the first one, a man dressed in black ninja gear and wore a helmet, armed with a large blade. This is Recon, a ninja specialist that works separately from our other agents. He ranks higher than general-purpose agents and has an attack specialty of speed and stealth. His helmet visor lets him see through jutsus that fool the senses, which increases his efficiency during a mission. He carries a shear weapon that emits a high-frequency vibration when it tears through human flesh. She points to the next one, dressed like Recon but has glowing claws on his arms. Arachnoid is like Recon but is armed with claws that emit intense heat and light. Fast efficient, he specializes in attacks from enemies' blind spots. His abilities are overwhelming in a group combat. The next man is a large mountain man wearing armor and carried a pair of harpoon launchers with axe-like blades on the ends. Demolition Trooper, he is armed with a heavy harpoon launcher in each hand. He can inflict heavy damage from both long and short ranges. He uses the ace-shaped portion of the harpoon launcher in melee combat, as once both harpoons are fired they are useless till they're reloaded. Because of his large frame, he possesses high endurance. We are working to improve his agility with the weight of both his armor and weapons. The last is a man wearing armor like Demolition Trooper but isn't as big and has a tank on his back. Pyro Trooper, he is armed with a flamethrower. The scorching heat of this mid-range weapon causes major damage. Thus his weapon is extremely fuel efficient, enabling the agent to operate on his own on long-term missions. However, his mobility is not great. We are working to reduce the weight of the fuel tank. 4 agents against a school that is full of guards, not to mention the students and teachers, many of which know how to fight? The man asked the woman. She simply smiled as she turns on more of the lights, revealing right behind the 4 agents were platoons of agents dressed like the 4 agents he was introduced to. 1. Did I fail to mention that their codenames aren't from them alone but for the type of agents they belong to? The man looks over the agents and turns to the woman with a blank face. This better work this time. I'm not paying you if this fails. Just sit back and watch the fireworks, the woman smiled.